Hello, Dalton.
All right, g'day. Welcome back to Risky Rollers. I'm Dalton, and I'm joined this week by WTC Champion Extraordinaire.
How are we going, guys? Jeremy here.
Jeremy Martino. It's good to have you, man.
Thanks, Dalton. Thanks for having me, Risky Rollers. It's obviously my first time here. I'm really excited.
Well, we've known you for a while now, since I think ANZTC last year, or this year. That feels like so long ago.
Does feel like a long time ago, doesn't it?
But yeah, it's great to have you on. You've recently been very busy with the competitive side of things. Been playing Sisters?
Yeah, I've been playing Sisters for probably, it's almost a year and a half now. I started them just before the codex changed, so probably the last 3-4 months of the last codex in 9th edition, and then I've been playing them since the new codex, and pretty good. Having a lot of fun. Yeah,
it's good. Thank you for coming on as well. We've sort of brought you on a couple of reasons. Firstly, he's great fun to play against. If you ever get the chance to play him at tournaments or around in general, he's always a good laugh. But also, you've recently been to the World Team Championships as part of Team Australia, who took home gold this year. So
we did. It was all me.
It was all Jeremy. The rest of them didn't do anything. He ran between tables playing each army.
That's right.
It was just up and down the hall.
It was the one battle point I scored against John Lennon that brought us home. But no, it was good. It was an amazing experience. For anyone that's not sure about what the WTC is, it's kind of the World Championships of 40k, and this year it was held in Belgium. And it's a fantastic event. Like, people, you might think from like just what it represents, that it would be sweaty and angsty, but it's far from it. It's like, I want to go back just for the social side. I think meeting all these people from around the world, having beers, having a chat, it was just a fantastic experience. And obviously our team this year was pretty stacked. And we also got lucky. I think with any event like that, you have to get a bit lucky to win. But we did a lot of hard work, and we had the team to do it. We had some absolute superstars on our team. And it was great to be a part of it.
Well, congratulations for that. And thank you for coming on and playing me. It's been a nice step down for you from the high stakes.
Well, it is 2 Catans into Sisters, but
that's true.
I'm keen to see what happens, because I was dodging this matchup like my life depended on it at WTC, but I finally hit you here back home. So let's see what happens.
But yeah, well, thank you for coming on, mate. So we are, of course, streaming every Friday. You're here today. Next week, we've got more stuff happening. We've got our other streams all back on the channel as well, so make sure to check those out. If you haven't yet, make sure you subscribe, do all the normal YouTube things. We've got chats down below. We've got Lawrence and Ed behind the camera. I want to point out that Lawrence waved before he said anything, forgetting that he couldn't be seen. But these guys down here doing a fantastic job. Lawrence will be taking chat and answering questions and reading out any super chats and things like that, which we'll be handling up here. So make sure to do all that kind of stuff. Be in the Discord. The other thing I do want to announce is that we are running an RTT at the end of the month. Currently, the player pack for that is out for our Discord members and our Patreons. So make sure you can join the Patreon or jump in Discord down below, all in the description, if you want to get that one. And the player pack for that one is going to come out on Monday for everybody else. That'll be pretty sweet, running it down here in Melbourne, competitive RTT, good stuff.
Exciting.
But yeah, so without any further ado, let's look at what we're playing. We've got Necrons and Sisters. It's a matchup for the ages. The obvious reason, 9th edition 40k at the moment, these are 2 of the top armies. We've got great secondaries, great scoring ability from both of them. But then also historically and narratively, I think the first time Necrons appeared in the world at large was a battle report in White Dwarf called Sanctuary 101, which was Necrons and Sisters, which was pretty horrific for the Sisters.
Okay, well, thanks for giving me a bit of confidence.
But they've had a bit of back and forth through the years, so it's kind of cool.
And Necrons came out in 9th edition because they were the first codex right in 9th.
Them and Space Marines,
Yeah, and they were good at the start, but then they just kind of dipped off with all the power creep, but here they are again.
Mainly down to the secondaries, really. So yeah, it's interesting. So let's crack on, talk about the lists and what we're running.
What mission are you playing?
Oh, mission first? All right. We're playing Tear Down Their Icons. So this is the one with 5 objectives, and we plant bombs everywhere. You'll see the objectives are sort of 1 in each quarter, sort of underneath terrain and models, and then 1 in the center here as well, with these nice big battle maps objective markers. And you'll notice the terrain as well, lovely provided for us by miniaturescenery.com with the cathedral, all this beautiful stuff here, as well as Districts Terra doing us all the custom-made forest, jungly sort of plant life that we've got everywhere across the board, making for a really nice sort of thematic looking board. So with that said, tear down their icons. Let's crack on to lists, see what it is we're running. I'll start with mine first, doing the Necrons. So I'm running 2 patrols for this one. Leading it is my Warlord, which is an Overlord. I've given her the Staff of Light and a Resurrection Orb, as well as the Hand of the Pharaon for a CP, so she can throw out My Will Be Done twice per turn. That's pretty cool. And the patrol that she is leading then contains a unit of 20 warriors for its mandatory troops choice. They all have the Gauss Reapers. The ones you think you can see up on the screen have flares, but all the ones on the board have Reapers, so they're pretty cool. Then over in Fast Attack are 2 units of 4 Canoptic Scarabs. They're good.
Yeah.
The Scarabs are just good. They're such small models, you can hide them anywhere. They're Canoptics, they perform a bunch of actions really well. And they're actually surprisingly hard to chew through with 4 wounds a base. So once you can see them, unless you can put a lot of fire into them, they'll stick around.
Yeah.
Over in Elite's Choice, we do have my favourite, the Nightbringer, Catan Shard of the Nightbringer, with a gorgeous model printed for me by a mate. And he is running around with Sky of Falling Stars and Gaze of Death, which is his, of course, Nightbringer power. And he'll be running around just mincing things. He's phase locked for 3 wounds per phase, has 9 wounds, so you're going to need at least 3 phases of damage to kill him, which sisters do tend to struggle with, I think.
Well, this army certainly will, but they don't really do psychic damage, so typically it's just shooting in combat, so
Yep.
we'll see what happens there.
Cool. And then in heavy support, I have 2 Canoptic Doomstalkers. These are the big walkery guys from War of the Worlds. I love them. I've got 3 of them painted in the list. They do Overwatch for free for anything within 6 inches. They get buffed by one of the Cryptex I have later in the list. And their guns, if they don't move, are Strength 10, D6 shots, -5, D6 damage. So they have the potential to do a lot of damage. Keyword being potential. It very rarely pans out.
Oh, we'll see.
We'll see how that comes out. So I've got 2 of those there. For my second patrol, I have 2 Cryptex for HQs. The first one being a Technomancer. So this one is doesn't have the cloak, it's got the Canoptic Control Node, which is a little aura buff that it hands out to the Doomstalkers. I've also upgraded it with Thrall of the Silent King for a CP, which extends its auras by 3 inches up to 9 inches. So this aura buff of +1 to hit for all the Doomstalkers, or anything Canoptic, will be a 9-inch aura, so that'll all be hitting on 3s. Otherwise, it heals warriors and doesn't do a whole lot else. Then I have another Cryptek, which is a Chronomancer. This one has the Aeon Stave, as well as can then hand out a 5+ invulnerable save and reroll charges to a single unit in each command phase. Reroll charges I'm not sure is going to come up, but a 5+ invulnerable save is very tasty. In the troops choice for this patrol is, again, another brick of 20 warriors. Nothing particularly creative. Warriors are good. 20 of them are really hard to shift. That's all it is. They all have Gauss Reapers, of course. The short range, strength 5 ones. They're pretty good. In the elite's choice for this patrol is another Catan, this time just a Transcendent Catan Shard. It knows the Antimatter Meteor and Transdimensional Thunderbolt powers and has the Cosmic Tyrant Catan personality, so it can use both of them. Lovely looking at its feet there in the B-roll, but it's pretty cool.
It's got good feet.
Yeah, it's very nice feet. Then over in heavy support, my final 2 heavy support choices are another Doomstalker, for all the same reasons as before, and 3 Locust Heavy Destroyers, all with the Gauss Destructors. These guys are fast, moving 10 inches each. They're infantry, so they can do a bunch of actions and things. And their firepower is probably the only reliable firepower Necrons have, aside from the Silent King. But as you may have noticed, I'm not running the Silent King. You might be asking why.
I'm very curious to know.
I don't really like him.
You don't like him?
Competitively, he's great.
Like personally?
Just
or you
personally.
Just, oh, you don't like him?
I don't like the fact he's on the table. He's the scale of the Silent King in 40k is just wrong. He's one of the, if not the most powerful single being in the galaxy. Yeah. Why is he on the table? And so it just feels weird.
Yeah, fair enough.
And that said, the way I like to play this list and the way I'm hoping to show it tonight, I don't feel you actually need the Silent King. It's a big point sink, a big target, and if a list can deal with it and just put it down, you've lost a quarter of your army.
You kind of split your points over. How many points are these things each?
They're 130 points each.
So that's about the Silent King, right?
About 3 of those, yeah. And maybe you can deal with all 3 of them, maybe you can't.
Yeah.
But they're something for you to think about nonetheless. The list comes down to 2,000 points on the nose. I've spent 4 CP, 2 on the patrol, and then 2 on Warlord traits. And then I have used the 6-inch pregame move and the objective secured custom dynasty for them because it's just good. And that's the list. That does up the Necrons. What are they facing? What do you bring?
They are facing a Bloody Rose Battalion, which is very, very similar. Almost, there's probably a 20 points difference from what I took to WTC. Oof. So this essentially is my WTC list. I'm also taking this exact version of it to a tournament next weekend in New South Wales. It's a 5-person team event. So I'm playing it here just to give it a bit of exposure. Also, I've had questions over time about my WTC list, and I think playing it on stream obviously will be interesting. So let's run through it. So yeah, Bloody Rose Battalion. We are starting with our HQ slots. We've got Celestine. So Celestine here. She's just really good. I just really love Celestine. I've always was playing Sisters Fry without her, and I realized that she gives Sisters maneuverability and survivability. So Sisters units, especially the infantry units, aren't particularly tough. Celestine is tough. She's also quick. She's also infantry. She can raise banners. So she's something that is very hard to find a substitute for in Sisters. So I love Celestine.
I love your Geminae, Geminae? Yep.
Yes.
Yes. I love them, by the way.
They're the old Seraphim Sergeants,
gotcha,
those models.
Yeah. Those are sweet, the old metal ones. Goblin green bases.
Yeah, they're classic. I'm not going to take credit for that. I've bought those models off somebody, but they're very, very retro. Then we've got the next HQ slot, my Warlord, is St. Katherine. So St. Katherine is... she is a really interesting model, and not very. Well, actually, we'll go with what's on the B-roll there. So that's the Palatine. So Palatine is not my Warlord. She's my next character. She's got the Word of the Emperor. So I've got her naked, like no upgrades except for Word of the Emperor. People might ask why do I take her over the Canoness? Because a lot of people just take a Word of the Emperor Canoness. Palatine's just a bit cheaper. I also like in this army having access to a reroll 1 to wound aura. Canoness gives a reroll 1s to hit aura, but I have access to Zealot in this army through stratagems. Yeah. So I kind of like being able to kind of push on that reroll 1s to wound aura onto whether it's Zephyrum or whether it's Repentia. So I quite like the Palatine over the Canoness. She's also, as I said, a little bit cheaper. So she's got Word of the Emperor, which is a fight's last ability, and also that once per game turning off invulnerable saves. So that's quite useful, might be useful versus you. Yep.
I've got a couple of invulnerable saves around, so yeah.
Yeah. So then we've got in the last HQ slot, St. Katherine, as was alluded to before. She's not obviously very popular. A lot of people don't take her. I think she's quite good for 200 points. They reduced her in the most recent points reduction. She does a few things. I won't go through every single rule that she has. Obviously, feel free to have a look if you're curious. But two things that I like about her is she gives you more miracle dice. She gives you an extra miracle dice at the start of the battle round, and that's quite good, especially in the context of a team event where you want to have reliability. Yep. You don't want to let your team down because you rolled some bad miracle dice and the team goes down and you have to tell your team it's because you rolled a few bad miracle dice. I didn't want to have that risk at WTC. So having that extra miracle dice per battle round from her is quite good. She also can change a miracle dice for a core or character unit once per battle round to a 6. Ooh, so she basically, like, and you can see where I've deployed her in that kind of central, she can shift around the board and extend that aura, or that once per battle round aura, to lock me in for those 6s for charges. Yeah. So basically, if I don't have that 6 and a 3, like a 9 showing on miracle dice going into my turn 2, she basically gives me that hedged, guaranteed 6. So she's really useful for that. She's also just quite tough. For her points, I think she's quite tough to deal with. She can be annoying. She hits kind of hard. And she also, last but not least, she's got an aura of +1 to hit for models around her. So she's a force multiplier in combat as well. Yep. Moving on to troops, I've got 4 units of 5 Battle Sisters. So they are, you might wonder why I've got more than just the tax unit, the tax quantity. I quite like Battle Sisters with Armor of Contempt. So in an Armor of Contempt world, I used to run less Battle Sisters. I used to run more Novitiates. But I basically came to the realization that, and I'm sure this is kind of a well-known thing, a lot of people did Math Hammer, the better the armor save, the better value you get from Armor of Contempt. Yeah. So obviously Terminators, like 2-up saves, Sanguinary Guard, etc., get great value from Armor of Contempt, but so do just 3-up save models. And 5 Battle Sisters with Armor of Contempt gained a lot of survivability, and I've found them quite useful for being able to, when you want to kind of go and grab an objective, perhaps to take it off somebody or just to put up a banner, they're a cheap unit that you're not overcommitting, but they're also not super easy to remove compared to obviously other models. So 4 units of 5 Battle Sisters, and then I've got a unit of 10 Sisters Novitiate. They are basically the little scouty looking girls. They came out in the kill team and they've been rolled into the Codex. They're basically, for those that don't know, they're cheap Battle Sisters. You get a unit of 10 for 70 points, 75 points actually. I've given them a couple of upgrades. My unit's got a Simulacrum, which lets them do a second Act of Faith in a phase. So if, for example, if I'm using an Act of Faith to charge with a unit of Repentia, I can also do another Act of Faith with my Novitiates to get a guaranteed charge on them as well. So that's why I've got the Simulacrum on them.
Yep.
They've also got a Power Sword on their Sergeant just to make that Sergeant a little bit more powerful.
Yep.
But they have 4 attacks each on the charge with Bloody Rose.
Very nice.
So they're actually quite tough. Quite brutal. A lot better and a lot more powerful aggressively than Battle Sisters. So that rounds out the troops choices. Going into elites, I've got 3 units of Repentia. So they are, they're just a tried and tested unit. Everyone knows Repentia. They hit really hard. 1 unit of 9, 2 units of 8. The reason why I have a unit of 9 is for the pre-game move. If I want to threaten a really aggressive turn 1, I feel like that extra Repentia pushing to 9, there's even a justification to have 10 in the unit to force people to consider it and to respect it. So we've got the unit of 9, 2 units of 8. Then also in elite slots, I've got a Dogmata. So the Dogmata is a really special character in the fact she's got, and there's some people actually running double Dogmata in current Bloody Rose lists. She has an ability to give a core unit, objective secured in the command phase. So she just does that for free. She doesn't have to roll for it. And that obviously goes without saying, that's really strong on anything from Zephyrum to Sacrosanct to just Battle Sisters, because if you give it to a Battle Sister unit, they get double obsec, which
very worrying.
Sure you know is quite strong.
There's one of my favorite traits for Necrons, Red Corsairs, Leagues of Votan, the whole thing. It's amazing.
Yeah. So she's really good just for that. Like if you just look at that rule alone is really strong. In addition to that, she's a priest. So she gives you your war hymn, which is really good in Bloody Rose. And you've got a choice of other hymns. For my list, because I'm running the same list as the tournament, and I didn't really look at your list before I didn't know what you were going to play. She's got the Ignore Psychic Power.
Right.
So that's the Spiritual Fortitude prayer.
It's a good thing to have in a list. You're going to run into things like Necrons or Black Templars and stuff that don't have Psychers, but it's still handy to have around.
It's really good to have. It's really useful, especially with the recent FAQ that determines that it does things like turns off defensive psychic powers. So if you put the prayer on a unit of Zephyrum, and then that Zephyrum charges a unit of Tyranid Warriors, with the Catalyst and the 5-up invuln, it actually removes the defensive powers, which is quite ridiculous. It's a silly ruling, but nonetheless, it makes her really good. So that's the Dogmata. And then to round out my elite slots, I have 2 units, identical units of Celestine Sacrosancts. For the purposes of, like, at the WTC list I had split weapons. I had a mix of the halberds and the maces. But for this list, just because of the models I had, they've all got maces, which I think are fine. They're the 2 damage weapons. They're only AP1 base, but with Bloody Rose, they'll go to AP2. So
that's nice.
2 damage AP2 is pretty nice. Yeah. So 2 units of 8 of those. Since the points reduction, they became, I think, quite competitive again, because they're quite tough. They don't get Armor of Contempt, but they got the 2-up save base with the 4-up invuln, which is really useful, because I think something that people don't consider enough is that in an Armor of Contempt meta, a lot of people are starting to pack those AP3, AP4. They're making sure they've got really good AP. But then if you're rocking your 4-up invuln, sometimes those things like Incubi, for example, might come in and just bounce. Or another example might be like Eldar, what are they called? The Howling Banshees. Howling Banshees with AP4 weapons, they might bounce off a unit of Sacrosancts. So I think the Sacrosancts are good. Moving into the fast attack slots, we have 3 units of Zephyrum. So 2 units of 10. One of those units of 10 has a banner. So the banner gives you an aura of reroll charges for core units. That's just because I had some extra points, but it's not necessarily the worst thing to have. 2 units of 10, they're my kind of hammer units, as we'll see how they go in this game. But Bloody Rose and Sisters in general, with the stratagems they have access to, can force multiply, almost creating like double damage out of Zephyrum. So if you look at the stratagems that you can do, for example, you can give them Zealot for reroll hits. You can give them 6s to hit auto wound. You can give them +1 to wound. That's a 5 CP if you do all 3 of those strats, it costs you 5 CP.
Ouch.
But notching that 5 CP sometimes just wins me the game because those 10 Zephyrin punch so far above their weight that they'll remove, like they'll probably kill a unit of 20 warriors if they hit it. We'll obviously find out if that happens.
But yes, I imagine they would.
But primarily from the damage they get from the stratagems. And that's why you might notice for people that are obviously looking, you'll see that I haven't actually spent any CP pre-game. I'm holding my CP because of how useful it is in the context of Bloody Rose. And also for those people that you probably assume that the Sacred Rite I will obviously pick is the Exploding Sixes, which adds that extra layer of synergy. So they're my they're my fast attack slots. I got the 2 units of 10 and the unit of 7, which is just a little kind of more annoying unit that I can just use to scrap. Then pretty much that's the list except for 2 rhinos. Just 2 final rhinos. Some people like the 1 rhino. I think 2 is really good because it lets you throw that first rhino forward with the pre-game move, and you've still got 1 left that you can use for a bit of flexibility. Load Repentia in, load them out. Becomes a bit of a taxi.
Yep. So they're metal boxes. They're good.
Yep. That's my list.
Yep. Lovely. It's very scary. You got a lot of bodies to chew through, and a lot of threat. The Zephyrim dropping in, wiping units of warriors scares me. It's going to be something that I'm really worried about, and it's going to force me to have to screen and think about it the whole game. So, yeah, that's looking good. The one thing I'll mention before we go into secondaries was I've checked my list. I have spent another CP on Orb of Eternity on the Warlord, which is all in the description down below. But I wanted to mention that one here. I do only start with 1, not with 2. So that's good fun. But secondaries, I think, are where we want to go.
Okay.
Let's hear how you're going to try and beat them. Well, sorry, not how you're going to try. How you are going to beat the Necrons.
No.
Because
well, I think it's going to be a really interesting. I'm actually really keen to see how it plays out.
Yeah.
So I've picked Defend the Shrine.
Well, we're almost at turn 1. Before we get there, secondaries.
Yeah, Defend the Shrine, which most people that are aware of the sisters will know what this one is. You pick an objective outside of your deployment zone, and if you control that at the end of your turn, you get 3 points. If your opponent controls it at the end of the game, you lose 3 points. So normally it's between a 12 and a 15. If you're getting smashed, like if the opponent's on top of you, it might be as low as a 6 or a 9. But typically it's even
a 6 or a 9 when you're losing that hard.
That's true.
Is pretty good.
And like for example, I'm picking just this objective right in front of me. That's my shrine, which is kind of fitting because the terrain on it kind of makes it look like a bit of a shrine.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be defending that shrine. The next secondary I've got is Leap of Faith. Now, Leap of Faith is a secondary that requires you to use, you need to use Acts of Faith, and then you get points.
Yep.
So there's some commentators and reviewers on the net that have said that Leap of Faith is like an automatic 12. It really isn't. And it came to my attention that some prominent players have been actually playing it wrong. And playing, and I'm not going to name names or anything, that's not what we do, but people have been playing it wrong and basically reducing the amount of Acts of Faith you need to do per turn by 1. And therefore, in that situation, it would be an automatic 12.
Right.
But it's actually quite difficult to score. It requires a lot of skill. I've spent pretty much a year playing this codex, and it is not a guaranteed 12.
So how do you score it? How many Acts of Faith
do
you need for it?
So if you do 2 Acts of Faith in your own player turn, you get 1 point. If you do 3 in your turn, you get 2 points.
And that caps at 2 for your turn?
Yes. If you do 2 in your opponent's turn, you get 2 points. If you do 3 in their turn, you get 3 points.
Right, so you caps at 5 each turn.
5 per battle round.
Per battle round.
Yep.
But because you can 2 Acts of Faith in your turn and then 3 in your turn, or 2 in mine and 3 in mine. Okay.
And it isn't easy to do. So we'll find out. And the thing about this one, especially for new players, and once again, if you're listening, don't believe that idea that it's an auto 12, because you'll be playing and you'll just be thinking, what's wrong with me? Why aren't I getting an auto 12? It's closer to probably an auto 6 or 7.
Okay.
And if you play well and you use your dice judiciously, you can get that 12.
And things like bringing the Triumph in your list to make sure you're generating the miracle dice to spend is a good way to do that.
So Triumph helps. In my case, 3 units of Repentia help because Repentia give miracle dice when they die. Also being judicious, and for people that are playing different styles of Bloody Rose lists, if you've got things like Seraphim drops or Retributors, picking up kills in the shooting phase will get you additional miracle dice. There's also a stratagem that allows you, when a character dies, you can pop a stratagem and get extra miracle dice as well. So there's ways to manipulate and get those miracle dice. So that's my second secondary. And the third one I've got is just the banners, because I think some people go with the other sisters secondary, which is the I can't remember the name, it eludes me at the point, but that's the one when you do actions on objectives and you kind of, you complete at the start of the next turn and then you get 5 points. But I prefer banners. I think banners is a little bit more granular. So I'll just be playing standard banners today.
Yep,
They're my secondaries.
Very nice. It's a good set. A lot of things that you can sort of just sit back and do and generate, which is nice. Yep. It's a good way to look at it. So secondaries I'll be running as Necrons. My first one is Purge the Vermin. Almost had Herd the Prey. Been playing a lot of Eldar and Drakari recently. Purge the Vermin, which got amazing in Nephilim because I can score at turn 1 in my own zone. And this just means I need to keep you out of my table quarters. And I score a point for each table quarter you are not in at the end of each of my turns, including turn 1, which is nice. Then I've taken Ancient Machineries, which is another Necron secondary. So the way this one works, it's kind of interesting, is that we alternate, starting with you, placing or choosing 3 objectives that are in No Man's Land. Now, in this mission, there are only 3 objectives in No Man's Land, so it'll be those 3. Then I can perform an action with a Canoptek or a core unit in my end of my movement phase on any of these objectives. The action then completes at the end of my next command phase. It takes a full battle round to complete, so you can kill the stuff off it. I also can't start the action if you're on the objective at all. But if the action completes, I score 3 points. Any number of units can start the action on different objectives, and I can score it on the same objective as many times as I like, but I can only have each objective going at once per turn. So for that matter, I've got 3 little markers we can place out onto the objectives here, little Necron bits.
Cool.
They all hang out. They're my machineries I'm trying to awaken. And then my final secondary was Grind Them Down, which means I need to kill more of your units than you kill of my units each battle round. Now, this is an interesting one. I thought about this, No Prisoners or Assassinate were my 3 sort of picks for like a killy secondary, because I'm going to need to kill you to stop you walking through me. Assassinate I didn't want, because I know you've got ways to generate miracle dice through characters. And No Prisoners and Grind Them Down sort of were a bit of a toss-up. No Prisoners, you give away, I think, 12 over the course of killing all your list, everything in your list.
I think it's only 10, unless I count.
I think it's 11, because you score bonuses for 50 and for 100.
But I think I've got 98 bodies or something.
Oh,
so
so not quite.
So yes, you'll get 10, and that was just for what it's worth. That was a considered choice for the WTC. I didn't want to give up. I didn't want to reward people for picking that secondary. So 10 max for that.
So 10 max for that. I'm sort of like, well, and that requires me to kill everything. So I'm probably not going to do that. So I've gone for Grind Them Down. You've got Battle Sister units. Your bodies are fairly squishy relative to mine. So I think I can probably deal with 1 or 2 units, where you're probably only dealing with 1 a turn.
Exactly. I think it's a good pick.
So those are my secondaries. Let's go through deployment and then let's crack on with the game.
All right.
So you started deploying first, so would you care to lay out where your things are?
I've deployed in a way, obviously, and you can never know these things for sure. I've tried to utilize this middle obscuring ruin just to make it kind of hard for these, what are these things called again?
The Canoptek Doomstalkers.
The Doomstalkers, to get like effective shots on me early. So I've kind of hidden a Rhino around the middle. You might line one up on me. I'm not sure. Obviously, we'll see what happens if you get first turn, because you've obviously got that pre-game move as well. But I've tried to at least make it tough for you to get shots. That Rhino is threatening a first turn charge with the Repentia inside. It can kind of come around. Obviously, it's going to be moving through dense cover, but I couldn't really do anything about that. So it can pre-game move over here. I can disembark out, and then I can set up a charge on those Doomstalkers. I thought that, and that's a considered deployment. The idea is you deploy that last. You pretty much save the Rhino until the end, depending, and you kind of gauge your opponent's deployment. Obviously, if I don't get first turn, it probably will die. I got the Triumph. I've got some Novitiates behind it. Celestine there making use of the bodyguard rule. Well, not the bodyguard rule, but the just lookout sir of the Battle Sisters hidden. So I've got some Battle Sisters, Repentia and Zephyrum deployed behind this obscuring train over here. I've got some Repentia back here. Now, people might wonder why I've got so many Repentia out of Rhinos. The goal is that they eventually will get into Rhinos to stage. Obviously, if the Rhinos get blown up, that can make things a bit hairy, but we'll see what happens there. I then, on this flank where my shrine is, I've got a unit of Sacrosands. I've got 2 units of 5 Battle Sisters and another unit of Sacrosands in a Rhino with the Dogmata. Last but not least, I've got 2 units of 10 Zephyrum that are deployed in Deep Strike.
Very nice. Yes, very aggressive. You're going to be pushing forward with those Repentia turn 1, which worries me quite a lot. That said, my list is very almost automatic in how it deploys. There's a way that it works, It can pivot. There's two ways it pivots into another gun line, in which case this isn't how I do it. But into an army like this that's sort of a mixed arms, you're going to come towards me, but you're not going to run everything at me. This is the way this list works. The 3 Doomstalkers deploy forwards on the line. So they're all up here. The pre-game move means they'll be able to move 6 inches before the game starts. Then in my first turn, I don't have to move them and still be able to see what I need to, and they'll be able to fire at their full bracket. Yep. So they're up there. Then there are 2 bricks of warriors sort of right next to them on each side. The pre-game move will actually wrap them around the front of the Doomstalkers. That way they can't be charged straight up. And because the Doomstalkers overwatch at anything that charges anything within 6 inches of them, I'll have 2 massive bricks of warriors that anything that charges them is going to eat Doomstalker fire.
That's cool.
The characters all sort of hang out near them, supporting them. There's nothing too complicated about that. I've got the Overlord positioned in such a way that it can reach both warriors with its My Will Be Done. And also the Destroyers back here are just screening at the moment. They can jump forwards, receive the My Will Be Done buff after the pre-game move, then move their 10 inches so they can go somewhere and hit on 2s. I've got a couple of Scarabs, some that are just hanging out back here, just as a bit of screening, bit of backfield there. You've got Zephyrim, they scare me, so I'm keeping some stuff back to screen. And then another unit just here. If I get first turn, their pre-game move shoves them forward, they move fast into this objective and do the action early on. Yes, I'm giving up something for you to kill, but if you don't kill them, that's 3 points. Yep. And that's pretty much the list. I've got pretty much the deployment. The Nightbringer over here, on the center of the Necron Summoning Core, mainly just because I thought, where else should I put the Nightbringer? Very cool. And then the Transcendent Catan back over here to push its way up the other flank and threaten you down this way. There's some obscuring terrain that I'm hoping to sort of push up and take advantage of, so you're not getting that snap.
I like this kind of
fire onto it.
Defensive phalanx you've set up. And obviously you're going to, as you said, you're going to wrap around and make it so I can't charge those Doomstalkers. I'm really keen to see how it goes, because I haven't seen these in a list before. I'm not, and I think it's a really creative idea. So
I ran this exact list, or at least very, very close to it, against Dean Sinbeck over on his channel a little while ago against Abaddon and some Khorne stuff.
Well, obviously you beat him.
And it got rinsed.
Oh, you got rinsed?
I got rinsed horrifically. Yeah.
Oh, the dice must have been against you.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what it was. Yeah. But that was a great game. You can check that one out. And I ran a similar one using the Nihilak rules against Loki on the channel in a battle report against Deathwatch earlier in the year as well.
Sweet.
But yeah, I'm keen to see how it goes.
Let's do it. I'm really keen. I actually haven't played. When I say I haven't played in a while, I haven't played in 1 week. Was it 1 week ago, VTC? Or 2 weeks ago? Anyway,
it's like 2 weeks now.
Yeah,
I think.
it was a fever dream for me because I was a bit sick. But anyway, here we are. I'm really keen. Yeah. So,
well, I think we both want first turn.
Let's do it. Yeah.
We both want to be aggressive. Both got secondaries that reward it.
I think that's probably the case.
All right, let's crack on. That's not a good sign. There we go.
That's a 6.
Good luck. Good game.
Good game. Let's do it.
So we start with pre-game moves now. You've got some as well.
So we roll off for that. Is that how that works?
I believe you start with the first one, and then I do one, and we alternate back and forth.
Okay.
That way, in the same way as if we were deploying infiltrate units and resolving pre-battle abilities.
All right. So I'm gonna start with just some command phase stuff. So
pre-game
moves before command phase. Yep. So we will notch the CP. So we're going to spend 2. So go from 6 down to 4.
Yep.
And we're going to move this Rhino up.
Yep. So that's the CP is being spent to allow the Rhino to pre-game move.
Yep. And it's cost 2 CP if you. It's called bring forward. Oh, what's it called? Bring forth the martyrs or something. I can't remember the exact name. But 2 CP if it's Retributors or Repentia in the Rhino. Otherwise, only 1.
Gotcha. So
through dents, 10 inches will get me to just to the edge of here.
Yep. Lovely.
Okay.
Yep. That's a very worrying charge from those Repentia.
And that's my pre-game move.
Lovely. All right. So then I'll get to move everything because that's how this works.
Take your time.
So this will take a little bit of time. The warriors are just going to sort of wrap this way.
Yep.
They'll end up eating that charge rather than letting the Doomstalkers take it, which will just shuffle forward in behind them as well. So one will go up there.
Yep.
This one will shuffle around this way. Yes, it's going to be hidden behind the obscuring for the most of the part, but it also gives me a lot of good lines of fire when you get close and things get hairy. Oh yes, the joys of moving 20 of these guys. All just sort of shuffling forwards. Welcome to every movement phase of this game. The Catan, of course, don't get to pre-game move.
That's because they're not part of the dynasty, is that right?
Pretty much, yeah. Because they're enslaved Pokemon, essentially, we're like, no, we're not going to tell you to move faster or be obsec. You're just going to chill out there, like plebs. That'll need to stay back a bit further. What's the Repentia's move?
I'm good.
What's the Repentia's movement?
6, so it'll be 9 inches out of the Rhino.
9 inches out of the Rhino. You can definitely get lines over there if you need to. So I think that Doomstalker probably just stays back here.
Yep.
These guys will string across to there, so ideally you won't be able to move through and hit just the Doomstalker, and they're just going to have to string across the front. So this is one of the reasons that I like this build with the 20 warriors, is that the pre-game move lets them do this. My Doomstalkers get into position, which is sort of wherever they need to be to get lines of fire, and then I can protect them. So anything that charges in eats Overwatch. Yes, it's not the most reliable sort of Overwatch, but Overwatch is Overwatch.
Yeah,
it's free.
That
free
damage
shooting.
Profile is pretty scary.
Yep, especially into your Repentia will all be taking blast, yeah?
They'll take the mini blast.
The mini one, yeah. Yep. So, yeah. Lawrence is whispering because he's bringing us drinks. I'm calling him out for it.
Okay, I'll have something.
Apparently we're peer pressuring Jeremy into it.
Yeah.
It's okay. I'm going to shuffle these guys around here, just making sure to stay behind the terrain. The Overlord shuffles up. So, sitting around there. And then making sure that the Chronomancer is within 6 of everything it needs to be, and the Technomancer is within 9 of everything. I think that's going to be it for my pre-game movement.
Okay.
And the exhaustive thing that it was. As the battle round starts, there's more stuff I need to do. So Necron command protocols work slightly differently now as well. You pick one that stays as your on protocol for the entire game. In this case, it's protocol the Undying Legions. So I'm trying this one out this time. Now this lets me each turn, or each battle round, choose to either regain an extra wound from living metal, or re-roll a reanimation protocol dice for each unit that takes it. First turn, nothing is wounded, so I'll use the re-roll a reanimation protocol dice for every unit that rolls it this turn. Hopefully that comes up. But then also, because it's the first turn, at the start of the battle round, my first protocol comes up, which is Sudden Storm. And I'm going to choose Directive 2, so all of my units can shoot, even if they're performing actions for this battle round.
And what was your permanent one that you have?
So the permanent one is Undying Legions. Every battle round, extra living metal or extra reanimation protocol reroll.
That's a good one, isn't it?
It's pretty handy, yeah.
On Catans.
Well, it doesn't affect the Catan.
It doesn't affect
because
them.
they're not part of the dynasties.
Okay, but so they still get their one living metal.
They still get their one every turn.
Just get their one, okay.
If you could heal Catan like
that's
2 or more a phase, it'd be amazing.
Okay.
But no, it's just on the dynasty stuff. You also can't heal Catan with the Technomancer with Cloak, because even though they're a monster, they're not Canoptech or Dynasty.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so let's do some, so we'll start with our Miracle Dice. So we're getting one, obviously normal Miracle Dice, then our one for Kathy as well, so I'll just roll them in here. So 5 and a 6, we'll just chuck those. Is replace, it's good visible for, is that probably the best
up there's pretty good,
yeah. Okay. Command phase.
Sisters, turn 1, finally.
Yeah, so we are going to raise some banners.
Naturally.
Move our Sacrosanct out onto the objective. Oh yeah, so I gain a CP as well, up to 5.
So I'm up to 2, which is handy. Cool. Anyone listening, now is the time to engage with us in chat. Super chats are helpful. You guys can put those in there and we'll read them out and respond to them directly. But also, if you've got stuff to chat about, ask Jeremy Martino all the questions that you might ask a world champion or just a fantastic Sisters player. Thank you very much. Erin, if you're watching, this would be a great time to ask questions and things. Go for it. Anything, any question, and even questions that you might think are silly or obvious, I'm very happy to answer. Because sometimes they're the most interesting questions. Advancing the orange unit there. Yep. So it's a 10-inch. Yeah.
What's
Yep.
the game plan at the moment?
So the game plan is basically what I'm doing is I'm moving out to get my shrine, and that's like that'll be a constant theme. I'm always, every turn I have to try to hold my shrine for the 3 points. So obviously I want to try to make it defensible enough that if Dalton comes at me, I can kind of push him back off it. I don't want him to be able to thrust it off me. And for anyone that's listening that plays against Sisters, one of the best ways to deal with Sisters is if they pick a shrine that's a bit of a tenacious choice, you just go and like take the shrine, just yank it off them at the start of the game and dump your stuff on it. They'll probably only score 3 or 6 points for it. So
and they'll have to spend a lot of effort to try and get it back.
A lot of Sisters players will make the mistake of just assuming that the objective close to them, in this case, this one for me, they just assume that it's a guaranteed hold. But if you know that they're going to do that and you deploy in a way that you can just run it, rush them off it, then you can just essentially win the game off that play.
Yeah. So like this list with Necrons, I don't have a way, I don't have Veil, I don't have anything fast that could do that.
Yeah.
But if I was playing Inari or Tyrannies or something fast, and I go, cool, I know you're going to pick something for your shrine, and I've got a big unit of like, say, was it Raiders and things that I can shoot up there turn 1, just blow you off it, take the objective. You've then got to deal with that.
And I still have to respect what you've got. I've got to respect the Warriors. I've got to respect the Scarabs. So and I've got to respect the Catans just doing chip damage with their abilities. So I'm going to advance out my Dogmata. So that's a 6. That's a 12-inch move. Just come out here.
While you're doing some advanced movement, Jeremy, I have a question for you.
Yep.
How did you get into the Aussie team?
Okay, it's a good question. So basically, the Australian community is it's big and it's small, right? Like there's tons of tons of little pockets of clubs and I'm just advancing the Rhino as well. Clubs and communities around Australia. However, the actual very top end competitive scene is quite crystallized, and by that I mean like that's probably the wrong word to use. What I intend to say is it's people know who the successful long-term players are. And I think one of the best ways to get on the Australian team would be to basically show really strong performance over time, over a long period of time. Consistent period of time, just adjusting them. So it's 5 CP, isn't it? But I think the best way for those that are in Australia, or if you're in another country as well, is look for your local community and just try to play against the best or the well-known tournament players in that zone. So for us in Victoria, it would be trying to attend Victorian tournaments, attend Risky Rollers events, get in touch with community members, and then eventually try to get into your state team. So for us, it would be the Victorian team. And if you're in a different country, so if you're in the United States, if you're in Europe, it would be looking for the city you're in, trying to network with the competitive players there, and then they will provide you with the avenue into the national team.
So whether that's, for example, last year or this year, last season, I guess, this year with the Victorian team for the ANZTC, the captain of that team reached out to several players in the community through people that they know and through the top-end players who are already involved. And they reached out directly and built a team that way, whereas this time around it's being done through an applications process and a review process. But it's still very much the same thing. If you're in those communities and you know people, even just being around, you don't have to be on first name basis with people, but if you're around, you're performing well, you're putting the effort out there and playing competitively, you'll get noticed and you'll be able to see where these things come up. You'll see the application forms going around and you'll 100%. Have access to that kind of thing.
Okay, I'm going to just do I'm going to advance the Zephyrim that are over there behind my objective. So we've got a 4-inch. So that'll be.
Feel free to carry on moving and rolling advances and stuff as you go.
Might just chuck some.
How are you feeling about this, Dalton?
Well, Sisters are great. I haven't played against them for a while. I think I played a fun game against Erina a while ago with the Inari, which was good fun, good way to see how Sisters work. So I'm a bit worried about that. I've got good profiles into and against Sisters, but Necrons aren't a forgiving army if they start taking a lot of damage. So it's going to be interesting. Jeremy is, of course, a fantastic player, so I'm not expecting to go well.
Jeremy twice already.
Yeah.
So I want to I want to just discuss this play with you, Dalton.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what I want to do is I basically want to charge your warriors.
Yep.
but I want to charge them from out of line of sight. So if I obviously if I jump out, you're gonna overwatch me.
Yep.
So the intent's going to be to just kind of disembark here,
right behind
charge
the terrain,
through the breachable terrain.
Yep.
And I think you might get some. Just work out what the charge is.
I'll probably get some warriors that can overwatch
you might get some warriors.
But you'll be able to stay out of line of sight of the Doomstalkers quite easily.
Yeah.
It'll just make it a longer charge.
Yeah. So we'll disembark out.
Yep. So this is one of the reasons I like them is that yes, they can be super swingy as far as the damage output they do, especially in Overwatch, but you've got to think about them.
Yeah.
You don't want Repentia taking Overwatch from a strength 10 -5 weapon.
That's right.
So you've got to hide them, and it makes you charge longer. If you fail the charge, or even just don't get enough of them in to put the entire unit into my brick of 20, then that's value right there. So yeah. That said, that's still a very scary, very scary unit right there.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to decide now is whether I want to accept that Overwatch.
Okay.
So it'll probably be like, and what's the range on your weapons? Is it 12?
They're only 12 inches, so it's not going to be loads.
So maybe just 1 or 2.
Yeah. I think realistically it'll be like this line here. We'll see.
Yeah.
So it'll be like 2, maybe 3 if that guy stays within 12 there. Yeah. So 12 is
just going to come out a little bit further back.
Yep. So if you stay a little further back, that's probably the nearest 12.
Yep.
So you might have 1.
Yeah. Yeah. That's fine.
Yep.
Okay.
I probably won't spend a CP to 5 with one guy.
Okay. So what else are we going to do? We are going to advance our Palatine. So it's a 3, so 9 inches. -2 for that, so it'll be 7. So she'll just come out to about there.
Yep.
Okay.
So the Repentia are getting this nice turn 1 charge, and the Rhino I'm assuming is coming up to sort of move block.
Well, what I was going to do with the
annoying.
Rhino is just chuck the novitiates in it. So I'm just going to...
okay.
Novitiates will have a 9-inch disembark range, 10 with an advance. So we're just going to chuck the Rhino just to the edge of the embark range for the minimum embark, and they're just going to jump in.
Jump in. Yep. Very much, this is the Adepta Sororitas replacement bus service to get to the front lines.
But that Rhino, I think, is going to die, but it just means that you're going to have to commit some things to, and at least I've got stuff in there.
Yep. And it's getting them up the field, because when it dies, they get 3 inches free movement. Next turn, they move out and go further.
That's right. We're going to put forward... Kathy's going to advance. She gets +1 to advance because she counts as having all the sacred rights. That's a 2-inch advance.
Yep.
So 8-inch move. She'll just jump. And she's infantry.
It's a very heavy coffin that they're sort of dragging along there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jump over
Yep.
here.
Lovely.
I'll just keep her a little bit behind. Celestine's going to jump forth and raise a banner on the central objective.
Yep.
Although I'm aware that is likely to come down.
You may as well, because if I don't, or if you have something there threatening that, I either have to deal with it, or you're going to score points.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Sorry, I'm just going to chuck in that gap.
Yep. There's a bit of the big old spindly flying bases are a bit fiddly.
These Zephyrim are an absolute nightmare with these bases. Setting off like a cascade. Okay.
Yep. Cool.
We're going to raise the banner over here, so we'll have a banner, banner, banner.
Lovely.
Advance these Repentia here.
Yep.
2, so it'll be an 8.
This is going to be a really interesting one. I've got a lot of firepower that's very short-ranged. So I'm hoping to see if I can sort of just push you back and help clear at least these 2 objectives.
Advance the yellow squad.
Yep. It'll be a sort of interesting way to see how the point scoring works for both armies, because it'll very much then come down to how that works. How do we score secondaries, and how can we keep up with each other for that?
All right.
Yeah. A lot of very hidden sisters.
Now, actually, I've got a feel. I'm just going to chuck those back. I have a feeling I already moved those, so I'm just going to play it safe and not move them again.
Okay. I don't think you did.
I don't think I did, but I'm just going to play it safe.
All right, fair enough. Chances are I'm not going to get anything onto that objective anyway.
So, then we've got our Repentia over here. We'll advance.
Lovely. So, yeah.
Yeah, so there tends to be a pretty... Like, if I am committing to an aggressive play like this, turn one tends to take a little while.
You've got a lot of models to move, and you've got to be careful with them. Make sure they're hidden where you need them to be. Line up those charges.
Okay, so I think that's pretty much my movement. Now what we're going to do is we are going to do our charge. There pretty much is no shooting in this list. So like,
okay,
I really don't have. There's really nothing worth shooting, to be honest.
Yep. You probably also you don't want to shoot anything into these Necrons.
No,
because then I'll start pulling front ones.
That's right.
And reanimate them back, so it makes your charge longer.
Yep. So I will go for that charge. So it's going to be into just your warriors.
I'm so tempted to throw a CP at the Overwatch.
Just for the one warrior.
Just for the one, but it's not a good idea. You don't, but I want to.
All right. So the charge range, because we're breachable here.
Yep, you'll move straight through the terrain.
So it'll be a 6-inch charge.
From that one in the front there. Yep. Oh, actually, hold on. So if there's one in the front there, the range might come in. Okay, I'd probably still get 3 of them in.
So you've got to be able to see. You don't have
to see the model you measure range from, though. Range isn't line of sight. They're different things.
Okay, so how many you reckon you got? 3?
Still only the 3. So it's 6 shots. How many Repentia are in the unit?
9.
9. I could drop it to 8. It potentially makes your damage output a little lower.
If you think you can do it, it probably might be worth it.
Look, I've got a history with rolling Overwatch here, so we've got to go for it. 6 shots, 1 CP. This is going to go terribly. 6s. 1. There we go. Strength 5, so 3's to wound.
Yep.
I can't see that. It's a wound. -2, 1 damage.
Okay.
Do they have an invuln or a feel no pain?
You've got a 6-up invuln. I'm contemplating just using a 6.
Fair enough. So you need to use 2 in your turn to score.
Yeah, I'm going to do it. Yep. So we're going to use our first miracle dice.
Very nice.
So we're just passing that.
Cool.
Fine. And then for the charge, because it was a 6-inch charge, I'm just going to use the 5.
Yep. So you got a 5, and then
we'll roll the other dice.
Yep.
So 5's guaranteed plus a 6 for 11-inch charge.
Cool. So getting everyone in nice and easily there. That's fair enough. Using the 5 and the 6 there scores your point for the leap of faith. I imagine one of them climbs up the ruins and does like a spread eagle jump off the top into a bale of hay. And then in they go.
And I mean, to be honest, like getting that longer charge range does help.
It means that you're not having to rely on piles in to get everyone to fight. If you rolled just the 7, for example, you probably would have had a couple that wouldn't quite make it into the front lines.
That's true. And I did kind of have the Palatine there that if I didn't get them all in, I'd at least I'd string back and at least get reroll ones to wound. So that was a bit of a hedge. So they're all in. There's no other charges.
Cool.
So in terms of stratagems, we are going to... So my goal here is... Because you don't have any vulnerable save, do you?
I do not.
So
just hanging out.
I'm AP4, so I'll get through your invuln. My goal is to try to just kill this unit. So I'm only doing this play because I think I can just kill it. If I didn't think I could kill it, I think it would be a bad play, especially given you've got the res orb and all that. So I'm going to attempt to basically do as much damage as possible.
Makes sense.
Which means I've got Zealot, but I'm going to pop Tear Them Down, which is the 6s to hit auto wound.
Very nice.
Just because I really that could be the difference between killing you and not killing you.
Absolutely.
So I'm down to, if I'm not mistaken, down to 4.
Yep.
And we've got 3 attacks each, so we'll pile in to get them all in.
Yep. So there's 9 of them in there.
Yep. So it'll be 27.
Cool. That's 1, 2, 3. Count some of these out here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Cool.
Okay.
Alrighty. Do you have an extra for a sergeant or a champion or anything like that? They're just,
so they're
just there.
They don't have a champion. Their champion's kind of the Repentia Superia character.
Gotcha, right. You can run them up with them. So
Okay. Hitting on 4s with rerolls.
Very nice. 6s auto wound.
Yep. And they also explode. So.
Oh, nice.
So we'll pull the 6s out.
Yep. So they're an auto wound and then an additional roll to wound, which is cool.
And that was a 4. So.
No worries. Alrighty.
Regular hits. These are
all the rerolls. That's very nice.
That is looking pretty good, isn't it?
Cool. So you're dropping a few, but you're gaining another 7 or 8, 9 there.
Yeah, so
that's pretty handy, because if you can put those 20 of them through, that's what'll deal with.
So we got 9. I don't know if that's on. Is that the dice can't pick that up?
You can't pick those up.
Oh, okay. So it was 9 6s, which means 9 wounds so far, and then they come back in as explodes.
Yep. Very nice. So 9 warriors are dead because there's no saves against that.
I'm now wounding you on 3s, and basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to slow roll just because I really want to kill you.
So you need 11 of these to be 3s.
11 of these. So the only there's a couple of I don't have any more miracle dice, so I can't use a stratagem that would let me manipulate miracle dice, but I can CP reroll. So basically, I'm just going to roll a bunch.
Yep. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 so far. So you need 3 more. 9, 10, 11. That's the unit wiped. And that's how to kill 20 warriors, turn 1. Cool. So because the entire warrior unit is dead, I can't roll reanimation protocols for it. So yeah, good stuff.
Well, that was the goal, and to be honest, I think there might be some mathematicians out there. I think I don't kill them 100% of the time. Well, obviously, I think I probably kill them 4 out of 5 times. I think there's worlds there that I don't actually get them. Don't roll enough 6s. Don't get enough explodes. But I'm happy that I popped the strat. I think the strat really helps.
Yep, definitely.
Okay, so cool. I might pile in. Can you fall back and shoot with that guy? Or no?
I can't fall back and shoot.
Okay, so I will just pile in there and tag him.
Cool. I will need to check its combat profile because I don't put them in combat. Where do we have Canoptic Doomstalker? Has 3 attacks, big and scary. Has 3 attacks, hitting on 4s, which is 3s, because it's near the cryptek that has the control thingamajig. It is hitting on 3s. So 2 hits, and then it is strength 6, so 3s to wound.
2s to wound.
2s to wound,
yep.
3s?
2s, because they're T3.
Gotcha. So 2 wounds, and there's no AP.
So no 6 up invulns. And what damage are they?
They'll just be damage 1.
So 5 plus to ignore.
Oh, there you go.
They ignored.
Lovely.
There you go.
Alrighty.
All right, so I roll a miracle dice because I killed something in the assault phase. I get a miracle dice, so we'll roll that. It's a 3.
Cool.
I'm going to put them in here so that they can see with the dice cam.
Up here's fine.
Up here, up there. Okay.
Yep. There we go. There. Lovely.
All right. So secondaries. Yep. Leap of faith for 1 point because I did 2 acts of faith.
Okay.
Yep.
You raised 3 banners, yes?
Yep.
All right. Defend the shrine.
Defend the shrine for 3 points.
Awesome.
Very nice.
That's me.
Cool. So over to Necrons turn 1, going up to 2 CP.
And I'll roll a fresh miracle dice as well.
Yep. Cool.
Another 3.
All right, handy. You got 3 armor saves, so
there you go.
Could come up. Alrighty. So, unfortunately, the warriors died, but so be it. I do need to deal with these Repentia in order to clear you out of this quarter, because that's one of my secondaries. And for grind them down, if I can kill the Repentia and something else, I'm going to score that.
Yep.
Eyeing up those rhinos as fairly easy targets for the destroyers.
Yep.
So that should be interesting. Then we have So that's purge the vermin, grind them down, and then I also need to do ancient machineries. I'm only going to get to do that on 1 objective, so be it. In the command phase, I'm going to pop My Will Be Done onto the big brick of 20 warriors. I was hoping that the other warriors would still be there with 1 or 2 of them to resolve and so on, but they're not. So the other My Will Be Done can't go on anything. Doomstalkers aren't core. Fair enough. And then the Technomancer can't heal anything. I'll put the 5-up invulnerable save on the big brick of 20 warriors to make them a little bit more durable. Yes, you can turn it off, but if you don't have the CP to do it or something like that, then that's handy. And then we'll crack on with movement. So these warriors are basically just going to swing around this way, making sure they've got some models on this objective, and they will start the Awaken Ancient Machineries action, because they can still shoot afterwards thanks to my protocol. And I'm going to try and make sure that as much of this is screened out, because then, yes, you can drop Zephyrim, but then they have to be over that way, which will ideally be very visible to some Doomstalkers. So they'll sort of string most of the way back across here in order to both get some shots on Doomstalkers and also be within 6 inches of all the Doomstalkers. And these guys will just move through the terrain.
So they'll be able to shoot Repentia, right? Because they're doing the action, and that's cool.
Yeah, and the Doomstalker's going to fall back because I really don't want that thing in combat.
No.
It's not a vehicle, so it can't shoot into combat. It just hangs out. These Scarabs are going to screen up this way. They're going to hang out. In fact, they don't even need to be up there. They can be down behind here. They don't want to take chip fire as well. The 2 Doomstalkers that aren't in combat are going to stay put, because otherwise they get bad. This one, however, is just going to have to fall back. I'm just going to bring back out this way, open up the Repentia for some shooting. This Catan Shard, move it 8 inches.
Here they come.
All the way around there. It does fly, because it's a monster, it can't end its move on terrain features, other than area terrain, so it can't be up there. It's going to be within range of a couple of things, Rhino and Repentia. The Heavy Destroyers, this is an interesting one, because I need to make sure that I'm still screened, but 36 inches is plenty of room there. So the Destroyers I quite like, because they're such big bases, I can use them to help screen out areas of my deployment zone and still have them pushing forward, doing damage, sitting in terrain. They're infantry, so they can go wherever they want, and they fly and move 10. So that should be essentially impossible for you to show up anywhere.
I wasn't going to let it happen.
All good, cheers. And then the Nightbringer, getting real angry. It's going to come up here.
I like that model. It's very, does it come with that lightning looking stuff on it? Or
it's a print that I'm not going to repeat the name of the sculptor for obvious reasons, but it's very cool. It's, yeah, absolutely. It's definitely, I wouldn't say that it's easy to find if you Googled it on the internet, because I probably shouldn't say that.
Yeah.
But it's very cool.
But it exists.
Yeah. Now, which models do you have on this central objective?
Just Celestine.
Just Celestine?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to advance these Scarabs. 5 inches.
She's got a 6-inch right intervene, just letting you know.
Cool. They're going to stay comfortably outside of that range.
Yep.
And just touch outside of the objective. Because their objective's secured, they'll take that off Celestine, who is not, I believe.
Correct.
Cool. And they're just going to make sure they stay away from the Repentia as well. And that should be within 2, just in there. Cool. Doomstalkers stay put. It's all good. Thank you, mate. Doomstalkers stay put. The characters, just make sure they're within range of everything they need to be, which they are. I'm going to move the Technomancer over this control node, 9 inches. Should be fine. Over this way here. Just jumping outside of the Nightbringer. No, I can't go over there because then it's out of range of that.
Dalton, question from Charlie.
Hey, Charlie, what's going on?
Dalton made it clear that the base of the Nightbringer isn't actually the size of the base.
Yes, so the Nightbringer's on a big old base, which is, I think it's on a 90mm base at the moment, because the model's a lot larger than the official one. But on the base is a little round bit of rock that's 40mm that we're able to use that. We had a chat beforehand, and we're just using the larger base.
We agreed to use the larger base just for simplicity.
But the model, because the model's on a big base, I've made sure that the proper base size, which is a 40mm base for a Nightbringer, is visible on the base and can be used for tournaments and stuff.
It is a bizarre base size.
Yeah. They need new models.
Yeah.
They really do. And that's going to be pretty much it for movement. Everything's pushed forward to where it needs to be. I'm lined up to hopefully wipe out these Repentia and maybe a Rhino and score points. So I am going to start with the Catan powers. With the Transcendent Catan, Antimatter Meteor will affect the closest... sorry, I won't do that. I'll do the Catan Shard of the Nightbringer first, because Sky of Falling Stars matters because of unit size.
Yep.
And I don't want to reduce your unit size first.
Fair.
So if you're running Catan powers, make sure that Sky of Falling Stars is always the first one you do, because unit size
It's almost
affects how
no
it works.
downside to doing that, right?
Exactly, yeah. They're always going to affect the same things, unless you're thinking about needing visible targets to be certain ones that are nearer.
Gotcha.
But Sky of Falling Stars doesn't need line of sight. So it's very rare that it'll ever come up that you don't want to do it first. So you choose 3 units within 24 inches, and then roll a dice. If you roll under their unit size, and not a 6, they take mortal wounds. So it'll be the Zephyrin back there.
Green Repentia.
The green Repentia, and the Repentia right up here in my face.
Great.
So I'll start with the ones in my face, needing to roll a 1 to 5. Yep. And they take D3 mortal wounds.
Yep.
Which will be 2.
And they get a 5 up to ignore.
Yep. Cool.
Kills 2.
2 Repentia. Then I'll do the green Repentia, which are still within 24, all the way back over here. Again, needing a 1 to 5. Nope, it's a 6, so it doesn't work. Then going on to the Zephyrin back here.
Yep.
There's more than 5 of them, so 1 to 5. Yep. Taking D3 mortal wounds for just 1. And they don't have the Feel No Pain.
No.
Cool.
Take that one actually here.
Alrighty. Then, because you've got to do all the Catan powers from the same Catan together, Gaze of Death from the Nightbringer. 1 enemy unit within 9 invisible, which will be these guys here. Roll 3 dice. For each 4+, they take D3 mortal wounds.
Yep.
So they're going to take 2 D3 mortal wounds.
Nice.
So this has the potential to be amazing or terrible. So 5 mortal wounds. Hey, make 2 of them. Cool. So look, that's pretty good. The Nightbringer's dealt 5 mortal wounds to that unit and 1 to the Zephyrin.
Just replace these models with the correct ones.
Yeah, go for it. Then cracking on with the Transcendent Catan. Antimatter Meteor affects the nearest visible unit, which will have to be the Repentia. So on a 3 to 5, they take 3 mortal wounds. On a 6, it's 3 plus D3. I can't see what that is. It's a 6. So it's 3 plus D3. So it's 5 more mortal wounds. Cool.
And that's them.
That's them dead. All right.
So is that in the, what phase is that?
This is the movement phase.
Okay, so I'll get a miracle dice for them dying at the end of the phase, which is it now, or you still got other stuff
almost.
to do,
I've got one more to go. Transdimensional Thunderbolt, which is 24 invisible, can't be a character, etc. Needs to be visible, which is only going to be this Rhino or maybe the Zephyrin through there. And then it does, on a 2+, it's D3 mortal wounds, and then it splashes. So I could do the Zephyrin and splash to other stuff around here, which the more I look at it, the more I think that might be handy. You've got a lot of characters, a lot of high-value targets, and I'm not worried. This, I don't think, is going to start rushing towards me. So I'm actually going to choose the Zephyrin. On a 2+, they take D3 mortal wounds. Yep. So D3 mortal wounds on the Zephyrin for 3. That's all right, cool. And then
this is why
here it comes.
This is why I don't like to play Crons.
Yeah.
I was just about to.
Oh, you'll kill all the warriors, you'll kill everything else, and the Katana will just wander around wiping the army. That's a little.
Well, that's the plan, right?
Now then, every other unit within 3 inches of the Zephyrin, on a 4+, take 1 mortal wound. So it'll be no longer the Rhino because you've pulled that, but it should be the Triumph, Celestine, and the Palatine. So on the Triumph, on a 4+, takes a mortal wound. Celestine takes a mortal wound, and the Palatine does not take a mortal wound.
Okay, we're using the little wound counters.
Yes, I've got those just here.
So we'll count up or down?
We usually count down to make it easier for everyone. Not sure how many dice you need for each of these things.
So, Jay, would you put this as a bad, like, Necrons in general?
I think not necessarily all Necrons, but 1 Catan is like annoying. 2 Catans, I think, makes it a red. But I'm not going to complain because if you're playing Sisters, especially in a singles meta, you have to be able to play Crons. Like, it's just a thing that you're going to have to expect to happen.
Yeah.
So with our Triumph starts on 18, so she's going to go down to 17.
Cool.
And then we've got Celestine, we lose a wound on one of the girls.
Yep. No worries. Okay, so I do have range on that Rhino as well, which is nice, but I'm not going to have line of sight from that Destroyer. Okay, so with that wrapping up movement, because it's all in the movement phase, which is really nice for other phase lock characters.
So I'll quickly roll a miracle dice. So 3, another 3.
3 3s. Okay, so because it all happens in movement, it's actually really good against other phase lock characters because you can do mortal wounds with Catan.
That's sweet.
And then shoot them with Necrons, and then punch them with Catan. Yeah. So that said, it also means that most of my shooting is not going to hit anything because the Repentia are dead. So I can focus on, if I can down a Rhino,
you get
that's points.
Yeah.
So what I think, so there's Sacrosancts in this one.
Correct.
And there's Novitiates in that one.
Novitiates.
I think the Novitiates are more valuable for me to have out in the open because they're obsec and they're like blendy. Sacrosancts are more like damage hitting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with the 3 destroyers, putting everything into the Rhino. So they're going to be hitting on 3s, rerolling 1s because of hatred everything. And then they are strength 9, so wounding on 3s. -4, so you'll be saving on 6s. And then D3 plus 3 damage each. Rhino has 10 wounds.
Correct.
Right, hitting on 3s. Beautiful. And then wounding on 3s. Now I'm going to hold 1 in case I want to reroll it. I could spend 2 CP on extermination protocols to reroll all wounds. I just don't think I need it with this low strength, this low number of shots. All right, so 1 wound so far, 2 wounds.
What's the damage on them?
3d3.
3d3 damage.
Yep. So you get 2 of them going through, AP -4 down to -3.
Yep.
Puts you on a 6+ save.
So just to rationalize, just for the viewers, basically what I'm thinking is if this Rhino dies, by eye, it looks like an emergency disembark will actually let me get Novitiates onto that objective to hold it over the Scarabs.
Yep.
So before I make the decision, I just want to see like if I can do that. So let's see if I've got 6-inch disembark. Yeah, definitely.
Definitely. And you only need
3.
1. Because you're obsec and I'm obsec, we'll cancel obsec. And because you've got...
I've only got 1 model.
Oh, I thought you had one
so
of the sisters.
I'll need to have, to hold it, I'll need 4.
2. Because I've only got 2 Scarabs on it and they're not double obsec.
Okay, so I need 3 models, so 2 more.
Yep.
So based on that logic, so because even though Dalton getting grind them down, obviously him killing that gets grind them down, I would rather get the hold more and keep my banner up. So I'm actually going to, with those 2 wounds, just take a 6-up invuln. Well, it's going to be 6-up invuln anyway, isn't it?
Well, my question is...
So I'll take the armor save.
Would you not use miracle dice on the saves?
Fail.
To automatically fail the saves and also proc your...
Yep. Well,
things there?
so basically, that's pretty smart. So what we're going to do is we can only use 1 miracle dice per phase unless we're using a simulacrum.
Gotcha.
So we're going to roll...
So the Repentia having...
Well, basically what I can do is... normally I've got an invuln, so I could use a 6-up invuln, but I'm going to use my armor save. And what AP are you?
-4.
So that will just go... Oh, no, it would be a 6-up
Still
anyway.
a 6-up regardless.
So 6-up it is. So we're going to roll our first one. It's a 5. And I'm going to take your advice and just use a 3.
Now, presumably, you would have failed that one with a reroll if you'd rolled a 6.
Yes.
You could have
I could have CP
reroll.
rerolled, or what you can actually do is Moment of Grace it down. So Moment of Grace, the stratagem to adjust dice. You can actually also reduce the value, not just increase.
So Moment of Grace is a stratagem where you spend the CP, you then spend a miracle dice, but instead of using the value of the dice, you change one of your rolls.
And I
plus
believe
or
you
minus
can
1.
go. You can go down as well. I believe you can. I mean, you definitely used to be. I'll actually just check because I don't want to give people bad advice.
Well, while you're doing that, I'll roll my damage out for that one. Because I do still want to kill it, even though what he's saying is all well and good. I do want to kill it, and then I want to shoot the Novitiates. So 3d3 damage from the first shot. Does 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wounds. Now you've got 10 in total?
We have 10 Novitiates. 10 wounds, yes.
10 wounds. And did you take one from the model wounds? No.
No.
So you've got 4 wounds left. Only do another 4 wounds. The second one.
Just killed it?
Just kills it. Almost failed, which would have been annoying.
Okay, I'm just checking this because just for the purposes of that advice.
Because if you can, it's a really interesting one to have in your back pocket for when stuff like this happens.
Yeah, just to be able to make these plays confidently.
Yeah.
Knowing that you can adjust the variance of it.
If you want to keep going, I can look that one up.
I've almost got it. Moment of Grace. No, you can't. You can't. You can only add value.
Okay.
So it's good that we clarified that.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the last one you could go down. But
it's almost disappointing because it'd be a nice little thing to have in your back pocket every now and again. Like very rarely it'll come up.
So we're gonna notch the CP. So we're gonna 1 CP for the emergency disembark down to 4.
Because this lets you move 6 inches rather than 3 inches when you fall out. But it also means that models die on 1s and 2s.
Correct.
Cool. Oof.
So we've got 3 dead.
Yep. So 7 of them will pop out. And do you explode with the Rhino, by the way?
Yeah, let's roll that.
You love explosions? No, not quite. Cool. So you only need to get 2 of them onto the objective. because you've already got Celestine there and I've only got 2 Scarabs, it'll take the objective
And
off
I'm
me.
just conscious of what still can shoot. Yep.
So the main other threat is the Doomstalker here, which you might be able to get everyone out of line of sight of.
Yeah, because I just need the 2, so we'll put the 2 like... Obviously, I'll stay off that terrain as to not allow anything to shoot through.
Oh, absolutely. And then everyone else will sort of cluster up behind them.
Yeah, we'll just come out.
Making sure that they're not
So in some ways losing those models, but I think I would have maybe been able to hide anyway. But we're just going to chunk in there, stay out of line of sight of that shooting.
Yep, makes sense.
I'm going to come back here.
Cool. So that's very nice. There isn't anything else that can see them. As far as other shooting goes, the Doomstalker that now can't see the Novitiates can see your Sacrosancts back in that building. It can't see Katherine or anything like that. And I assume... Oh, Katherine is not character protected, is she?
She, right now, is still because of the 3...
because of the bodyguard?
No, the Zephyrim are just the unit of 3.
She has more than 9 wounds.
She gets bodyguard rule.
Gotcha. So she has bodyguard, so she can't do that. Cool. So this Doomstalker then probably can't see anything else either. That's fine. So be it. So the only thing that can still shoot is the one Doomstalker shooting into the Celestine Sacrosancts in this objective back here. D6 shots. 4 shots. Not bad. Hitting on 3s because it's got the +1 from the Canoptic Control node. All right, all hit. Strength 10, so 2s to wound. All right, so 2 1s, very nice. But 2 wounds. Now these are -5, but you've got 4 up in vulnerable saves. Okay.
Kills 2.
All right. I'll take two more Sacrosancts. Alrighty. And I believe that's going to be everything. I haven't got any charges anywhere. The Scarabs advance, they can't charge, and I don't think I'd want them to anyway. The action back here will complete in my next command phase. Yeah. So for secondaries...
So before you do that, just in the morale phase...
Ah, yes.
So we're going to... We've lost 4 of our Zephyrim, but because I'm within 6 inches of St. Katherine, I'm fearless.
Cool.
However, the Novitiates are not within 6, and I'll just double check that. No, they're not within 6.
Cool.
Let me just get a slightly better bird's eye view.
Double check that one there.
Because I kind of actually want to not be in 6. So
that would be 6 there.
Can you see if that's in?
I can't see the number.
Yeah, it looks like it's just out. 6 is there.
Yeah, so I'd say you're out.
Okay, so I'm just going to use one of my 3s.
Yep.
And that will be a second miracle dice for the player turn, which is 2 points.
If they weren't out, I'd be happy for you to just shove them out a bit because you had the opportunity.
I would have just, in that case, I would have just used the 3 on another thing like my Sacrosancts.
Gotcha,
Even though my Sacrosancts can't fail with 2 casualties.
Okay, yeah.
I would just use it anyway.
Yep.
So that's 2 miracle dice used in the player turn, which gives me 2 points because it's your turn.
Now, my question then is, you had the Simulacrum on the Novitiates, so you can use an active phase twice per phase.
Correct.
Would you not still use that on a morale check for them and then also
I was thinking to do that.
Because that would be 3 points instead of 2.
It would just get me an extra point, but I kind of want the miracle dice at this point.
Fair enough.
I think getting to the 2 point, just getting to get the 2 is fine.
Yep.
Having that extra miracle dice like lubricates me getting to more in the future.
Yep.
So I think you're right in that it banks me a point, which is kind of good, but it might be the difference between me getting to that 2 point threshold in the future. So I'll keep it for now, but I think it's fine to use it. Okay. It would be perfectly reasonable.
Fair enough. Cool. So secondary-wise, for Purge the Vermin, you're not in 2 quarters. Ed, would you be able to double-check how that one scores for me? I believe it's just 1 point for every quarter that you're not in.
All right. How about did you grind?
I did grind them down. I killed a Rhino and the Repentia.
Yep.
Ancient.
So 3 points for that. So Ancient Machineries is ongoing. I have 1 action currently occurring.
Okay.
So yeah.
Going back to you, Jess. How many objectives are you holding?
I'm holding 3. So
You are indeed.
Holding more.
Sorry.
You are indeed. Sweet 12 points.
Yeah.
Okay, and then banners is still 3, yeah?
Yep.
Did I take the banner down when I took that objective off you?
No, because it comes down in the command phase now. So it will
okay.
come
Not
down
not
now.
as soon as I hold it. Gotcha. Cool.
Okay. Did you score additional any leap or something?
I got 2 points for leap, so it should be on 3 now.
Okay.
Yep. Cool.
So Purge the Vermin.
Yep.
At the end of your turn, so 1 victory point for each table quarter that has no enemy units wholly within it.
Yep.
And you score 1 victory point if there are no enemy units within your deployment zone.
Oh, so I get 3 points for that one.
3 points, yeah?
Cool.
That's cool.
So what Ed just pointed out was Purge the Vermin. I score an additional point if there are no enemy units within my deployment zone.
That's such a good secondary.
It's so good.
Like
yeah.
just 3 points for just...
Well, you used to not be able to score at turn 1, which kind of toned it down, and it was 2 points for every quarter. Yeah. But yeah, it's so good.
It's cool.
Yep.
All right. Okay,
cool.
so onto my command phase.
Yep. Before the command phase, though, my protocol does change. I no longer perform actions and... Yep, Sister's turn 2. Very nice. I no longer perform actions while still shooting. That goes away. And instead, Eternal Guardian. So what this lets me do is either, if I don't move, I get light cover, or any unit on the board gets to hold steady or set to defend if it's charged, which is what I'm going to do this turn. Yeah. So if anything that gets charged, I can Overwatch on 5s, or, provided I'm overwatching, or get +1 to hit in combat afterwards.
Yeah. Great.
So cool.
Cool. Okay. Can Catans do, before we get to that, I'll roll my dice. So 2 fresh miracle dice, 1 for Katherine, 1 for the battle, for the player turn.
Yep.
So 5 and a 3.
Loving those 3s in the miracle dice today.
And then command phase abilities. We will, with our priest, we'll put Obsec on the Sacrosanct, and we're going to roll Warhammer on the Sacrosanct. I don't think it matters. In fact, I'm not going to, because I might hold it just in case I want to use it. Okay. Yeah, I was going to ask, does your Catan, if I get you in combat, can you use Catan powers in combat?
Yes, but I can't if I fall back.
Okay.
So I can stay in combat and just keep throwing mortal wounds around.
Yeah.
But if I fall back, I can't. So you do then get stuck taking mortal wounds, but you tie me up. Rhinos are very good at that. It's very worrying. Okay. Cool. So.
While Jess is doing some movement,
Yep.
I got a super chat for somebody who's anonymous, Mr. LV.
Super chat from LV.
Hey guys, love your work. And this one is for you, Jess. Jess, are you going to attend the new Risky Rollers competitive RTT at the end of this month?
I think so. What weekend
October
is it?
30th, so it's the last Sunday of the month.
I don't see why not.
It'd be great to have you there, mate.
Yep. Unless something comes up, which
of course.
It's hard to know, you know, when your life is as disorganized as mine. But if I'm free, I definitely will come.
Fantastic, mate. It'd be great to have you there.
Great.
Yeah.
All right, so just to talk through my, because obviously for the battle report, I am thinking and I think this is a really good thing for new players to do is, like, before you do anything, just start thinking through like what your goals are for the turn. Because once you know your goals, then you work on the outcomes to achieve the goals.
Yep.
So my goal, I'm trying to work out what my goals are before I even think about where I'm moving things and what I'm going to do. So I'm looking at like the middle objective. I've got Holmore already, so I don't need to deny the middle, but I still kind of want to kill those scarabs while I can. So I'll probably try to commit something to deal with the scarabs.
Yep.
And obviously we've got a pretty significant situation with this, the machine, what's it called? The secondary action?
Ancient machinery.
Ancient machinery going off here with the warriors.
Yep.
These warriors are vulnerable to being charged.
Yep.
I've got Repentia that might be able to hit them. Let's just see what that charge range would be.
Those Repentia are probably going to take 2 Doomstalkers because you're not going to be able to hide from them to hit those warriors.
Yep. So they're under 15 away. So it would be a 9-inch charge.
Okay.
I've got, I can obviously manipulate it with Kathy to get in with that.
And you've got Zephyrim that can have a 9-inch charge
I've got Zephyrim
as
that
well.
can go in as well. So I can impact the warriors. Just the question is, can I kill them as effectively as I did before? I don't have the 9-man Repentia unit. I've got the 10-man Zephyrim. I think the Zephyrim probably do a bit better than the Repentia. So what I probably want to do is get Kathy forward close enough to be able to give the Zephyrim the buff, the +1 hit buff. Yep, makes sense. I need something to deny the warrior Overwatch. I probably have to accept the Overwatch from the
It's worth pointing out those Doomstalkers will overwatch everything that charges multiple times per turn.
Yeah.
So, So
what I probably... can they overwatch if they're in combat?
No. Okay. Same as normal Overwatch stuff. If they're in combat, they can't.
So if I kind of get them in combat, maybe Celestine can tie up 2 of them.
Yep.
And then once 2 of them are tied up, the Zephyrim can get into that last unit and cop 1 of them.
Yep.
And then I need another unit, which will probably be those Zephyrim here, to absorb the warrior Overwatch. So the goal will be to deny the warrior Overwatch, get the Zephyrim into the Warriors, get Celestine to deny these two. That's probably the plan.
Yep.
So now that I've got the plan, I'll start trying to execute it.
Very nice.
So Celestine, thanks. Jump out.
Just keep it coming. It's good.
So she can get to about there.
Yep. Very nice. So it's also worth pointing out, just in case you want to hold off from one for the charge, this Doomstalker is the only one within 6 inches of these warriors. So if all you're trying to do is deny Overwatch, you don't need to hit this one.
Okay.
If you decide to hit that one as well.
That's cool. Thanks.
Oh wait, no, sorry. I'm saying that. I say that it'll still Overwatch you anyway because it's within 6 inches of the other Doomstalker.
Right.
So
okay, good point.
Don't mind me. I was trying to be like, oh, you can avoid that, but no, it'll still hit you.
Yep.
Never mind. Also, weirdly enough, because the Catan aren't Dynasty, you can charge the Catan without triggering the Doomstalker Overwatch.
Yep.
Because they only care about other Dynasty units. They're like, oh, it's a Catan getting a charge. I don't care.
That's funny. So let's make sure we get this happening properly. So we're going to have our Zephyrim drop here, and we need these Zephyrim to jump up.
Yep. This is a really good example of the way to sort of think through a turn at a tournament. And of course, we took some time to explain it, but at a tournament, you'd be, because you're on the clock, you'd be thinking this through during your opponent's turn. You'd be planning these things out, having to think about how you're going to react to it. And this is a really good example of that. You think about what you're going to achieve on the board in the game state and how you're going to score points. It's good to go over your secondaries at the start of each turn as well, and your opponents. Keep an eye on those.
So Kathy's going to advance.
4 inches, very nice.
So it'll be +1, so 5, so she'll get an 11-inch move.
It's a very speedy sarcophagi.
And this is obviously...
Do you think they ever like take the lid off and like sled down hills with it?
So she's infantry, so she can get through breachable. So she's going to come and plonk herself over here with that big advance.
Very nice. So it's a beautiful model too.
Yeah, Dean painted this actually. This
Did
is
he?
A Dean
Nice.
Sinbeck
Feel free
special.
to pull the plants out of there. Nice. Just pull the plant right out.
Oh, okay.
All right, there we go.
Cool. Up here for now.
Yep. She had some sisters walking in front of with a flamethrower, clearing out the brush.
Yeah, and I'll just kind of tilt her a bit.
Yep.
Okay, so what are we going to do with these Repentia?
Comment from Mr. Think for Yourself. Talking details while you guys are playing is very much appreciated.
No problem.
Yeah, absolutely, guys.
There's a 4 on the Repentia, so 10-inch move for them.
Yep.
And they're not going to be able to fully hide. So I might just kind of...
Yep. Might be worth sort of keeping them out of line of sight
well,
somewhere.
You know what I'm going to do? I am going to...
Going for that long charge as well?
No, they've advanced, so they can't charge.
course.
But I'm just thinking to try to force just you to put a bit of pressure on you for that secondary.
Oh, definitely.
So I'm going to come out, give
Yep.
some character protection to
St. Katherine.
Kathy.
It's really cool that she's bodyguarded by like anything as opposed to just Sacrosanct or something like that.
Yeah.
Whoop. There we go.
Does that just kind of come?
Just kind of clips in the front there. Yeah, you'd be right.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, you're putting a lot of pressure on there.
She's an interesting model, Kathy, because like you look at her and you like, even though she's not, I wouldn't say like a tier 1 option for obvious reasons, or for obvious, you know, because if she was, everyone would take her. She's still good enough that when you see her in play, you kind of think, okay, she's actually pretty decent. Because like what she's doing, what she's going to do this turn is quite a lot of force multiplication. And this is just, you know what, I'm going to use one of those
Grab
ones
one of the other
instead.
ones, yeah. We've had a casualty.
So for example, just for people that are listening and watching, whatever, people tend to take Val over Katherine, but Val can't do what Katherine's doing now. Like Katherine's giving quite good buffs to a unit that's deep striking. Val obviously's got a reroll 1's aura, but Kathy's basically locking in the charge. And you can see here I'm showing a 5 and a 3. If it wasn't for Kathy, I wouldn't actually be able to make this charge right now.
Yeah.
And it let me be quite liberal with my, you know how I used the 6 before to save the Repentia?
Yeah, you can hold on to that.
Yeah, I could have held it, but because I knew I had that 6 lined up, I could be a bit more kind of open with it. Okay, so we got her, we got that. What am I going to do over here? I don't know if I want to charge it. I think that seems like a bit of a
So
mistake.
in combat, it's swinging in combat.
Yeah.
But when it hits, it has, I believe it's, now I'm thinking about that. I think it's 6 attacks, hitting on 2s. It's only strength 6, I think.
Yep.
So it'll be wounding you on 5s. Then it's -4 D6 damage. So it's, sorry, 5 attacks, hitting on 2s, strength 6, -4 D6 damage.
-4.
So it'd be 6s again.
But
only wounding
on 5s and then D6. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll go for it.
I mean, I say that now, it'll just hit wound and kill it straight away, but numbers-wise, it should be fine.
So the goal's obviously like, because if I make it so you can't fall back,
Then I can't shoot the
then
rhino.
you're not shooting it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just trying to shut down the Catan powers a little bit.
Yep.
We'll just come forward a little bit into this obscuring terrain a bit here.
Yep.
And this time I am going to advance those yellow sisters.
6 inches. They're catching up, making up for lost time. They're speedy. They're zealous. They want to purge the filthy Xenos from Sanctuary 102.
Yep.
Apparently. Okay. So are you touching into the terrain with the sisters there?
There is a sister there in the terrain.
On purpose or just?
Just because I can't really get them there without it, to be honest.
Fair enough. Cool.
These Repentia will just shuffle up.
Yep. I mean, look, they're probably not needed yet. They're just hanging out.
Just hanging out.
Yeah. They watch the rhino get blown up, and they're like, well, I guess we're going to have to walk now.
What are those
Yep.
the scarabs like in combat?
Not great. They have 4 attacks each, hitting on 4s, 3s if they're within 9 inches of this guy.
Which they
probably are there, I think.
Yep.
Yep. So hitting on 3s in combat, they're only strength 3. AP nothing. Hit rolls of 6 automatically wound, 1 damage.
Okay.
So I wouldn't be scared of them.
So we'll come in with our vitiates, just breachable.
There is also a stratagem. I can spend 1 CP to just blow one up and do D3 mortal wounds.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't want to forget that one.
You know what?
Because it's hilarious.
I am not going to do that. I'm just going to hold that objective.
I don't think the scarabs are, like, they're annoying, but if you're going to throw something into them that might not clear them out, then it's probably...
because if you actually kill them and pile into me, there's a threat of you actually taking the objective.
Yeah, because there's only 7 there. I don't need to kill too many of them to do that. So yeah, no, fair enough.
Just come here.
Yeah.
Okay.
No need to just throw away a unit into me. Yes, the scarabs will survive longer, but that's probably fine. Cool.
Okay, so I think we've essentially done everything we need to do.
Yep. Those battle sisters are happy
I've
enough
still
back
got
there.
I've still got my Sacrosanths that can move here.
Yep. And your Zephyrim that for deep strike.
Yep. These guys will just pivot forward a bit. Okay. All right, so now we're going to deep strike our 10.
It's the purple ones.
Yep. Do you have a a intercept stratagem or anything like
Auspex
that?
scan style thing? Nope.
Okay, just checking.
The answer to, do Necrons have that thing that a lot of army... No. Always no. Necrons are semi-durable, and their shooting is fine at close range, but we have a good secondaries. That's about it.
Got one more. All right, so we're 9 inches, going to be 9 inches away, and the goal's obviously going to be to charge and then get a model within 6 of there.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. Shooting.
Yep.
The Rhino will just shoot your Catan.
Yep.
1 hit. Nothing.
Cool.
Celestine, the 2 bolt pistols from the Geminae to the Catan.
Yep.
2 hits.
Yep.
Nothing.
Cool.
Celestine didn't declare, so that's... Actually, she'll just shoot that other Catan. The one that she's within range of. So the D6 flamer shot, 6 shots.
Very nice. 6 hits on the Nightbringer.
So 5s.
It'll be 5s to wound.
2 wounds.
2 wounds, 4+ invulnerable saves. Pass 1, fail 1, so take a damage.
Yep.
So it puts it down to 8 wounds remaining. Cool.
Okay.
Now I'm assuming you don't want to shoot the warrior brick.
No.
Because that'll just make your charges harder.
I don't. I mean, I could probably kill one of them without reducing down to 9. Yeah. Because I've got an 11 anyway, right? Because I've got a 5 and a 6.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So I wouldn't mind killing a couple.
Okay.
So I will actually just confirm how many I can afford to kill.
Yep.
So at 11, yeah, I could basically kill 5 and I'd still get in.
Okay.
So I'll shoot the 10, my Zephyrum.
Yep. So if you kill 5 of them, then you're still in. If you kill 6 of them, then I can start pulling it, so you can't. Yeah. Okay. So I'm almost hoping that this goes really well for you.
Yeah.
Because if I can pull that many out and just be like, yeah,
well,
okay,
you don't have any secondary saves you can take, right? You only have the 4-up saves.
And then the reanimation protocols.
Yeah. Okay. So 10 shots.
Oh, sorry, and the 5-up invulnerable save.
Okay.
So I can make it slightly worse.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So strength 4, toughness 4, 4s.
Okay, 4 wounds.
4 wounds. So this can't kill enough of them. But I still kind of want to make it harder for you, force your way, same as before. So I'm actually going to voluntarily take it on the 5+ save.
Yep.
All right, so I only make 1 of them, so 3 of them will die.
Yep.
And there's no more shooting from the Zephyrum, are there?
No.
So I'll pull the 4 nearest to you.
Yep.
And then reanimate. Rerolling the 1 because they're warriors, and the 2 because of my constant protocol. All right, so 1 of them gets back up.
Kills 2?
Yep. So what'll happen there is the front 3 will die. And then 1 of them will get back up, which will be...
So what killed the 3rd one? Or did 3 die?
3 die, and then reanimation protocols 1 gets back up.
Okay.
And he gets placed within coherency of the warriors.
Okay.
So all I'll do there
back.
is I'll string back this way a little bit further, so that if this goes horrifically wrong somehow, I'm now within range of the 3 Doomstalkers for Overwatch.
Yep. Okay, I don't think I want to kill more than that. I think 3's healthy.
Yep.
That said, that's pretty much the shooting.
Yep.
So charging, we're going to begin with Celestine charging into those 2 Doomstalkers.
Okay, so both Doomstalkers, so I think all 3 Doomstalkers will hit you.
Yep.
So the 2 Doomstalkers that are getting charged are going to voluntarily set to defend, so Overwatch will be hitting on 5s.
And they can just do that.
Because of my protocol for this turn.
Yep.
So Eternal Guardian lets them do that. Undying Legions, which is, Eternal Guardian, which lets them set to defend or hold steady. I'm choosing to set to defend.
Yep.
And they can do that this turn, not next turn.
Yep.
Not next battle round. Undying Legion, the reroll extra one, is every battle round.
Sounds good.
So I'll do them together if that's all right.
Sure.
So D6 shots each.
Yep.
All right, 5 and 6.
Not bad.
Cool. So that's the 6 shots there, and then 4 there. Cool. And so these are all hitting on 5s. No rerolls. All right, not bad at all. So that's going to be 5 hits.
Yep.
Now these are all strength 10, so wounding on 3s. 2s. Okay. I'm going to hold 1 in case I want to CP reroll it.
Yep.
Only one of the... All right, so they're all fine. Cool.
5 wounds.
These are all -5.
Yep. So there'll be 4-up invulns.
Yep. Now, one of the Geminae is wounded.
So she'll just die as soon as she cops the hit.
Gotcha. So 4 pluses.
Yep.
Cool.
So that's 3 saves go through.
Yep.
So 2 will die. So first one will just die.
First one dies. Next one will take D6 damage.
Yep.
4 damage and dies. Yep. Cool. And then Celestine
takes D6 -1.
Takes 2. So how many wounds does she have left?
She's got 4 left.
4 left. Okay.
So I've got 2 wounds left to take.
Now you've only got 1 save that miracle dice that can make it, and if you use that, you don't no longer have your 11 charge.
Right. So we're not going to be doing miracle dice.
Okay.
Essentially.
Celestine does have a 4+ to just stand up again, doesn't she?
Yeah, at the end of the phase, but that's not going to help me with obviously what I'm trying to do with this Overwatch.
Doomstalkers are forcing decisions.
Yep, they're doing lots of stuff. So we're taking our next 4-up, which we pass.
Pass, all right.
And our last 4-up, which we just pass.
All right, then they've both got their Gauss flare arrays, which are rapid firing underneath them. Hitting on 5s, these aren't big damage. 5s, so 4 of them. Strength 4, so 3s or 4s?
Yep.
Toughness?
These are T3.
So 3s.
Yep.
Okay, so 2 of them. And now these are -1, but you ignore that. So I'm assuming a 2+ save.
So 2 ups.
Yep. Cool. Loves it.
Yep.
And then the other Doomstalker that does not have the 5+ to hit because it's not being charged. 4 shots. 6s. Nope. And then the 4 shots from the underslung. Okay, 1 hit.
Just
and 1 wound. Again, AP 1, but you ignore it.
swap.
Yep. Cool.
Guys, can you just let me know? Did I put up my CP? Did I put up my CP to 4, or is it now 5? It's 5. Okay,
cool. I don't think you've rerolled anything so far, so yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sweet.
Okay, so that was obviously pretty you rolled quite well, but I then rolled quite well on the back end to stay out, because that would have been pretty devastating if she died there.
Yeah. I wasn't expecting it to happen, but if it did, it would have been nice.
So I think it'll be like a 3-inch charge to get into both.
2-inch charge, I think.
Yeah, so
4
she's
inches,
in.
perfect. Cool.
Okay.
And I'm assuming you're staying out of heroic intervention range of the Nightbringer?
I would like to.
Yes. No, fair enough.
So we'll just come over here. Yeah.
Yep. Easy.
Okay, so now the next step is the other Zephyrum. So the 3-man Zephyrum will go into your unit of warriors.
Now I am going to spend my 1 CP here down to 2 for the warriors to Overwatch. Yep. And I think I should be able to get 18 that are on the board.
I'd imagine so.
To hit you. Yeah, they're all well within range. So there are 18 of them, so it's going to be 36 shots. Oof, it's a lot of dice to come out. 10. And then we go 20. And these guys are all also voluntarily going to hold steady, which is going to let them
hit on 5s.
Hit on 5s. This is one of my sort of strategies to Necrons is to leverage this ability quite a lot, because it just means that if I time it right and I can force this to happen, I can hopefully do a lot of damage with them. Okay. Oop. I've lost one in there. Would you mind? Thank you, mate. So these guys will be hitting on 5s with no rerolls there because they're Necrons. Okay, it's not bad at all. I'll start. That was a fail. Start pulling all these ones out here. Okay. It's okay. It's not the ideal.
Well, I don't really mind if they kill the Zephyrum, but I wouldn't mind just that extra Zephyrum or 2, obviously.
Definitely.
Damage, but I think you're going to kill me here.
Yeah, so the reason as well is like, yeah, all right, they're only 3 Zephyrum, they're not going to do the damage themselves, but having some damage output from the warriors first, wounding on 3s with strength 5, having some damage output from the warriors first is valuable, so feel free to roll those if you want. AP minus 2 with the
4 ups. So that's them dead?
It's already them dead, yeah. Cool. Okay, so having some damage output from them is good, and it means there are 3 fewer Zephyrum running around being a problem later on.
Yep.
Cool.
Okay.
And then, now obviously they don't need to, but the Doomstalker could also have Overwatched into them as well.
So I will now charge with our Zephyrum over there.
Yep. So the single Doomstalker that can Overwatch for free, because it's not in combat, will Overwatch. D6 shots for 2. Now it's blast, so it becomes 3 minimum. There's only 10 of them in the unit. Hitting on 6s, because it can't set to defend, because it wasn't charged. 1. Wounding on a 2. Yep. Minus 5.
Yep. So it'll be a 6-up invuln.
Yep.
A 4, and that will just be a model dead.
Yep. And then there'll just be the 2 shots from the flare array. 1 hit. And then 4, so 3s to wound. 1 wound, minus 1, so just your regular armor save.
Yep.
Cool.
Nah, it's not worth CPing that.
Cool. So look, 2 Zephyrum. All right, maybe not huge.
That makes a big deal. That's 8 attacks.
8 attacks is 8 fewer dead warriors, hopefully.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're going to.
I don't know why you started with the Chamisil soju. The grapefruit is so much better. Yeah. We're drinking some soju and stuff back here as well. The grapefruit soju, anywhere that isn't like Dan Murphy's, has grapefruit marked up to like $17 because it's the best. Period. Awesome. It just is.
So the 9-inch charge will still get me in. So I'm going to use turn a 3 into a 6.
Yep.
And then use a 3.
Gotcha. So you're just moving 9 though, which potentially makes it difficult for some of them to get in.
So let's just work it, because then I'm going to get the 3-inch move, so it'll be a 12-inch move. Will plus, 12 get me?
Plus the ½ inch to get in range.
12 should get them all in.
Yep, fair enough.
Yeah. So
I think if you still had the other 2 there, maybe some of them couldn't have gotten in.
Yeah, that's good, because I did take from the back.
Yep. which is the way to do it. But yeah, look, I'll take 8 Zephyrim to the face rather than 10.
Well, I actually think that might make the difference, and we'll find out.
I really
shortly.
hope so.
And yeah, I don't need to lose attacks to get within 6.
Cool.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, so I presume you want to start with
and
the Zephyrim?
we're gonna just charge here as well.
By all means, the Catan will glare at you angrily. That makes it in easily.
Yep.
Cool.
Okay. So we will start with our Zephyrim first.
Yep.
In terms of stratagems, we're going to pop Zealots. So Zealots are 2. I should have actually done that as I declare the charge. It's
That's
done.
fine, man. Go for it.
So 2 CP for that. It goes down to 1 CP if you're within range of a priest, but I'm obviously not, so it's going to cost me 2. So go down to 3. I'm also going to use +1 to wound. It's going to cost me another 2.
Yep. They have a 5+ invulnerable save currently.
Yep.
So keep that in mind.
So what's your toughness? Toughness 4.
Toughness
Right?
4.
Yep.
So you're wounding your strength.
Strength 4, so it'd be
Wounding on 3s.
And you know what? I'm going to use my last CP and just do the tear them down as well.
Which
That gives me the 6s to hit auto wound.
Gotcha.
So just for those listening at home, if I don't do this, I don't think and even this might not kill them, but any mathematicians out there could do the stats. I reckon I've got about a 50-50 approx.
I think you got a bit more than a 50 with this many attacks going in.
It'll be quite a lot of attacks. Because I'm hitting on 2s with the +1 a hit, I'm actually going to be re-rolling all my attacks because I actually mathematically gain damage for re-rolling because I'm hitting on a 2. If I get that 6 represents an extra attack and an auto wound.
Yep.
So I'll be re-rolling all my hits.
Very nice.
So how many do we have there?
That's 1, 2, 3. So that's 7.
We've got 1 more because so we lost 2 to Overwatch.
Yep.
So
you got
8 on the side, and then the
Sergeant
sergeant
is
plus 5 more. Yep.
Cool. Alrighty.
Okay.
So I don't have any defensive strats as Necrons. I can't make them -1 to hit or +1 save or anything. I'm going to sit here, I'm going to cop it, and then they're going to survive, and then I'm going to reanimate the whole unit.
You got
and then kill the
18,
Zephyrim.
right? So I need to kill 18.
Yep.
All right, let's see how we go.
Okay. So you're hitting on 2s.
Hitting on
6s
2s.
auto wound, but you're going to be fishing for those 6s. Cool.
Okay, so we'll pull the 6s out.
Yep.
So we only got 4 so far, which is
Okay.
not as good as that Repentia
Yep.
moment before.
And you're just going to reroll everything, fish for them?
Just re-rolling everything.
It's because those 6s are auto wounds in addition to an extra 1 going through. So why not? It's pure profit. Although with that many 1s...
So yeah, we kind of broke even here. It wasn't fantastic.
I think you still probably come out on top with those extra 6s in there.
Yeah, so we get some misses here.
Yep.
Okay,
Cool.
so we've got 8 auto wounds, and then they're
8
going to
auto
come back
wounds.
in. So 8 already.
Yep. There we go. Cool. These are all going to be wounding me on 3s because you're strength 4, but you're +1 to wound.
I'm just going to use a 3 with the miracle dice here.
Cool.
So 1 of them's just going to wound.
Very nice.
So we'll chuck that in the corner. We'll put it up here.
Yep.
And let's roll.
Alrighty. Okay. Do you have any rerolls to wound here? Or?
No, I'm just rolling them sequentially just in case I want a miracle dice. Reroll.
Yep. Okay. We can stop and count them out if you'd like.
It's not actually looking great. We'll take this one.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll scoop out the misses.
Cool. Interesting. So I'll be saving these on 5s, I assume. You've got AP somewhere.
Okay, so there's this many,
Yep,
plus
and
we
then
had 8.
8 more. I've got 8 here.
Yep.
I'll pop these down in there and I'll just roll these ones. So these will be saving on 5s. And I need to make... I didn't count these, so a number of them.
But I think you're going to be okay here.
Okay. So I'll roll these ones here and make an incredible number of 5+s.
Looking good.
So I've lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've lost 9 so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 9 dice left exactly. I will re-roll one if these all fail.
Yeah.
No. But I only pass 3 of them, so 6 die.
Yeah.
So I'm only left with 3 in total. Now, what I'm going to do is make sure that at least one of them is the one over here within range of the Overlord for next... ooh, that's interesting. Or do I leave some on the objective? What I think I do is I take a risk.
Yep.
I leave them on the objective because... No, I take them off the objective because I can reanimate them back on.
Yep, Dalton, so you know how before I used that dice, that's going to be all my miracle dice because I didn't actually pull them before, if I'm
Gotcha.
not mistaken.
The 5 and the 3.
So they're all gone now, yeah.
Gotcha.
But it is 2 acts of faith, though, so it'll be 1 leap point.
Gotcha. So I'm going to leave 3 Necron warriors here. I'm leaving them strung out in coherency away from the Overlord. The reason that I'm leaving them in coherency, because I could take them out of coherency, leave 1 on the objective, 1 near the Overlord, and there might be an argument for that, is in case my reanimation protocol roll goes horrendously wrong, if they're out of coherency, I have to start removing additional models anyway.
So you can reanimate from there, right?
Exactly.
And does that happen before or after my pile?
It happens before your pile in. And also, I'll pop these 2 as well. Sorry.
Yep.
So I'm going to reanimate 16.
Yep.
15 warriors, sorry. Because 2 are dead and 3 are left. So they'll be reanimating on 5s, rerolling 1s, because they are warriors, thanks to their number is Legion. And they'll be rerolling 1 additional dice, thanks to my current command protocol. So 16 of them, looking for 5s. Okay, so 3 so far, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them get back up with 3 natural rerolls and then 1 additional one there. All right, for 2 more, 7, 8, 9 of them stand back up. Okay, so that's pretty good. And what this will allow me to do is place 1 in there to maintain coherency and then string them out to the objective.
Take it back.
Take it back. So 1, 2, what am I looking at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now the reason that I need 1 on the objective is so my Ancient Machineries action completes.
Yep.
And then what I'll also do is just touch you like that so that you can't
do any
shenanigans and get any closer to the objective. And I'll put 1 there and 1 right there.
Okay.
So I've based the 2 models that are near the objective and sort of move blocked the others. Because Zephyrim aren't OBSEC, are they?
No.
Okay. But it means that if my OBSEC unit does die, you're not just automatically holding the objective.
And I'm not going to, like, there's not really any much point piling to give you extra attacks. So I'll just stay there. So
cool. No worries.
Okay, so I assume you're not interrupting me?
Look, I was tempted to throw Doomstalker into Celestine just to see if it killed her. But it wouldn't. Again, it's just a bad idea. I just want to do it because it sounds fun. But no, I'm not going to interrupt you.
Okay, so Celestine's going to fight one of those Doomstalkers. We'll go to this one closest to the objective.
Yep. It's having a really hard day. It was charged. Now Celestine's there. Oh, wow.
Okay, so that's...
That's what you did earlier.
So, yeah, I think I deserve that. That's 8 mortal wounds and 8 explodes. Sorry,
Okay.
8 mortal wounds and 4 explodes. So, so then we get these back into the hand.
Yep.
What's your toughness?
Toughness 6.
And how many wounds do you have?
12. So I've got 4 wounds left.
Do you have an invul?
I have 4 up invuln.
Okay, so I'm wounding you on 3s. So let's just roll. I've got no manipulation here.
Ooh, very nice.
5 wounds.
Yep. AP a bunch, I imagine.
AP 4. So T
And damage?
Damage 2 each.
Okay, so I need to pass 4 of these on 4 pluses. I'll hold 1 because
Just in case.
I haven't re-rolled. No, he's dead. Cool. And then explodes on a 6. Big explosion. No. All right.
I'll take that, to be honest.
That's fair.
Like that.
I think that's fair. You needed something to die.
Okay, so then I'll...
Your Rhino will...
Yep, and then I'll roll the Rhino.
3 attacks.
That's 4 attacks,
4 attacks.
as Bloody Rose,
Right.
but nothing happens.
Cool. All right. I'll do the Doomstalker because I'm thinking about it. 4 attacks on 2. Celestine hitting on 3s. Okay, 2 hits. Wounding on 2s. Toughness 4, yeah?
Yeah.
So 3s. 1 wound.
Do you mind as well if I
carry on, man.
Pile, like when I pile towards that unit, actually go into that objective? Just because...
by all means.
To stop the ancient machineries.
I can't do it in that objective anyway.
Oh, can't you? No. Oh, okay, never mind. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to.
Okay, sure.
I can't do it in that objective.
Yep, no problem.
So 1 wound on Celestine.
Yep. AP?
No AP.
Okay, so nothing.
Then I'll do the
strut me back there.
Catan. 5 attacks. Going to be hitting you on 2s and wounding you on 5s. 2s to hit. Yep. Standard. 5s to wound. 1 wound. -4. So 6 up
6
save.
up involved.
Nope. D6 damage. 4 damage. Down to 6. Cool. It's about what they do in combat. The warriors, however, the Zephyrim, in for bruising. Well, I hope so. I'm going to try. They're all based. So I'm just going to move these guys up in here. I can probably get there. I think I can get there. I'm not going to have anyone else that can. They'll stay close enough there. So I'm only going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Before it gets in there,
yeah, that'll be 9. Yeah.
Yep.
Fight and do the action as well.
You can fight if you're charged. I couldn't charge. If I charged, I would fail the action. It's in the core rules in the main action bit how they work.
Yep.
If you shoot, charge, fall back, anything like that. Yep. So I couldn't start the combat, but I can finish it. So 9 attacks. They are going to be hitting on 3s.
Yep.
No, 2s, I think, because I got +1 from I will be done. But I don't know if they hit on. Yeah, they hit on 3s in combat. So 2s to hit. Cool. And then they're only strength 4 against toughness 4, so 4s to wound. Alrighty.
Wait a second. It'll be 3s to wound because I'm T3.
All right, so I've still pulled 2 1s there.
So 6.
6 of them.
AP
no AP.
nothing. So 3 ups. Kills 2.
Okay. Look, I will take 2 dead Zephyrim in return.
Yep. And we'll stay within 6 of Kathy. Just come out here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so that pretty much is my turn. Morale, we don't have any morale there because we're within 6 of Kathy.
Yep, so they're fearless.
You have a morale on your warriors?
I do have a morale on the warriors. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. So they'll fail on anything but a 1, essentially. Yeah. My phone is going off. So they fail morale. I could spend 2 CP to pass it, but I'm about to resolve them anyway, so I'm happy enough with that. They fail morale, so 1 of them will run away. Then there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 of them left. Not under half strength. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So on 1s, more of them run away. So another 1 runs away. The 2 of them in total, what I'll actually do... So I can't quite pull them out of combat, I don't think. But I'll pull 2 of them that are there, I guess.
Yep, makes sense.
No, I'll leave 1 there for coherency. I'll take the other 1. I almost wish that 3 of them died just then.
Yeah, that would have been good, actually.
Because we could pull them out of combat.
I'm going to roll a miracle dice for killing you, for killing with
Doomstalker?
Celestine.
Yep.
It's 5.
Okay, nice. Cool.
So, Lawrence, I get a 1 point there for Leap of Faith.
And then how about your defense?
I get 3 for Defend the Shrine.
Awesome. Okay, how many objectives are you holding, Dalton?
I'm holding 2, so I'll score 8 points, which is nice. Awakened Machineries does finish now, because I am still on that objective.
Yep.
So I score 3 points for that one.
Okay.
So that's also very nice. And then we'll crack on. So I need to be doing Machineries again this turn, which I'll be able to move the Scarabs up and do that. And then I need to clear you out of these table quarters, which means killing the Zephyrim, Katherine, and the Repentia.
Yep.
Which is a lot, but I can commit and try and put some firepower in there. I can need to kill this Rhino for grind them down, and then I need to kill whatever gets out of the Rhino.
Yeah.
That said, that's probably not quite within my deployment zone there either. Not wholly within at least, so I'll still score my point for that. Okay. Cool.
Sounds good, man.
In that case, in the command phase, I'm going to gain a CP back up to 3.
Yeah. 1.
And then, so my protocol is, it remains the same, of course, because I went second.
I'll roll 1 miracle dice as well.
Yep.
3.
Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep. So there are precisely 10 warriors that have been killed or run away from that unit. So I'm going to use the Orb of Eternity from my Overlord on the unit of warriors to immediately resurrect them on 4s.
Yeah.
Now they're still rerolling 1s because they're warriors, and I do still have the extra reroll whenever they reanimate. So 4s. All right, rerolling the 2 1s and this 2. So 1 fail so far. All right, and 2 more fails. So it means that 7 of them get back up.
Pretty good.
Yeah. So what I'll do with these 7, because I can string them around and do different things with them, is how many novitiates do you have on that objective there?
On the objective, it looks like I've got 5.
5?
Actually, it was 6.
6, no worries. So I'll go with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, the reason that I'm doing this is because command phase happens before we score primaries, and that put essentially 6 new models on that objective for me, because I count as 2 models because they're already obsec. So I'll actually have 3 objectives in my command phase.
So you'll get whole more.
So I'll score 12 for that. And this is one of the jank things that these can do, is you want to string out and you can do stuff like this where you go, cool, I'm going to pop that objective off here in my own command phase. So they're going to do that, which will also take, it doesn't take your banners down, it's in your command phase if you don't hold it.
Which is going to be the case.
Yep. Cool. Other command phase things, the Overlord is going to put My Will Be Done on the Brigbicker Warriors and the Destroyers. The Chronomancer is going to put his ability for the Invuln and the reroll charges onto the Warriors as well. The Technomancer is then going to heal D3 Warriors for 3 and bring the other 3 back as well.
Back to full.
Back to full. So yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I feel bad, but also that was turn 1, so yeah. I'll just put some more over here to help block that out. Because you're going to be able to charge with anything anyway. I only need to move 1 model to fall back. So they're going to pop out there. So that unit's back to full 20 warriors. I'm disappointed that I haven't got the fallback and charge, fallback and shoot protocol active, but then the Overwatch kind of means they're still there, so that's fine. All right, on to movement. The Catan in combat is going to stay in combat, otherwise it can't do Catan powers, and I want to try and kill you with mortal wounds and then come at you. The Doomstalker that's in combat with Celestine is going to stay in combat as well, because I want to use mortal wounds from the Catan for the Nightbringer to kill Celestine so I can shoot afterwards. So I'll just move that one over there. So the Nightbringer will move its 8 inches. Oh, I could put the Nightbringer over into St. Katherine. So I'm going to have a very quick look and a think. So I can put Antimatter Meteor into St. Katherine.
Okay.
Transdimensional Thunderbolt into Celestine. I think what I want to do, I'll move the Nightbringer this way. So it's going to be right behind these warriors. And, sorry, the Nightbringer also heals a wound back up to 9, because living metal. So it's still within 9 inches of Katherine. So it'll be able to throw Gaze of Death down onto her. And the Doomstalker that's in combat with, not Katherine, Celestine. I keep messing that one up. Will stay in combat. These heavy destroyers, they're all within range and line of sight of St. Katherine, as well as, I guess, the Rhino. Once the Rhino and St. Katherine are dead, they're not going to have any good targets. They're just going to hang out. They're going to stay screening this back area here, and this one may even just move around here just to make sure there is no nasty 10-man Zephyrims dropping down in my backfield over here. What I'm going to do is these Scarabs are just going to do a cheeky little string over here, so they're going to sit on the objective, and they are going to perform the Awaken Ancient Machineries action. Because again, because I managed to move up and stop you from getting on the objective, you don't have models on the objective to stop me doing the action. So those Scarabs are going to do that, and also just sort of string out in such a way that makes placing Zephyrim as difficult as it can possibly be. So they're going to do a weird sort of thing like that. This Doomstalker is staying put. I think the Warriors probably need to stay in combat, because I think I want to shoot St. Katherine and the Repentia. And I think the Warriors want to then be able to sort of move forward and try and hit Zephyrim. Yeah, there's 6 of them. So this is where I'm hurting not having a Royal Warden, because I can't fall back and shoot.
So you're saying if you fall back with the Warriors, you're losing their damage for all their damage for the whole turn.
But also, I kind of need enough firepower to kill stuff over here. I need the Doomstalkers to do work into your Repentia. And then I need Nightbringer and probably ideally these guys do work into St. Katherine. But what I might do is I might fall them back anyway and rely on my 2 Staffs of Light and the Aeon Stave here to actually do work. Because they do tend to help for that kind of stuff. And I'd rather do that, force you to charge them in Overwatch, than for me to just lose them straight away. So I'm going to fall back this single warrior to there.
Gotcha.
That's it. In fact, what I might do is I'll shuffle all the warriors down a line, and bring an extra one back there, so I've just got close to everything. And I'll just make sure, yep, everyone's within 18. The Chronomancer, I believe, needs to be a little closer. So it's within, well, within 8, but it'll be able to put its shots into them as well. The Destroyers can hit everything they need to. That's what it is. Playing a very, not even a defensive game, just a stop the tide sort of thing at the moment.
I bounced off that. That's, you know, that was pretty obviously a huge moment. It's not feeling good to be in my shoes right now. And the Catans haven't even really done, oh, they did a bit, but it's only turn 2, so.
Yeah. Speaking of Catans, end of the movement phase, the Nightbringer is going to throw the Gaze of Death onto St. Katherine.
Yep.
So you're within 9 inches and you're visible. 3d6, every 4+, you take d3 mortal wounds. Cool. Come on, big old dice. All right, taking 2d3 on Katherine, on Celestine.
Oh, on Celestine.
Sorry, I'm not in range of Katherine. It's Celestine is the other name.
Right.
So d3 for the first one. I don't know why I'm rolling one at a time. 1, 2, 3.
Yep. So she's got one left.
Yep. She's got no feel, no pains or anything like that. Okay. So then I'm going to put Sky of Falling Stars into the Styx Woman Zephyrim, the 10-man Repentia, or 8-man?
8-man.
8-man Repentia, and the 7 novitiates that are left there. So into the 6-woman Zephyrim, rolling a 2.
Yep.
So it does go off. So they take d3 mortal wounds for 2.
2.
Into the 8-man Repentia, needing a 1 to 5. The 6 fails to go off and doesn't wound them. I think they did the same thing last turn. And then into the novitiates, another 6. So they also don't take the mortal wounds.
A little bit, isn't it?
That's what it is. They had an amazing last turn.
Yeah, true.
So this Catan is going to put, choose Transdimensional Thunderbolt. Now, Transdimensional Thunderbolt written into it has its own version of Look Out Sir, which is the old version of it, but it doesn't work with the new bodyguard stuff. And Celestine's out on her own anyway.
Okay.
So I'm going to choose Celestine. On a 2+, she takes d3 mortal wounds. Yep.
So she dies.
She dies. And then at the end of the phase, you'll get to try and resurrect her. Which is fine, but she can't be in combat when she resurrects, can she?
No, she comes out of combat.
Yep, which pops the Doomstalker out of combat, which means it can now shoot at stuff as well, which is very key. And then there's no other enemy units within 3 inches, so there's no splash damage. Then Antimatter Meteor, which must target the nearest visible unit, which has to be the Rhino, because I'm still in combat. I get to roll on a 3 to 5, it's 3 mortal wounds. On a 6, it's d3 plus 3. All right, so 3 mortal wounds. Down to 3 remaining. Cool. So this is why the Rhino into the Catan's useful, because I can't shoot the Rhino. The Catan's stuck there. But I have to stay in combat if I want to do that, which I think is clutch. So at the end of the movement phase, Celestine tries to
on a 2
resurrect.
We've got our dice cam.
2+. Do it. There we go.
Just get there.
Cool.
She'll come up as close as possible, so it'll just be just out of combat.
Just out of combat there.
With 6 wounds remaining.
Very nice. Is that her full complement of wounds?
Back to full wounds, yep.
Cool. All right. So that's nice. And that can only happen once per game, yeah?
Correct.
Okay. So I've killed Celestine for the first time. I'll have to do it again. So over into shooting. I think the important ones to start with are probably the Doomstalkers trying to clear those Repentia. So the Doomstalker that is furthest away is going to put everything it's got. It's going to put its big gun into the Repentia and its little flare arrays into Celestine.
Okay.
So the flare arrays into Celestine, rapid firing, hitting on 3s because it's within range of the Technomancer. All right, 1 hit, lovely. And then it's going to be wounding you on a 4. Yep, 1 wound.
T3, just.
Oh, T3, so 3s.
And AP nothing?
AP nothing. AP 1, but you.
So she's good.
Yep. All right, and then the big gun, D6 shots, 4, which is more than enough for blast. So hitting on 3s. Okay, the 1s are annoying, but it's fine. 2s to wound. 2.
These are 6-ups.
6-ups.
2 go through for damage.
D6 each.
Yep, just roll, because I've got 5 up FMP. So I'll roll the 1.
Yep.
Nope. Kills 2.
Yep. Cool. And then I'll go with the other Doomstalker, which is going to do everything into the Repentia. Sorry, the big gun into the Repentia and the flare arrays into the 4 remaining Zephyrim chilling out in the front lines.
Yep.
So I'll do the Zephyrim first, hitting on 3s. Okay, so 3 hits. Strength 4, toughness 3s, 3s. All right, 2 wounds. These are -1, but irrelevant.
3 ups. Or do I have any in cover there?
You've got a couple in cover.
All right, so we'll take covers. So first one.
Sure,
Second one.
lovely.
Yep.
Cool. Alrighty, D6 shots into the Repentia for 5. Okay, hitting on 3s. Okay, 3 1s is again unfortunate. 2s. Alright, so 2 of them. And these are again 6 up invulnerable saves.
Yep.
Alright,
One
you make
passes and damage.
Damage is 2.
We'll see what happens. Might
Yep.
roll 2 5-ups, which I don't.
Almost. Cool. Alrighty. So it's 3 down, so you got 5 left in the unit.
It should be 4. I think you killed. Oh no, yeah, you're right. Sorry.
Yep, so 5 left in the unit. Cool. So, I need to kill another 2 of them to be able to shoot at Katherine.
3.
There's 5 in the unit?
Yeah.
Oh yes, 3. Yeah, 3. So I'm going to start with the Staff of Light from the Technomancer, which I need to double check that's what they're still armed with. Staff of Light, 18 inches, assault 3, hitting on 3s. 3 hits, strength 5, so 3s. Yep. Oops, sorry mate.
That's all right.
These are AP 2, so AP 1, but 6s.
And damage?
These are damage 1.
Okay. So kill 1.
Alrighty. The Chronomancer has the Aeon Stave, which is assault D3, and you can't take invulns against it, so out of spite, take D3 shots for 3. And it's blast, so I should have done that one first actually.
Okay.
But that's alright. So 3 shots, hitting on 3s. Okay, 2 hits, strength 5, so 3s to wound. Okay, 1 wound, no invulns, and
So
this does 1 damage.
So that kills 1. So
Yep.
we've still got 3 though.
Okay, so I need to kill 1 more. So I'll throw the other, the Overlord into it. Because if I kill 1, I can then put the 3 heavy destroyers into Katherine.
Right.
And try and do a lot of work there. So the Overlord, which should be hitting on 2s, because it's an Overlord. Yep. Lovely. Strength 5. So these are all basically the same weapon. 3s. Whoop, sorry, lost 1 there. Yep. So 3 6s.
Yep. And they're 1 damage each?
1 damage each. First one. Passes. Nice. Okay, so takes the wound.
Just trying to work out if I want to...
You can CP to adjust your die up
but then
1.
I've still got 1 left, which I'd get a 6 up, 5 up. But then the Warriors can't kill... So can you just run me through the quantity of shots?
So there's 1 shot each. They'll be
Yep,
hitting
so
on
3
2s,
shots, hitting on
rerolling
2s.
1s. Their strength
So
9.
she's -1 to hit, by the way, so she'd be hitting on...
Hitting on 3s, rerolling 1s.
Yep.
So their strength 9, AP -4, 3d3 damage.
Strength 9, AP -4, D3 plus 3.
3d3.
3D3. So you'd need like essentially 3 to get through to kill her.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not going to. So, yep. So we get 1 fail. So next one. So 2 FMPs.
Yep. Okay,
And
there's 2 more die.
2 dead.
So you've got 1 left?
1 left, yeah.
All right. So with 1 Repentia left, which lets me put all 3 heavy destroyers into the Triumph of St. Katherine. Now, this is an interesting one. So I can throw the 3 destroyers in. They're hitting on 3s. I have 3 CP, so I can reroll some. So I'm going to hold 1. So hitting on 3s, rerolling 1s in build.
You can just elect that you'll reroll 1 if you.
Okay.
You can.
I'll reroll 1 if I
if you
fail
need to.
just 1.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I'll reroll 1 if
You
I
can
need
do
to.
that. So guys, you can commit. If you commit to the CP reroll, as long as 1 fails, you can still fast roll it.
I'll reroll 1 of these.
So
Okay,
reroll the
which
2.
I need to do. So I'm going to spend a CP to reroll that 2. Into a 1. Lovely. Okay, so only 2 hit. These are strength 9. Your toughness.
So it'll be 2s to wound.
Toughness 4.
T3. They're just a bunch of girls.
Yeah. Okay. So 2s.
Nothing wrong with girls. But,
All right. 2 wounds.
Okay.
-4.
-4.
6 to save.
Yep. All right. So first one, 4 up invuln.
Oh, 4 up
Passes.
invuln. Yeah.
Yep.
Naturally.
And do I want to just miracle dice 1? I think that's 3d3 damage. We're just going to miracle dice 1.
Okay. Fair enough. Cool. There's not a lot I can do about that, so that's fine. Moving on then from shooting, because that's going to be everything, into combat. So, I think the big ones will be that the Nightbringer is going to try and charge the Triumph to try and put a lot of damage in. The Scarabs are going to have a think about trying to charge someone and throw out some mortal wounds. And then over here, no one wants to get near Katherine, say Celestine, but she's got her heroic intervention, so she's going to get into someone.
She's going to get into someone.
So I feel like I probably want to feed her someone.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I'm tempted to feeder the heavy... I don't want to feed her the heavy destroyers because they're currently screening for me. I'm tempted to feed her the Chronomancer.
Okay.
Because it's not really doing a whole lot for me. Okay, we'll see how that goes. To start with, I'm going to go with the Nightbringer. It's going to need a big old charge. I'm not sure what it is.
Where's this into?
Into the Triumph of St. Katherine.
Oh, okay. Yep. Oh, yeah, because it's got fly, so it just jumps over your models.
So 4 is not enough, so I'll CP reroll that. Down to 1 CP to get the Nightbringer in. Needing a big old... a 9 probably does it. Ooh, I reckon a 9 gets within an inch.
Yep, great.
Cool. So the Nightbringer zips over here. Nice and cinematic over there. And then we have... I think the Scarabs probably charge the Novitiates. You don't have the CP to interrupt. And I can probably kill enough for you that you're not going to wipe them in return.
Just letting you know that there's a source of fight last there, 3 inches. So you can still get in just out of 3 of...
Thank you, man. I think that'll be the way to go. The Scarabs are going to try and charge the Novitiates. Making it with a 7. And as Jez so helpfully recommended, they're essentially going to stay outside of the 3-inch fight last. They'll get over here. I might only get two or 3 of them into fight, but I think that's probably still fine.
Yep.
If I kill 1 or 2 Novitiates, I think you're going to struggle to kill the Scarabs in return. Over here, the Doomstalkers don't want to go in. I think I do. I think I'm going to try and charge the Chronomancer into Celestine. That way you can't heroically intervene into
destroyers
or
the other thing. Yep. Fair enough.
So the Chronomancer into Celestine. And 11 inches definitely does it. So, all right, is an angry Chronomancer. It's going to come around here. And I'm going to base you specifically so you can't move in anywhere.
Do any shenanigans, yep.
Yep. And I believe that's going to be it for charges. The Warriors can't because they fell back. So we'll move on into combats. Now, you can't interrupt anywhere.
Nope.
And your only source of fights last is out of range.
Correct. Okay.
So we'll work our way up to the Nightbringer. Because he's the one that actually matters. We'll start with the Chronomancer, because he's going to be a hero before he dies. Where did I put that data sheet? There we go. 1 attack. Hitting you on a 3. He hits. The Aeon Stave in melee.
Okay.
You can't make invuln saves against it.
Okay, well that's useful.
Strength 4.
I don't know if that's actually useful.
3's to wound. Nope.
Right.
Cool.
Okay. So she's just like looking at him. She's giving him just like a weird look. She's like, okay.
It's like, what's going on here? This one can't do it till later. The Scarabs will just pile in. I'll get 1 in there, 1 in there. I can probably get 3 in. This one back here is going to have a lovely old time. So 3 of them have 4 attacks apiece. I could spend a CP here to blow 1 of them up, which is pretty funny. But I usually reserve that until I need the mortal wounds.
Yeah, fair.
Or I've got 1 with 1 wound and I'm like, well, actually...
Then it's like good value.
Yeah, exactly. So they're going to be hitting you on probably 4s, unless they're within 9 inches of this one. You know what? I'm going to leave him chained back a bit, because he can't get into combat anyway.
So you're getting 3 in, yeah?
So still 3 in,
but you're
hitting on 3s now.
Okay.
I know they used to, but I feel like no, weapon skill 4. Okay. Hit on 4's base now. They're amazing. 3s. All right, lots of 1s and 2s.
I'm T3.
So strength 3, 4s to wounds. Get him. Okay. So 4 wounds.
AP, nothing.
AP, nothing. No. And 6s to hit would have auto wounded, but I don't think I rolled any 6s anyway.
I am going to use a 3 to pass a save, Miracle Dice save on my Power Armored Sergeant.
Yep, and it uses 3 in my turn. So 3 points.
Did I use it? I used...
Oh, and it uses 2, because you used 1 in your turn.
No, I've used... Yeah, so far I've used 1 this turn.
2.
So
this
will be the second.
Yeah, gotcha, yeah.
Okay, so that takes 1 pass on my Power Armor. Cool. So then we're rolling again on Power Armor, pass, pass, and we fail on the last roll, which, that's fine. So we lose our Sergeant. Yeah,
I can't imagine it's going to be a huge deficit, but look, I'll take it. Scarab's getting value. So that's done, It's the Nightbringer.
Yep.
It's Nightbringer time. So watch him whiff, because so far, every time I've used him, this is what's happened.
Well, I'm kind of happy I passed that destroyer save. Because 3d3,
Yeah.
like I might survive now, but we'll see. Because you ignore invulns, is that
I
correct?
I ignore any abilities to reduce damage.
And what's your your damage?
So my damage is
D6,
D6.
AP4.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he was taking 6 up
Still
armor
got a
saves.
6 up armor.
And it's only D6 damage, so I could just go horrifically.
And you're neg 1 to hit here. She's just neg 1 to hit all the
Cool.
time.
So I'll be hitting you on 3s instead of 2s.
Yep.
Cool. I'll save 1 in case it goes horrifically wrong and I want to reroll something, which it kind of does. I'm going to CP reroll one of these.
Yeah.
Cool.
2 hits.
So
so
2 hits,
far,
and then I'll roll the last one. Okay.
Yikes. The
Still
neg
2
1
hits.
hit.
It matters. Wounding on 2s.
Yeah.
Strength 12 here.
Okay, 1 wound.
1 wound. So you get 6 up
in
invuln.
6 up armor.
Armor save, sorry. Yep.
Which goes through.
Okay, D6 damage. 3 damage. All right.
So she's down.
She'll be down to 14, I believe. Okay. So big old whiff from the Nightbringer. That's fairly standard.
How much? She'd taken 1, right? 1 more
She'd
wound.
taken
Is that correct?
1, I believe.
Yeah, so
yeah.
she's
Down to 17, so down to
14.
Cool.
Okay, so she's going to get to fight back, which will
Yep.
be interesting.
Yep.
Okay, so any other attacks, or is it?
That's it for charging units. Now it's you get to choose a unit to fight, and then I'll fight with this guitar.
Oh, yep, true.
Do you want your Rhino to, to whack?
I may as well, because there's no logic to doing anything else. So the Rhino, Bloody Rose, is it? If you're charged or charged.
I'm sure it's if you're charged as well. Yeah.
So I'll get the extra attack. So 4 attacks, looking for 6s. Nothing.
Nope. Cool. I'll fight with the Catan. When it happens. 4 attacks, hitting on 2s. Lovely. Catan in combat are not the way to go. It's weird. 1 wound, -4, so you're 6 up.
Yep.
Nope. And then D6 damage.
Still
And
got one.
I assume I don't have any CP here. I think I spent it. So
Yeah, you don't have.
1 wound left.
That's pretty funny.
That's annoying, but so be it. Alrighty. You get to fight back.
So we're going to fight with our. Now how many wounds of warriors? You've got 6 warriors on that objective.
Yes.
I can't get more than 6 models onto.
Yep. And yes.
So it doesn't matter.
Their consolidate should like pull them into the building.
Yeah.
There
So
to
I'm
be
just
on the
gonna
objective.
get as many people fighting as possible.
Yep. I'll bung that one up there or something.
So they're all going to fight. The Simulacrum doesn't, if I'm not mistaken, doesn't have the power blade.
Okay. Cool.
So it's going to fight separately.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. So we'll do the Simulacrum first.
Yep.
2 hits.
Yep.
Because they hit on 4s.
Absolutely.
And your toughness 2.
Toughness. I think it might
3?
be toughness 3 now. Yeah, toughness 3.
So
Scarabs.
nothing there. And then our 5 other guys.
Yep.
2, 3, 4, 5. Hitting on 4s.
Yep. Okay. So lots of 1s, 2s there. A couple of 3s.
We get 4 explodes.
Very nice. And they're not auto wounds now, though, are they?
So these are strength 4, so
3s to wound.
3s. And rerolling 1s for Palatine.
Yep. Okay, cool.
So that is 7 wounds, AP1.
7 wounds on 7 up saves, so they take 7 wounds. Now that will kill one of them and leave one of them with 1 wound remaining.
Yep.
So the 1-on-1 wound doesn't roll any reanimation protocols, so it'll kill that one. But then I'll roll for that one. 5s. No. Oh, I get to reroll one because of.
Yeah.
I res a scarab! I've never res one of these before.
Yep.
He'll pop up like on the objective over there.
Yeah, why not?
May as well.
What a lad.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Okay.
So
cool.
let's fight back. So tell me about the stats on this dude.
The Chronomancer.
Chronomancer.
Oh, he's having a grand old day. The Chronomancer is toughness 4, 4 up save.
And how many wounds? 4 wounds.
4 wounds.
All right, let's see what we can do with.
Does it have an invuln? It has a 4 up invuln.
Okay.
It's very nice.
Cool. Okay, so we get 1 6 that's going to do 2 mortals.
All right,
it's
2 wounds
left.
left.
Back in.
Yep.
And you said toughness 4.
Toughness 4.
So 3s. So you need to pass
3 4 ups.
3 4 ups.
Chronomancer of Legend. Hey!
Legendary.
He sticks around. He's got 2 wounds left on the Chronomancer. He's what a day.
All right, so I'm going to fight you back with Kathy over there.
Yep.
So she has, let's get the codex. I think it's 4 good attacks.
Yeah. So I presume we want to try with the good
Well,
attacks.
let's just do, yeah, because I might just cap you out.
Yeah. So the Nightbringer's got a phase cap of 3 wounds per phase, so if you can just do it quickly, it's easier than trying to roll up all
So
the
she
small
hits
ones.
you on 3s with 4 attacks.
Yep.
So she gets an explode in there.
Yep.
And that is strength 6, so it'll be
So 4s to wound.
4s.
Because they are, no, T7, so 5,
Okay,
sorry.
so nothing there.
Yep.
And then her additional attack, she has 10 additional attacks.
Yep. Cool.
And then 2 explodes and 2 explodes.
Yep.
And these are strength 5, so also 5s.
Yep. Oh, there we go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wounds.
And these are damage.
Damage 1.
Okay.
AP,
So,
AP 1.
so if I pass 4 of these, I come out on top. Which I pass 3 of. I pass 3 of. All right, so take 3 wounds.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's okay.
That's
I'll
fine.
obviously, well, it's literally
That's all you
most
can
I can do anyway.
Yep. So I'm down to 6 wounds remaining on the Nightbringer.
Well, it's killable now, right?
It is killable. You can shoot it, and then you can charge it. Cool.
Okay.
And I believe that's it for
So
combat.
you take down that banner. So I'm only going to get 2 banner points.
Yep.
I do get, Lawrence, 2 points there for leap.
Yep.
So secondary-wise, I'm only going to score...
As per for your purge, Dalton, did you...
so now your Rhino's wholly within, isn't it? It's annoying. So I'm only going to get 1 because you're not within my deployment zone.
Yeah.
Okay, did you find?
What did I kill that turn? I don't think I killed any. Oh, can you roll me some morals? We need them.
Well, we auto
They're
pass
fearless,
over
aren't they?
there. I don't know if you
Do
killed. They will need to roll.
Yep.
How many did you kill? I think
Only the 1, I think.
so they can't
can't.
fail either.
Yeah, I don't think I killed anything that turn because I killed Celestine. I killed Celestine.
But she doesn't count. As
She doesn't
dying.
count as it?
No.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, then you did
Okay.
grind, yeah?
Didn't grind them down.
Wow.
Yeah.
Alright. How
I got a lot of things very close to.
Well, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna be shedding any tears for you after that.
Oh, yeah.
Situation with your Warriors.
Oh yeah, no,
So,
absolutely.
many are you holding, Jess?
I'm holding 2.
Okay.
So that was a sick play, obviously, to because you got a 12, you know, and you
Bring
denied
them
me.
across,
It's
yeah.
pretty sick.
Yep.
Yeah.
How many?
Yeah, cheers. Just the 1.
Just one.
And Ancient Machineries was 3, and I do have Scarabs screening
That
and doing
I'm
it
gonna
again.
fly over with those 4 Zephyr and see if I can hurt them.
Oh, absolutely.
So let's,
Absolutely.
guys. What are we gonna do?
Round
2 miracle dice. 1 for Kathy. 1 for the start of the battle round.
Sorry, one second.
And I didn't kill anything in your turn, did I?
No.
So 1 and a 2.
Okay. Look, good for morale.
Yep. And Celestine's still in combat.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
I assume she can't fall back and charge,
No,
can she?
she can't.
Chronomancer doing
Now,
work.
they're not obsec, are they?
They are. Everything except
Oh,
the
sorry,
counter
you
obsec.
are. Your
Yep.
whole army's obsec.
They're not normally obsec. No.
How many wounds are they?
4 wounds apiece. 3 up save, toughness 4.
Yeah.
Toughness 5 actually, I think, on heavy destroyers.
Okay,
I
we're
use them
coming
all the
out-
time, I
we're
should
coming
know
out
this.
hot with our
Yep.
sacrosancts.
The Sacrosancts coming out of the Rhino. They're going hard for these boys. All right.
So minus 2 on that.
Yep.
Alright, so we have a super chat coming from Dean. Thank
Hey.
you, Dean.
Thanks,
This
Dean.
one is for Jess. The question is, Jeremy, as an Adepta Sororitas player, can you answer this question? What is a woman?
Oh, I definitely got women. Well, I've got a lot of women here, so maybe they can answer that. Dean? Dean's just salty because I called him out before for his prattle skills.
Yeah.
All right, so we're coming out here just because we're moving through, so it'll be 7,
Yep.
so we'll just be a little bit further back.
Yep. You'll be like a 2-inch charge.
Yeah,
that's,
so they're
that's
going to
fine.
go in there.
Yep. You're gonna eat some Overwatch, so.
I will, because you got this guy, right?
Yep. So there's
And then I have another super chat.
another super
no.
chat.
Hope it's not.
Thank you, Carl.
Thanks, Carl.
So he just wants to remind you about the sub-primary. To plant some.
Plant some bombs.
Plant some bombs.
Some bombs.
I've got to
Thank
get.
you, mate,
I've
'cause
got to
I
get
might
in
plant
his
one right now with Repentia.
the single Repentia.
Yeah, why not? What else
yeah.
is it going to do?
You may as well. I've then got to go and take it down again.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Dalton, to confirm,
Yep.
Ancient Machineries is 4 points each.
4 points each.
Can you confirm?
I score 4 points, baby. That's actually way better. Yeah.
Right?
yeah.
I'll give him 4 then.
It used to be 3, and 3 would make sense. 4 is nuts.
Are these
Yep.
people, these Zephyrim,
Yep.
going to kill 4 scarabs? Probably not. 4 wounds
doubt.
each, right?
4 wounds each.
16 wounds,
Yeah,
no.
they're not going to do 16 wounds. Like the 4 scarabs, I feel is a tipping point. 5 is good. 3 is easy to move. 16 wounds is like, it's such an awkward profile to deal with.
Yeah, because I've got like 16 attacks. I'm not going to kill 16.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's think through this turn. So command phase, we've got, like, we can make stuff obsec. I'm going to have to start pushing things forward over there. So we'll make our there's Sacrosanct obsec.
Yep. So they're just sitting on that objective.
And I'm actually going to push him over to these scarabs over here.
Try and take that middle one back off me.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now you said you got 20 warriors left, yeah?
There is a full unit of 20 warriors. They are very spread out though, so as soon as they take damage, I have to start making difficult decisions about which objectives I stay on.
It's a tough situation because I really want to kill those warriors. I've got the other Zephyrim coming in.
Yep.
But I actually don't have a guaranteed charge because, so luckily I do have a banner though, so I've got a reroll.
Okay, that's good.
A free, and I'm up to 2 CP now.
Yep.
It's just
We're up to 1.
I can
ignore,
Overwatch. I can ignore your invulns on some of those warriors.
Yep.
With
They do still have invulns. That's the thing. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, you gave them the invulns, right?
Yeah. I'm not used to the Chronomancer. This is my 3rd time playing with the Chronomancer. I'm just not used to having like saves.
Yeah.
For Necrons, it's just not a thing.
Yeah. So I can essentially. If I kill those warriors, I'm getting you off. Well, I won't be getting off that objective because you got those guys over there.
Yep. So I'd have to like start making very difficult decisions about which warriors get removed. I'd potentially pull off this objective. I could pull away from stuff over here depending on when they die.
Yeah.
Because if they start dying in the combat phase, like after I've overwatched, I can pull them away from Doomstalkers. I'm perfectly comfortable with that.
Yeah.
They don't really need to be too close to the characters.
It's a tough situation. So obviously here, I'm going to go for your warriors there.
The destroyers over there.
Your destroyers there.
Yeah, I think this is the right play. The destroyers have the firepower to do a lot of damage.
Can that hit heroic intervene? It can.
It can.
So there's no point staying in combat there because you're just going to kill me this time.
Yep. Well, the question is, do you want to kill that, or do you want me to heroically intervene into Sacrosancts?
Well, I could probably charge out of the heroic range when I hit them.
That's fair. Yep.
So I think I'll just fall back.
Yep.
So just a short move.
It's worth mentioning as well, I have 1 CP for Entropic Strike to make him ignore invulns in combat.
Yeah.
So if that charge goes horrifically wrong and I jump in, I can be like, cool, I don't care about your saves.
Before I do that, in the command phase, I am going to discard a Miracle Dice and activate my Miraculous ability on our Palatine over there. So she's going to get the ignore invulns.
Now, does that Miracle Dice count for Leap of Faith?
No.
Okay. No. So you've only got 1 Miracle Dice currently. You need to generate 1 and then spend it. This is what you're talking about earlier about having to actually like be careful about playing.
Yeah, it's not easy. In fairness, I think I will. Like, if she dies, I'll get a bit of a boon of Miracle Dice.
Yeah. But if she stays alive, you keep generating them passively.
That's right. That's why I like her as my Warlord.
Yeah.
So we are going to. So with the guys over there, we've given them obsec, because in the command phase, we're going to just roll a prayer for the +1 attack. So it fails.
Okay. So that's these Sacrosancts.
There's Sacrosancts there. Yep. We're going to just move our guy over here and drop a bomb.
Hey! Repent, you're dropping bombs.
So we're obviously going to charge there, and you can overwatch just with that guy over there. So I could charge him with to stop that, but I don't know how useful that's going to be.
Also, sorry, very quickly,
relevant.
I have a new protocol.
Yep.
So I no longer can hold steady set to defend with everyone. I now, Conquering Tyrant, I can either add 3 inches to my aura abilities, or I can fall back and shoot with -1 to hit.
Okay.
Actually, I think fallback and shooting is about to become very relevant. Although I normally never even consider the +3 inch range, but it would be handy here because of my characters being near my warriors. If I made them +3 inch range and then started pulling warriors from here, I'd still be able to throw my buffs down and heal them up in my command phase if I only lost a few, even though they were further away. If I still had the Resurrection Orb on my Overlord, I'd probably do that.
Okay.
But I don't, so I'm going to take the one that lets me fall back and shoot.
Yeah. So I'm going to just back my Zephyrim to be able to kill those with my miraculous ability, these warriors.
Yep.
So I'm going to just move my Palatine 6 inches in just to here.
Yep.
Although if I do that, you will be able to overwatch here and there.
If you charge with the Palatine.
Yeah.
So
maybe I'll just advance her and not do that. Do you mind? I'll just roll.
Yeah, go for it. Do you want me to?
Yep, just roll the dice.
4.
Yep. So we'll push her out a bit further.
Yep.
Okay.
Cool.
So she's going to be giving an aura of ignore invulns.
Yep. Very nice.
It'll be affecting
that unit as a whole. I
guess. Well, only you can pull these models first.
Ah, okay.
So basically,
right.
I'm gonna have her to get
as many of them as possible. All the ones in the objective there.
So 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Very interesting.
So we're engaged there. What are we going to do with the Zephyrim? I think the Zephyrim turning off, like stopping that guy from overwatching is relevant.
Yep.
Hitting the Catan. If I do 3 damage with shooting, because I've got some bolt pistols. Probably not going to do 3 damage.
Yeah.
On a 5-up, she does D3 mortal wounds in the shooting phase. So if I get that, I'm likely. Get that,
yeah. That and 3 bolt pistols is all right. So I will say, like, the decisions that you can force people to make with Necrons doing, yes, they don't have all the tricks that everyone else has, but the tricks they have are still pretty good.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out with the 4 Zephyrim, like, do I stop an Overwatch on that guy, charge him?
They'll eat 2 Doomstalkers on Overwatch.
Yeah, they'll eat 2 Doomstalkers, or do I, if I charge these guys, they're just going to Overwatch me for a CP and just vape them.
Yep.
I could charge over here, but they're not going to do enough. They're not going to kill the Scarabs. Or I just charge the Catan, and if I do damage in shooting, they're going to be more likely to then be able to kill it. Even if I don't do damage in shooting, it just means I'm going to get him very close to die next turn.
Yeah,
so I think that's the play. Yeah. So we'll come just over here.
Yep. Because I assume St. Katherine has no way to fall back and shoot.
No, no. So she'll just shoot into the combat.
Yep.
We're going to get these guys just to move up towards here.
Yep. Not the Scarabs. Cool. Interestingly enough, you can put My Will Be Done on Scarabs now because they're core, which is pretty funny. You can throw them into like cultists or potentially like even like novitiates aren't a bad target for them.
I'm going to advance the Dogmata.
Yep. 2 inches. You can throw them in something that's cheap like that, and they can actually kind of do a bit of work just by weight of dice.
Yep.
If you're hitting on 2s or 3s, 6s are auto wounding, and forcing low saves, they can work.
I'm going to chuck these guys into this Rhino.
Yep. So the Battle Sisters there, moving up, getting into the Rhino. Cool.
These ones are going to just push forward a bit.
Yep. Comfortably holding that objective. That's I don't think that's going to be a problem for you.
And our Repentia.
Oh yeah, still Repentia.
So they're just going to jump into this little gap.
Yep. So like, yes, you're committing a lot of force to hold that objective, even though I'm not really threatening it. But I've got Catan here, I've got Scarabs nearby.
Yeah.
It's worth having them there to be like, as a deterrent. Because if you left like just a squad of Battle Sisters, I could turn around and be like, well actually, in a turn, I could get there.
Yeah.
Whereas Repentia, Battle Sisters, Sacrosancts, I'm like, okay, yeah, no, that's...
Using Repentia like this might seem a bit counterintuitive to people because they might think like, well, they really should be either in a Rhino or pushing, but you kind of get like a bit of a defense in depth kind of strategy where if you push into me, I can throw you back.
Well, it's it's what I'm doing here as my whole army is sort of trying to do that.
Yeah.
And yes, I'm not pushing forward yet, but I've got the potential to, so it's worth having them back there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we're staying in combat over there with our these guys.
The novitiates in there. Yep.
And then we're going to drop our Zephyrum to be. Yeah. So.
Okay. So they're doing their 9 inches away from warriors or from Catan and
They're
Scarabs?
going to come.
Because the Catan and Scarabs are going to screen them out fairly well over there.
Yeah, that's true. I might have to come over this way.
I mean, if they can get, even if they can get on the objective, even though they won't take it off my Obsec Scarabs, they do stop me starting the action if they're still around.
Yeah.
Which is pretty clutch.
I wanted to kind of. Yeah, I think it's fine to do it this way. Because if I come here, you can obviously Overwatch, but then I guess I could just multi-charge here and then just eat it there.
Yep.
Or if I do come here, it's going to be... Let me just see if I can get within 9. So if I'm like something like here...
Yep.
Let's get the measuring tape.
So I'll pass.
Because the closest Scarab's all the way over there.
Yep. So Scarab's over there.
So
Where he's three tucked right in there, isn't he? Yeah.
Yep. So he's like there.
Yep.
So I can get to about that point.
Yep. And then the Nightbringer.
He's going to push me
Back
just to
there a
back
bit.
there, which would be the end of that piece of terrain, which is like that point there.
Yep.
Which would be a 10. So it pushes it to a 10-inch charge.
Okay.
Which I think is enough to stop me doing that.
I think so.
Because then
Nine's
it's like,
already hard enough.
I'm already looking for I can make a 6, so that 2 can become a 6.
Yeah.
But then I'm going to need to roll a 4. But
Which
I think
is
that's
worse than a 3.
Way worse than a 3.
Yep.
So coming here, it's just the 3. So I'm going to just come here for that.
Yep. So yeah, a bit of sort of technical discussion there, but it's just about hedging your bets, making your charges as reliable as possible. St. Katherine gives a bonus to charge?
No, she doesn't.
Okay.
So it'll just be she adjusts a miracle dice to a 6.
Gotcha. So
But because I got the banner, I'm going to get a
reroll.
A reroll.
Now, I'm assuming that means if you adjust it to a 6 and then fail it, you need to reroll both dice?
No, miracle dice have a special rule where you
okay.
don't, they actually remain.
Okay,
So
that's pretty cool.
That's unique because, like,
Yep.
for example, Eldar don't get that with Strands of Fate.
Yeah.
But Sisters, in the miracle dice rules, it actually specifically says that they remain.
Okay, that's really cool. So yeah, it makes the banner, along with St. Katherine, such a powerful way to do it. Knowing you've got a 6 in the bank is good.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, so they're going to be 9
Yep.
away.
9 away and as bunched up as possible so they can get as many of them in as possible. Yep.
And I could kill 1 with shooting, otherwise I'm reducing my charge range.
Yep.
All right, so
And
there's no other reserves.
Okay,
So
cool.
now we're going to go into shooting.
Everything is on the table.
So let's do some shooting. We'll go the bolt pistols there and a crack grenade into your
Catan charge?
Catan.
Yep.
So 7 bolt pistols.
Yep. Okay. So hitting on 3s, wounding on 5s.
1 wound.
4 plus. Yep. Loves
And
it.
the crack grenade fails to hit.
Cool. That's fine.
We'll shoot some bolt pistols into your guy with the 1 wound left into the scarab
So
there.
novitiates shooting into scarabs, bolt pistols.
So we got 6 of them.
Yep.
Oh, they're actually auto pistols.
Oh, auto pistols. They're even worse.
So 1 hit, nothing.
Cool.
I
Does Celestine have a?
don't know what this guy's just randomly doing there.
Does Celestine have a pistol?
No, she's got a flamer. Like it's part of her sword, but it's
Gotcha.
not actually.
The Chronomancer lives another day.
So
another phase.
we'll go the 4.
Bolt pistols on St. Katherine into the Nightbringer?
Yeah, we'll do that
there's
now.
nothing else they
so
can do.
I think it's 6. Like one for each of the girl. I think that's what it is.
There were 10 extra attacks. I'm assuming 2 each person. So there might be 5 bolt pistols.
Let's check.
Yeah. Okay.
It's Even though I did use her WTC, she very rarely gets actually into combat.
She's been real aggressive this this turn, and so is the Nightbringer.
6 bolt pistols.
6 bolt pistols. Very nice. Hitting on 2s, I imagine.
3s actually.
3s. Okay. Yep.
1 wound.
1 wound. 4 plus. Whoop. Yep. Pass it.
And then her ability?
5+ for a D3.
No.
Nope. Okay. So the Nightbringer's not going to die this turn, which is nice.
Okay, so that's that shooting.
Cool.
The 4 thingies will go... I don't know if we want to risk...
Do you want to risk
I'll go 1 crack grenade into the Warriors and 3 bolt pistols, just nothing. So 1 crack grenade.
Yep.
Hits.
Yep. Whoop.
3s, 1 wound.
Okay.
AP1.
AP1, so it's a 5 either way. I can't take it on anything worse, but I fail anyway. So it'll kill the nearest one to them, which will be... So you said I can kill 1 and you've got the same charge distance?
Same charge, yeah.
So I'll kill this one, just so that if you don't kill any others, you're still sort of further away from the objective. A little bit further away. Yep. So I killed 1, resurrects on a 5+. Does not, but I get my reroll thanks to living.
It's actually quite good, yeah.
It does.
Okay.
So it will show back up, but it'll show back up. Where do I want it to be is the question. Because I can sort of move block things if I need to. I'm going to put it over here, but further back, so it's away from the charge.
Yep. Gotcha.
So if for whatever reason one of the others dies.
Okay, so charges, I think that's pretty much all the shooting. Because I've fallen back here. So we're going to go these dudes. Oh, before we do that, how do we want to do... We're going to have to absorb the Overwatch.
I think you're just going to have to.
So the 4 Zephyrum are going to go into your Warriors.
Okay.
And the Catan, I mean, no, I'll just go into the Warriors.
Just into the Warriors. Okay. So interestingly enough, I could choose not to fire Overwatch here.
And just go with your 2 dudes.
Go with the 2 Doomstalkers and hope that they kill them.
Yep.
But I'm not in range of these Zephyrum with enough to make a difference. I'm only in range with 4.
Yep.
Whereas I have all 20 in range of you there.
The 4-man.
Yep. So I think spending a CP to essentially know that I'm going to kill 4 of them is, I think, the way to go. So I'm going to spend my CP on Overwatch here. And I'm going to put 40 shots into the 4 Zephyrum. Come on, there we go. These will be hitting on 6s. Got to pull out a lot of dice here. So bear with me for a moment. 5, 10, 15, and 20. I'll do these twice. That's all right. 20 here. I'll get rid of those. All right. These will be hitting on 6s. No rerolls, no nothing. Get them. 1. Okay. 3s. That's a wound with AP -2.
So it'll be a 4-up.
Okay. So one dies. Okay. And then, again, ideally rolling more than 1 6. 1 6. So, cool. 3s to wound. Yep, that's a wound.
4-up.
Loves it. Cool. And then I'll put all the Doomstalkers into it. So, I'll do them together if that's all right with you.
Yeah, it doesn't make a difference, not 2.
2d6 shots to big cannons. Okay, only 5 in total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hitting on 6s. Okay, 1 hit. 2s to wound. 1 wound, minus a bunch.
And that's a 5-up involved. So they got a 5-up involved. So,
cool.
So
right, and then the flare arrays, which will be both of them there. Only one of them's in rapid fire range. 3 hits.
That's a bit better.
Yep. So this is the worst gun though. So 3s, 2 of them, and -1.
So 3-ups. So kills 1.
Okay. All right. Not as I was hoping to just wipe the squad of 4.
Yeah, I don't know. Statistically, you'd say you would have.
I've rolled enough 6s earlier in the game. I think that's fair.
So we'll roll that charge. So it's kind of cocked. So an 8-inch charge.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll just kind of hit because you're going to want to pull probably from here first. So you're going to leave. So we'll go over here, I think.
Yep. So you're going to be able to hit them after the big Bricker Zephyrum hits. Yeah, that makes sense. Staying out of... Oh, and the Catan doesn't really matter. Yep.
I'll come over here.
No worries. Near the Palatine. So I can't pile in and hit the Palatine.
Yep.
So it's a good idea.
Okay. And then we're going to do our charge here.
The big brick of 10 Zephyrum are going to eat 2 Doomstalkers. I don't have any CP.
There's nothing I can do about that.
I don't have any CP, so I'll just roll them together again. So 2d6 shots, but these will be blast.
Yep.
So 3 and the 2 becomes a 3 anyway. Lovely. And these will be hitting you on 6s. Come on. This is where I need the dice.
Yeah.
So I get 1 of the dice. 2s to wound. Yep. -4.
5-up involved.
Nope, kills one. And then there's just going to be the 4 shots from the flare arrays because neither of them are rapid fire range.
Yep.
2 hits though. And then 3s, 1 wound, AP 1, which is just your regular armor save.
It's good.
Cool.
All right, kill 1. That's. I mean, I'm obviously okay. Like, I can't
more than you had in
complain
last
about
time.
that. Yep.
So that's good.
So,
how do you want to do this?
we just have to roll. There's nothing we can do about it. So we're looking for a 3 up.
Are you going to miracle die?
Oh yeah, obviously turning that into a 6.
St. Catherine's ability turn it into a 6, and you're spending that.
Yep. So we're looking
3
for
plus.
a natural 3 up. It's a 2.
Okay.
And a natural reroll from the banner.
Oh, okay, there you go. Big 12 inches.
And that, fortunately, will get them all in.
Oh, absolutely. I would have loved to see another 2 there.
I
mean,
believe you.
Yeah. It's they should definitely make it in, but still, it would have been incredible. Cool.
So just half an inch gets me within 6 of Katherine.
Yep. So you'll be able to have like 1, I assume, staying back there within 6.
Yeah.
I'm happy enough to stay there in there because the models are hard to position.
So we're going to get the +1 hit, and they're just going to come in here.
Lovely.
Yeah, I think getting that 6 was pretty important, like because a 3 would have. I think I still would have got them in, but it might have just been a bit sweatier.
Yeah.
Okay, so any other charges? We got our couple of Sacrosanct units.
Yep. 2 of those. Yep.
So we'll start with this unit in.
The unit of 4 or 5?
This unit of 6 into.
Did they not take one? Oh,
You've
they did.
You've killed 2 so
gotcha.
far. Yep. So they'll be looking for like a 3, I think it is.
A 10 will get them in. Yep. Gun them for those scarabs. And if they kill scarabs, sure. I'm not too bothered. They're forcing you to deal with them, which is what they're supposed to do.
And then we're going to go here. So you'll be able to get 1.
I'll get 1 Doomstalker Overwatching into you.
So you can go that.
So D6 shots with blast. So 3 again. 6s. Nope. And then just the 4 shots from the flare arrays. Nothing. Cool.
Charge.
Yep. Definitely makes
7.
it into the destroyers. Very nice.
So we'll engage vertically here as well.
Yep. Yeah, they'll be up there doing
And we'll
stuff.
stay at a 3
Of the Cryptek.
Yep.
You don't have 2 heroically intervening Crypteks.
Nope. Okay. So
Cool.
I think that's. I mean, I haven't stuffed everything up, but that's all. So we've got the ongoing combats there. So let's start with our. We'll start with our unit of 2 Zephyrin into the Warriors.
Yep. Just to make it more likely for the unit of 10
because you
to
can
not...
pull from over there. So how many would you have to pull
3, 4,
for,
5, 6,
for me to
7.
not be able to get attacks?
Probably like 9. They'd have to come all the way
You'd
back
have
here.
to pull a lot.
Yeah.
Like even if you pulled 3, I could pile in and get them. So I'd have to kill like probably 4 or 5
before you start losing attacks.
Yeah.
I'd probably have to pull 9 before they're no longer hitting at all.
And they've only got 9 attacks, and they're not really buffed. So I think that makes more sense.
Cool.
Because then if I don't do them, you could just make it so that they can't attack at all.
Yep. Plus,
So
it means
I'm
that
gonna
when
get
when you throw the big
greedy.
unit in, they're more likely to wipe the entire squadron.
Bit greedy, that just hoping that I only kill 3 or 4 here.
Yep.
So hitting on 3s with 1 explode.
Yep.
Wounding on 4s. 3 roll 1s for the Palatine. So just the 1.
All right, AP.
AP 4.
All right. So AP 4. I will take it on one of the ones that doesn't have an invul, and it'll die, and then I'll try and reanimate it. Nope, but a 1 gets to be rerolled thanks to there being warriors. No. So it just dies, that's fine. It'll just be one of the mooks from in here, I guess. Yep. The reason I was trying to do that,
so
if I res it, I can put it over here.
Yeah. So how many do we have? Like 19 there now.
So there's 9 there now, And there are 19 warriors left in that unit.
Yeah. Okay, so okay, just thinking through.
I've got 1 more warrior, and you've got 1 more Zephyrim.
So statistically, like I don't have as many CP to spend in this volley, but I've got 6 that aren't getting their invul.
That's true.
So that's relevant, and there's 19, and 6 aren't getting their invul.
Yep.
That is relevant.
A lot of difficult decisions. Okay. So I'll point out here, as much as I don't want to, you do want to make sure you pile in onto the objective so that I can't start my action next turn.
Yeah. So pile in.
Yeah. So this is where it gets quite technical because we're both sort of leveraging little technicalities in the rules to try and score points. So by putting the Zephyrim on the objective, he doesn't stop Awaken Ancient Machineries from happening because it's already started. But if there are any of his models on an objective, I can't start the action in my turn.
Yeah.
So it does stop me doing it next turn. So even though, you know, he's not going to control it because there's OBSEC models there, it does still matter for points.
Okay, so I'm just working out what strat I pop. I think the strat is the +1 to wound. It's the strat to pop.
Okay, so wounding on threes. I think it makes everything more reliable. I think it's the way to go. Okay. So they got 4 attacks each. Because it's Bloody Rose, right? They go from 3 to 4. Yeah. +1 attack on the charge is amazing.
It's just a shame that I don't think I just didn't get enough of a charge to get into my Palatine aura range, which is a shame. Because that would have been reroll 1s to wound.
Yeah. So you'd be hitting on 2s
5
with no rerolls?
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
7.
And then wounding on 3s with no rerolls.
8, and then...
You have 2 CP, Jess.
Yep, so I'm going to pop both of those CP for +1 to wound.
+1 to wound, all right. 2s and 3s, straight old dice. So you got 9 of them with 4 attacks each.
And the sergeant.
With +1.
Yeah.
So you'll be going
37.
with, yeah, cool.
So it's going to, we'll see, it's a bit dicey.
Yeah. So 2s and 3s should do it. A lot of 1s. I like them.
And then we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 go back in.
Okay.
Which is the same
All right,
amount.
all right, cool. So 37 going through to wounds. So I need you to roll lower than average for this to happen. But it can happen. If I can make a request, 2s. Okay. That's pretty good. So the interesting thing now as well, I'm going to have to be careful about how I start pulling models too.
So you just got to do 6 without invulns. So 6 just die, right?
Well, so that's the question is, do I try and tank someone invulns first, see how that goes? Because I can start pulling into other models.
Okay.
Because if I can remain on both
So
objectives...
wait a second, so you've got 19 left, 6 don't have invulns.
Yeah, so
So
I have
if
13.
you fail 13, then you just the last 6 just die.
Yeah, which I don't want, really. Not much I can do about it though, is there? So I'll just roll 6 here, looking for 5s. Making 2 of them, so 4 are dead. So there's 9 left with invulns.
Well, they were part of it, as well, those 4.
I didn't roll. Yeah,
they were
I
part of
haven't
the
rolled
pool.
them yet. So roll those 4 as well. So 9 left, no invuln, sorry. 8, 7 left with no invulns, with invulns. So if I just pop 6 aside for now, these, I'm thinking everything through here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Those are the 6 there that will
just die.
Unless I make a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Unless I make a lot of these, which I don't think I do. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, very close, but they all die.
Oh, that was clutch.
Okay, it's unfortunate, but that's what it is.
All the fans at home willing. It's all Dean's energy. He's Dean's cell energy.
There we go. Cool.
Dean was just making it happen.
Yeah.
Well, Dean's prays a lot, so he does. He's a good boy.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Cool. So I don't have CP to interrupt.
Nope. So you've got sacrosancts all over the place.
Okay. So we'll go. We may as well go here, see what happens.
Yep.
So they got 3 attacks each, and then the sergeant gets an extra one. So it'll be 8 times 3 is 24, 25.
Yep. Cool. So that's going to be
10.
Here's another 10.
And then 5
20.
more.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Right, hitting on 3s.
Yep. Ooh, very nice. Now, do those 6s do their...
They do.
Cool. They're just exploding. They're not
Wow,
auto
that's
wounds.
crazy. No.
Cool.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1,
Very
2,
nice.
3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. So 8
Cool.
more.
Alrighty.
So they actually got more,
30
way
hits
more
out
hits
of 24
than,
attacks. Cool. And these are strength.
They plus. What are they? I think they're
Because they're toughness.
plus 2 strength. They're strength 5.
So I think they're toughness 5.
I'm pretty certain they're plus 2 strength.
Toughness 5. So you'll be.
Well, let me double check that it's not
Okay.
plus 1.
Cool.
Surely it's not plus 1.
Mauls. I'm sure Mauls are plus 2.
Yeah, I'm almost certain. But if I'm
Yep.
wrong, it'll look bad.
All right.
Can you just check?
I'll check that one for you. Cool. So Celestine Sacrosancts.
I'm pretty certain it's plus 2.
It makes sense for power mauls. Celestine Sacrosancts. Hallowed Mace.
Yeah.
Strength plus 2, minus 1, 2 damage.
Yeah. So then it becomes minus 2 with Bloody Rose.
Yep.
So force to wound.
Force to wound.
So
Okay.
we'll pull the fails.
Yep. And these are all damage 2 as well. So every 2 of these will kill a destroyer. I'm hoping to have at least 1 destroyer left at the end of this. If not, so be it. Cool.
I whiffed a little bit on that, slightly less than average, but I'm happy overall. So the AP2.
So minus 2 puts them onto 5s because no armor of contempt. So
So you'll need to pass quite a few.
I'm going to pass a lot of these. There's no point slow rolling them because
got no
I can't do
CP.
anything about it. That's not enough. So that'll wipe the unit of destroyers as well. So unfortunately, this is where Necrons start to fold, is that no armor of contempt, they're really not a durable army. Reanimation protocols is nice when you can leverage having a model or 2 left. But when stuff like this
I'm
goes
just going to
on...
measure whether that can get into that to tag your... Can you
Tag
just measure? I'll just see if...
Trying to tag the Doomstalker.
Yeah, so I can.
I think you should have been able to like pile in and stuff to get it there
So we'll
anyways.
just get
You
in
can.
there. Stay out-
Without
we won't
tagging
tag
the crypt
Overlord.
deck.
Yep.
Yep, just a crypt deck. It's 1 attack. But yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. So then we're going to do the sacrosancts that coming into your
Yep.
things there. So there we've got 6 of them.
So there's, yep.
3, 4, 5, 6 plus 1 attack.
Yep. Cool.
So 3s again.
Yep. Okay.
And 2 3 6s, so back in.
Yep. Lovely.
And these are your T4,
T3,
right?
so
Or T3.
threes.
So 3s.
Yep. Okay. Minus 2 goes straight through their armor.
Yep, and 2
So
damage each.
wipes the unit of scarabs as well. Cool.
So 2 damages come into effect. The mace tech's actually been good into you.
Yeah, Mace is
Because the 1 damage halberds wouldn't have been quite as effective, I don't think.
Yeah, I think that the halberds would have let you down against all this multi-wound stuff. 2 damage worries me as Necrons. I've got a lot of 4 wounds on things.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll just kind of jump in here.
Cool.
I don't know where that 1 damage.
That was one of the
that
scarabs. One of the
yeah.
scarabs. Yeah, I'll grab that one. Cheers.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that's everything, right? Oh no, then we've got the combat with the Catan.
Yep. And with the Chronomancer down here.
Oh, yep.
Obviously, I choose the Catan to fight first.
Yep.
Because the Chronomancers... I mean, you can't kill the Catan. But I could kill Katherine.
Yep.
So, the Catan going in, 2s becomes 3s, because inbuilt minus 1.
Yep.
So it'll be 3s and 2s. 3s. Okay, dropping 2. And then 2s, because strength 14. Okay, 4 wounds.
Nice.
You can't take invulns against these.
Yep.
So
It's just 6 ups.
6 ups, armor saves. Whoop.
I don't know why I'm slow rolling either.
Okay.
Did that miss the thing?
Yeah, everything missed there.
Okay, so 4 go through.
So it's 4d6. I'd love to slow roll them
Yeah, but-
for the drama, but I don't
So
need to.
let's count how many
So
I've
you've got 12, 14 left.
Okay, so statistically it's about literally around even.
Well, I
around,
should roll 16-ish.
Yeah.
Or actually, I should roll 14.
Yeah,
'cause
so it's around 50-50.
15, I think, but yeah. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Just kills it.
And perfectly average. 2 3s, 2 4s.
Yep.
There we go. Does she
that's-
explode?
That she doesn't explode.
I feel like they should like pack her sarcophagus with explosives.
Okay, so she's dead. Now I'm a bit salty, but I'm not going to be salty. But because I don't have a CP, I can't pop the sacrifice strat.
Okay.
So I'm only going to get 1 miracle dice from her dying.
That's fair. And then when the Nightbringer piles in, not that it'll matter too much, but it'll get onto the objective
Yep.
that way in case it ever matters.
Yep.
Cool.
Okay, so end of that.
Celestine gets to
Celestine's going to mince this. She's mad.
Chronomancer.
She just saw what happened.
Yeah.
She's like, what was that?
Yep.
Dean's
Come on, Dean.
turning against him.
Cool.
All right, so they all hit but no explodes.
Yep.
And we said 3s, right?
Yep.
So 4 wounds.
I'm going to make 4 4-up saves.
If you do that, I'm going to go home. No, I'm just kidding.
If I had a CP, I would be.
Do you want to see what would have happened?
What would have happened is...
What would have happened?
He would have died anyway. Okay. But the Chronomancer does die.
Okay.
And if I had a... Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
If I had a CP here, I could also make a Doomstalker immediately shoot.
Oh, wow.
Because when a character dies...
I'd actually quite like these Doomstalkers.
can spend...
Like, they've actually done... I think they've had a decent presence.
Yeah. They force you to make it...
Yeah.
Think about every charge, every decision you make.
So, that's all the fighting.
The Doomstalker's going to hit your Sacrosancts.
Yep.
Now, unfortunately, I made a mistake and I don't have the Technomancer like clipping onto the objective. So you've taken my objective off me. And the Doomstalker can't like get close enough to actually do anything. So, just going to throw in a Sacrosancts, because it's angry, with 3 hits, because it's +1 thanks to the Technomancer. And then wounding you on 3s, strength 6, or 2s.
It'll be 2s.
Yep.
And then just top saves, right?
Yeah,
AP,
regular.
nothing?
No AP. It's just stepping on you.
Yeah, so
Cool.
they're good.
All right.
Okay, so I'm going to get Lawrence 3 for Shrine. Wait a second. Before we do that, though,
Yes.
I'm going to roll some Miracle Dice. So I get 1 for a character dying.
Do you have any leadership anywhere?
I will resolve that in a second, because I'm going to probably
yeah.
Miracle Dice stuff.
Yep.
And then 1 for killing something in the assault phase. So
Cool.
2 Miracle Dice. So a 2 and a 5.
Very nice.
I'm going to spend a 2 for leadership on... What have I lost things
I think it's probably only these
Those
guys.
Zephyr
They
to
lost 2.
Overwatch?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
They
just
only
going to
lost
use a 2 there.
Yep.
So that will be my...
Is it your second or third Miracle Dice in my turn? Oh, this is your turn. Never mind.
I had 2 at the start of the turn. And what did I spend them on? I spent 1 on the charge. And 1 on... What was it on? Oh, the miraculous ability.
That's right, which doesn't count for leap
so
of
it
faith.
doesn't.
Yep.
So I just get 1 point, Lawrence, because I've done 2 leaps.
Okay.
Defend for 3. And I'm going to roll 1 at the start of your turn.
Yep.
So another 4.
Cool.
Dalton, how many objectives are you holding?
I'm only holding 1, but Ancient Machineries does complete.
Yep, for 4 points.
For 4 points.
Lit.
Very nice. And there aren't any shenanigans I can use to get on this one. But I can fall back and shoot, so my Doomstalker will be having a grand old time. Interesting.
I killed a lot that turn, didn't I?
You did. So you killed a unit of warriors, a unit of scarabs, a chronomancer, and the destroyers.
Yeah.
1
unit of scarabs.
Yep. So there's three things you killed. I killed the Triumph, so 1. So I need to kill 4 things this 4 things this turn to score grind them down.
3 things. Because you killed 1, I killed 3. If you killed 3,
You killed 4. The
I killed
chronomancer
4.
as well.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So I need to kill 4 things.
Okay.
Okay. Can I do that? Well, the Rhino should be toast.
Yes. Celestine has only got 1 life left.
Yep. So potentially Celestine, potentially the Rhino. The Zephyr and the Palatine should be easy
Yeah,
pickings.
you should be able to do it. 1 CP for me as well.
And 1 CP for me. Yep. And what I think I probably do is I Mortal Wound that one, send the Catan into Celestine, spend the CP on Entropic Strike to ignore your invul, and then I hopefully pop it.
What's its AP?
AP 4.
Okay.
So it puts you on 6s again.
It'll put me on 5s because I got a
2
top
up,
save.
of course, yes. The Nightbringer then probably wants to try and clear this objective.
Yep.
Because you've only got Novitiates on it.
Yep.
And then try and throw some Mortal Wounds around as well. Yeah. So, in my command phase, my will be done can't go on anything because there's nothing core left except for the other Scarabs, which are well out of range. And the Technomancer can't heal warriors because there's no warriors on the board. Tough to do it.
Good riddance.
Yeah. So, the question is, do I try and hold this objective or do I just try and take a couple of others? I think I probably should go for a couple of others. I'm not going to deal with 9 Sacrosancts. Whereas I've already held this one, and I can probably get that one. So Doomstalkers move 10 inches.
Wow.
We're at that full bracket.
Fast boys.
Yeah. So I can fall back and shoot, but I'm not going to be able to skirt past the Palatine there. Unfortunate. Okay. So I think the Overlord probably tries to charge across there. So the Overlord moves its 6 up there. Sorry, it'll look up after the Doomstalker does its shuffle around here. It's falling back, isn't it? Yeah, so it's fallen back. So the Overlord's going to come around this way. This Technomancer's going to just scoot on up with them. This Transcendent Catan does fly, so in the movement phase it can jump over here. It's basically making essentially an unfailable charge on Celestine.
Yep.
Okay, and it can still do its thing there. The Scarabs are perfectly happy where they are, I think. They're holding an objective. Yeah, they just finished an action. There's not a lot I can do to get the Zephyrim off the objective, other than try and shoot them with the Doomstalker. Yeah. The Doomstalker here is going to stay put, so it doesn't suffer any penalties. Now, what I'm looking at here is you've only got a squad of Battle Sisters back there.
There's two of them.
2 squads of 5?
2 squads of 5.
The Nightbringer can potentially run over there and hit them.
Yeah?
I'm going to have to walk over and have a quick look. So it depends. I need to kill, what, 2 or 3 Novitiates, as in the whole squad, to get them off the objective. Or make it to, like, probably over this way. Make it to here. Make like a 9-inch charge around here.
It'd be hard.
There. Yeah. So I think the Nightbringer just...
That's a safer option.
Jump, because it can move straight over here. Doesn't need line of sight.
Has it been wounded?
Falling Stars.
It's taken 3, right? So it goes to 7 now?
Yep, so it has 6 regens up to 7. Would you be able to pass me one of the little dice up there? Thank you. Cool. And then, is this from the Palatine taking mortal wounds earlier?
The Palatine didn't get wounded, remember?
I think first turn she did.
Did she? I thought that was the one that didn't.
No, it was the Repentia that didn't get it twice.
Okay.
I'm not too worried about it.
That's fine. Let's just do that.
The Overlord probably cleans her up, but she shouldn't be on 1 though, surely.
Oh no, she
should probably just taken 1.
Yeah.
Because it was the splash from the that stuff. Yeah, because the Rhino didn't take it from that, and the Repentia didn't take it from the rolling dice, because that wouldn't have affected the Palatine. Okay. So I think that's going to do me for movement. I need to try and clear you out of my deployment zone, which is Celestine Sacrosanct's probably not going to happen. I can clear you out of that table quarter in the long run. Maybe this one here.
Yeah.
But I need to get pretty lucky with stuff. So in that case, I might even bring the Scarabs around to try and clean up that last Repentia. Because, I mean, grind them down. And I can always just spend a CP and blow up. If everything else goes horribly wrong. Cool. But I'll leave one of them sitting on the objective there, so I'll still hold that.
Hey Lawrence, what's my leap total at the moment?
Your leap total at the moment is 7.
Okay.
3 points for first and second round, so this time round so for your
it's good. Feeling good about it.
Okay. All right. So we'll go on to Catan powers. Sky of Falling Stars from the Nightbringer. I'm going to select... I could do that unit. It's going to be this unit of Zephyrim, the 10 of them, or the 9 of them now. The unit of 6 Novitiates.
Yep.
And I think probably just that unit of Sacrosancts in front of it as well.
Yep.
I could go for these guys or try and hit those Battle Sisters.
But it's not going to get you a yield at the right now.
Exactly, yeah.
I think you need to affect the battle that's taking place.
Exactly. So the 9 Zephyrim needing a 1-5. Yep. For D3. For 3.
Yep.
Cool. And then going into... So that puts them down to 6 of them left, yeah?
Correct.
Cool. Then into the 6 Novitiates.
Wait, I've got... It should be 6, right? Because you killed... Yeah, that's right.
Yep. Then into the 6 Novitiates. Yep. D3.
Yep.
For 3. And then into the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Sacrosancts. Yep, goes off and does 1. Alrighty. Okay.
And one Sacrosanct as
One
well.
Sacrosanct. So there's what, 5 Sacrosancts left?
Should be, yes.
Okay, so I could potentially Gaze of Death the Sacrosancts away. I can Gaze of Death them, charge the Novitiates for guaranteed charge, and I think the Nightbringer, the literal personification of death, should kill 3 Novitiates. So I'm going to Gaze of Death the Sacrosancts. 4 pluses are D3 mortal wounds. Alright, so 3D3 mortal wounds. For 1, 2, yeah, alright, so the Sacrosancts
These guys
bite the dust.
Oh my god.
I almost, like, that could have dealt with them if I'd had him over here. But that's all right. Cool. Also, you know what? He should be standing there.
Just put him there.
Do you mind if he...
Yep.
Yeah, cheers. So
he's getting the objective.
Yeah, so all I'm doing there is
just letting you know, I can heroically intervene
with Sacrosancts?
with them. Yeah.
For a CP?
3
or just...
inches. No, just the heroic.
Okay, well, he'll stand like... He can't get out of it, so... Yep. He doesn't want to eat Sacrosancts.
Yeah.
Never mind. That was the plan. That was the cunning ploy.
See, if I was Dean, I would have let you.
Let you do it.
If I was Dean, I actually would have talked you into doing it. Oh, I'll let you do it. That's a Dean, absolute Dean play.
Okay. Then this Catan is going to Transdimensional Thunderbolt the Rhino.
Yep. Now Dean has to super chat to come back.
Yeah. on a 2+, it takes D3 mortal wounds.
Who's this on to?
The Rhino here.
Okay, so he's just dead.
It does. Does it explode?
Yep.
Hey!
It does, but it doesn't matter.
But it did explode, and that matters.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not going to affect anyone over there.
It's just out.
Yeah. And there's 10 battle systems?
Just 5.
5. Cool.
Kills 1.
All right, cool. And then it's going to use Antimatter Meteor on Celestine. On a 3 to 5, takes 3 mortal wounds. On a 6, it's D3 plus 3. 3, so it's just flat 3 mortal wounds on Celestine. Cool. So it puts it down to 3. Yes, if I can potentially kill it in shooting, then I can charge the Sacrosancts and maybe do some damage. That's really about it. Okay, so that's the end of movement. So we'll go over into shooting. The important ones are going to be... So Nightbringer's having a lovely time. This Doomstalker that did not move wants to shoot the 6 Zephyrim that are on the other objective.
Yeah, why not?
So D6 shots with Blast, of course. 6. Okay. Hitting on 3s, because I'm still within range of the Cryptek. Okay, still only hitting with 50%. Wounding on 2s, though. Yep, -5.
So 5 up in vols.
Yep. Okay, and then D6 each, but it kills 2 of them. And then the flare arrays, which are going to be rapid firing. Okay, 2 hits, and then 3s. 1 wound at AP 1, so nothing.
It's good.
Cool. Now you've got 4 of them left. You've lost... How many?
I had 9 at the start, so
You had
I've killed
9.
5.
Okay, and they're... what's their
Leadership 9.
Okay, so they'll be failing on a 5+ currently. All right, so what I'm going to do, because it's AP 2, so it kind of does work.
Yep.
What am I talking about? I'm just going to throw the other Doomstalker into them, I think. Oh, no, because I could go over here. See, now I've got to make difficult decisions. It's annoying.
Yeah.
The 3 shots from the Overlord are going to go into... I'm going to put them into the 2 Zephyrim in front of him. Because you've only got 1 CP, so the Palatine does put out a fights last, doesn't she?
Correct. She's not very good in combat, though.
I'm going to hedge my bets to say she doesn't kill the Overlord.
Yeah.
So I'm going to fire his 3 shots into the 2 Zephyrim in front of him. Hitting on 2s, so 2 hits. Wounding on 3s, strength 5. 1 wound, AP -2.
So 4 up.
Okay, 1 damage. I'll do the same thing with the Cryptek that's right there. Hitting on 3s, because it's not good at shooting. 1 hit. Wounding on 3s, strength 5. Yep, and -2. All right, 1 damage, kills the other Zephyrim. All right, so that's 2 units so far. 3 units so far to grind them down. So one more, I'll still grind them down. Okay, that's going well.
Kill the unit here, the unit, yep.
And the Rhino.
So you need to kill how many? 1 more?
1 more to score it. So the other Doomstalker is going to put all of its shots. No, it's going to put its flare array into Celestine on the off chance it does work.
Yep.
And the big shots into the Zephyrim over there.
Yep.
D6 shots. Sorry. with the low power, of course, here. Heavy D6 for 1. Lovely. Hitting on a 4+, while it would be hitting on 3s normally, it has a -1 because it fell back. Nope. And then the 4 shots into Celestine on 4s. Just the 1. It'll do work though. Not that. Cool. And I think that does me for shooting. On to charges. The Nightbringer is going to charge the Novitiates, making it with a 10.
Yep. Chuck it in for you.
Cheers. The Overlord is going to charge the Palatine, making it with a 9, which will swing it all around onto the objective, meaning we now
you're on it as well.
Contest the objective, because I've got Obsec there. I don't think the Palatine kills the Cryptek either, and I want to move it away, so it's also going to try and charge the Palatine. A 10. All right, that should do it. So the Cryptek runs over here.
Yep.
I don't need it on the objective. It's fine. Famous last words. And then this Katana is going to charge Celestine.
Yep.
A 10.
And staying out of heroic range, I assume.
Yeah, so it's just going to like barely touch into the edge of an inch there. Okay. And then those Scarabs, I think, are going to try and clean up that Repentia.
That last Repentia.
Just because I'm
yeah,
going to do it.
Gotcha.
7 will do it. But I'm going to, because I need to stay on the objective, they're just going to just sort of stretch out this way. I'll only be able to get 2 of them into fight like that. Still 8 attacks. I should hopefully get 1 of them through.
Yeah, you probably. And you're going to kill. You're going to get your grind.
Yeah. It's more so just that if I can pick up the Repentia,
yeah,
stop you planning more bombs, just
makes sense.
Give you fewer things to make bad decisions with. So I'll start the Overlord. I assume you're making the Overlord fight last.
Yes.
The Palatine on the off chance that it survives. So I'll start with the Cryptek on the off chance that it does work on the Palatine. It won't. 1 attack hitting on a 3. Yep. Wounding on a 3. Strength, not that. All right. So then I'll go with the Catan into Celestine. I'm going to spend a CP on Entropic Strike, so it will ignore your invulnerable save.
Yeah.
Not that it'll matter, because they don't tend to do well in combat. Hitting on 2s. Okay, all hit. They are Strength 6, so 2s to wound. All right, all of them wound. -4 becomes -3, and you're on a 2-up save, so 5s.
ups. And what's your damage?
D6. Okay, good. All right, do you want me to roll that? 5.
So it goes down to 4, kills her.
She's dead. Cool. Alrighty. So Celestine dies properly this time. And I'll pile in... I think... I'll get in there and I'll pile in that way. I think... I'm not going to touch the Sacrosancts because I don't think there's any reason to.
I wouldn't, because you're just going to take damage from them.
Exactly. You'll do a maximum of 6 wounds next turn anyway. So that's fine. Then the Scarabs, because I want them to do their thing, we'll put their 8 attacks into your Repentia, hitting on 4s because they're out of range of anything valuable. Okay.
So 6 auto wounds, right?
6 does auto wound, and then these will all be wounding you on 4s because you're toughness 3, yeah?
Correct.
Nothing. So 1 auto
just
wound.
1 wound.
No AP, so it'll be 6 up and a 5+.
Yep. And a 5
5+. Yep. Hey, there you go. Lovely. Cool. Yep. Had to try.
So you got your Nightbringer over there.
The Nightbringer over here with his 6 attacks. So it'll be 2s and 2s to kill. 2s. He drops 1. And kills them all. Cool. So that'll take that objective off you at least.
So I'm just going to use a...
Yep.
Just a dice on an automatic failed, like just a failed save, just to get...
So you throw it on one of the saves that you can't pass anyway, just to spend the dice. Yep. Cool. And then you get to fight. Would you... Is it not worthwhile holding on to it in order to use one on offensive output?
Well, I'm not... Yeah, I could have just used it for a hit. Yeah, man, I guess that's better. Just so...
I mean, I just feel like you're at least getting value out of it.
Yeah, because I forgot that I had the guy in combat. So we'll set, if that's okay with you.
Absolutely.
So we'll use it on the Repentia. So Repentia gets 3 attacks.
Yep. Or the Palatine.
I'll do the Repentia. Right. So Repentia's going to get 3 attacks, hitting on 4s with rerolls.
Okay.
So 1 wound, 1 hit, and I'll just use a wound.
Automatically
so
wound. AP?
AP 4.
Damage?
2.
Damage 2, so one of them will drop down to 2 wounds remaining.
Yep.
It'll just be the one near to the Repentia, of course.
And then the Palatine. T5, right? So
on which?
Overlord?
I don't think so. I think probably T4. Overlord, no, T5, yeah.
So 1 wound AP4.
4 up invuln. Fails. Damage.
1.
All right, so I dropped down to 4 wounds remaining. Yep. Cool. The Overlord will hit you back. Try and pop the Palatine. 4 attacks. Hitting on 2s with the Staff of Light is strength 5. So 2s and 3s. Okay. And then 3s. Oh, sorry, lost one there. Cool. So 4 wounds. These are at -2, 1. Oh, hold on. Staff of Light and melee, -2, 1 damage. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. It's
So
not the
there'll be
relic
4
one.
ups.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so
And I should have used my dice there, but
Right.
that's dead. So she's dead.
1 damage.
Oh, only
She's got 1
one
wound
damage.
left. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There is a relic Staff of Light which I actually quite like, which makes it 2 damage. And that one I really rate.
Yeah.
But it's just not here.
Okay.
Cool. And then that's going to be it.
Alright.
Do you owe me some morale somewhere, though?
Yeah, so I'm going to get some miracle dice. So I
Yep.
get 1 for Celestine die.
Yep.
I don't think you didn't kill, I didn't kill anything.
No.
So 5.
Okay. Not ideal for morale.
And I think I only needed a 4 to pass over there.
So you lost 5.
Leadership 9.
Leadership 9. So on a 4 you pass. So, I
So
assume you
auto
spend the
pass
4.
that.
Yep.
So that'll be the second for the turn. So 2
Yep.
leap points.
And you can't spend 1 on that because I haven't got the simulacrum.
No.
Would you like to have spent 1 on the simulacrum
No, it's fine.
to do the thing?
It's
Okay. Cool. All right.
Alright, let's score you first. Dalton, how did you purge?
So I'm not purging anywhere because you've got stuff everywhere.
No purge.
No purge. I did get grind them down.
Yes?
I haven't got anything happening for ancient machineries, but I'm not in a terrible place to get it started.
Oh, okay, cool. So
Yeah.
how many banners are still raised for you?
2.
Okay. Okay, and then how many objectives are you holding?
3. So we go to 2 CP, you go to 1.
Back up to 1.
And I'll roll a miracle die. 2 miracle, I know, I've lost.
Catherine's dead.
So just a 5.
Okay.
So end of the round?
Okay. It's respectable.
Okay.
And then sister's turn 4.
Turn 4. All right, we are cracking through the game. Yeah.
Yeah, the business end of the game.
Yeah.
Okay. So we want to kill these scarabs if we can.
Yeah. If you've got any questions or comments or things you want to chat about, if Dean, you've got a comeback ready yet?
Yeah, Dean's.
Um,
I think he's just given up. Dean has given up.
So Dean actually faced this Necron list on his channel a while ago. Absolutely smashed it with CSM. It was a good game. It was an interesting look at to see how the Nightbringer rolls up into a list with Abaddon. So that's always interesting to see.
So guys, Dalton, just checking my
Yep.
charge range here.
Yep.
So I got my Battle Sisters into your... who's bad in combat? It's this guy's bad, isn't
The
it?
Cryptek is bad, the Technomancer, with the one with the cloak and the little friend.
But I can't get to him without the Overlord. Oh, no, the Overlord's in combat. They're both in combat.
They're both in
so
combat.
they can't intervene.
No, they can't.
But he can pile in.
He can
onto them.
pile in and just hit them.
Yeah. So I'm just going to charge. I'm just going to charge him. So
I mean, he's not great in combat either, to be fair.
so with a 6-inch move and 10 showing on my miracle dice there.
Yep.
So 16 will get me onto him.
Yep, happy with that.
So just going to move 6 up.
Because you can sort of cut that corner as well. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
So that'll deny you that objective if they survive.
Very quickly as well, my protocol does update, because it is a new turn.
Yep.
Not sure where the other one has gone. I now go into Hungry Void. Right, that was...
Okay.
All right, the other one's missing. Go into Hungry Void. So either melee attacks, hit rolls of... unmodified wound rolls of 6 plus 1 AP.
All right, that's cool.
Or if I charge, was charge, etc., I get +1 strength. Knowing that I'm probably about to take charges, that's, I think, more valuable. So go for Directive 2. When I get charged, I get +1 strength in the combat
That's
fighting
cool.
back.
With my priest over there, I'll put Obsec on the Repentia and I'll
Yep.
put +1 attack on them.
Yep,
Goes off.
lovely.
So the thoughts are, do I want to raise a banner with my guys here? Because that might be hard for you to get. But then again, I've seen what these Catans do. They're going to kill those dudes.
Yes.
Eight wounds are not going to survive a Catan. So it's just, I just want to do some damage while I can, I think. So maybe we just... come over and punch one.
Yep. So they're both still within 6 of each other.
Yeah.
So you probably want to, if you can get your, that's the thing, if you're going to charge one of them, you're going to cop from both. The Sacrosanct's probably the unit that will tank it the most with their 4-up invulns.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing I can do about that.
Yeah, I can't stop from taking it from both doing it.
And as long as you stay outside of 3 inches of the Catan, because it is a character and can heroically intervene.
Yeah. So we'll come this way.
Yep. I assume you're staying outside of 3.
Yeah.
Or you will be when you charge.
Yeah.
So I assume you're going to stay out now because I don't think you need to charge for me to heroically intervene, do you?
What do you mean?
As in, if you charge and fail or decide not to, I can still...
So I may as well just, you're right, I may as well just pivot a little bit.
Yeah. I assume they're out.
Yeah.
Yes, fine.
So these guys are just going to set up a charge here.
Yep. They're going to charge my strength 4 scarabs.
And then we just want to... I'm not gonna come at your...
At the Nightbringer?
No.
You don't want to feed him some Repentia?
Not yet.
Okay.
Okay, so shooting.
Yep.
We'll shoot into your Catan there.
Yep, so this is with the Sacrosancts.
Yeah, is that wounded or is that on full?
That Catan's on full wounds.
Yep.
So I don't think it ever took one.
Crack grenade hits. Yep. Wounds.
4-up save. Passes.
And then the bolt pistols.
Yep. Oh, very nice.
And 5s.
Yep.
2 wounds.
4-up saves. Fail them both. So I'm down to 7 wounds remaining.
Yep. And then we're going to go the charge from the Sacrosancts into the guy on the left.
Do you want them to shoot it as well, just to try and pop that last wound
why
off?
not? Why not?
Yeah, leaving wounds on the table.
Well, 3. So 3. Thanks, Dalton. Yep.
Yep, there you go. So you drop it down to 6 wounds. It'll still regen next turn, but then it's 7 and
slowly closer to dying.
If you have free shots, you may as well.
Yeah, that's true. Thank you for that.
Cool. All good. Where are you charging?
We're going to charge the left Doomstalker.
That one?
Yep.
Cool. So both Doomstalkers will overwatch into you, and I assume you're happy enough for me to do them together. So 2d6 shots. These will be blast, so 6 and then 3. So that's not bad at all. Would have been nice to be 5s again, but it's all right. Sometimes my protocol is always active, is the 5s.
Yep.
Which for this turn, now that I no longer have squads, will be +1 living metal, which won't affect the Catan.
Yep.
But yeah, 6s. Okay, just the 1. 2s to wound. Nope. And then there'll be the 4 shots from each flare array. 6s. There's the 3. Would have been really nice in the other one. Toughness 3 though, yeah?
Correct.
So 3s. Okay, 1, and just do 2-up save. All right. I'll take a Sacrosanct.
Okay, we'll roll their charge. So
5 inches, yep. You're probably going to struggle to get all of them in, actually.
Yeah, so it'll be a 3-inch through that.
Yep. Cool.
So.
And I'm assuming you want to stay on the objective.
Nah, I'm not. Okay. I'm not so worried about that because, to be honest, I know that you're going to kill me.
Yep.
So I'm just trying to get a kill.
Yep. Fair enough. Make grind them down hard.
And also just give you less stuff.
Yep.
Cool. Then we're going to go for the Zephyrum into your.
Yep.
So you'll get the no Overwatch there.
The Scarabs will buzz angrily. They're not going to Overwatch.
Okay.
Cool.
Stay on the objective.
Yep.
Oh, I see why you were saying to stay on the objective over here.
Because I'm not on it.
Do you mind? Because you could do the action. Well, what can do the action though?
I can't do it on this objective anyway.
Oh, you can't. So it doesn't matter.
It was more so that if you're worried about them, or they're going to go off or something.
Okay, so then we're going to do our charge here.
Yep.
So
they're going to charge who?
you know what I'm actually going to do?
Yep.
I'm going to charge that big
Doomstalker?
the big piece of crap.
All right.
Because then by doing that, I don't actually need to engage this. I can just pile onto the objective.
Yep, makes
and then
sense.
not get hit by him.
So Doomstalker's going to Overwatch.
Yep.
Just inbuilt. So D6 shots for 1. Cool. 6s. Yep. 2s. Yep. Kills the sister. Minus 5, so kills the sister.
Yep. So 6 up in
And then,
yep.
cool. Then the flare array, 6s. No, cool. And it's fair because you would have eaten that Overwatch if you'd charged either of the characters anyway. So you may as well just put it into that.
So just going to go in there and just have 2 models on the objective.
Yep.
And
So that means that we'll contest it.
Yeah, and basically because you can't pile in closer to me, I'm just going to have you over there.
I can probably put the Overlord in closer to them because it can get into this gap in here when it sort of swings around.
Correct.
It'll
So
fight before
maybe what I might actually do
Yep.
Is not have them on the objective yet.
Be able to consolidate them in.
Yeah, so
Yep.
kind of have it like that.
Yep. So they're within 3 of the objective
Yeah,
range,
and
so
that's
they can get
kind
into
of on
it.
that side.
Yeah. So I'm going to, of course, use the Overlord to try and move block them as much as possible.
Yep.
But that's still, yeah, that makes sense. Cool.
Well, I'm going to make the Overlord fight last, so he won't be able
Yep.
to move.
Yep, fair enough.
Anyway, until I've moved.
That's fair.
So fighting.
Cool. Well, they have to fight before their Overlord anyway, so it's a moot point.
Yeah. Correct.
Yeah.
So
That whole discussion was worthless. Okay.
so we'll just
Just
do
put
that
the-
now.
Yeah. Do you want to fight with them now? I can't interrupt anyway.
But the thing is, yeah,
The Overlord will fight last regardless.
and he can,
He'll
but
be
because
able
he's
to-
fighting last,
the Palatine will be able to pile into
Potentially,
him.
but
But
then-
the Crypt Deck can base the Palatine.
Right. So
yeah.
you're gonna be.
I'm
able
going to
to
do it
hit
anyway.
You're gonna
So,
be able to
yeah.
hit me. Cool.
Okay. I'm sorry, man. I was just
Nah, but
I was
it's
trying to find a
important
helpful way.
to. So we'll go the fighting over here. So we'll pile in our 3 inches. See how many can.
Yep.
Can you,
Sacrifice.
how many do you think can fight there?
You probably get most of them in. So you'll get, so that'll get 3 to within half an inch,
Yep.
and then they're within half an inch. You might have 1 out. I think.
okay, so let's say one's out.
Yep. These guys will all pile in that way.
Yep.
That'll have to go in first, like that, and then those 2 go in.
Yep.
Cool.
So it'll be
6.
2, 3, 4, 6 of them into the Doomstalker. If it survives this, it's got scarabs in the base, so it's annoying. Alrighty, so a lot of hits going in. What's their strength on their attacks?
Strength 5.
So you'll be wounding on 5s. I've got
I'm
a 4
gonna
up
pop.
involved.
I'm gonna pop 1 CP for. Do I want to do that strat? I think so. 1 CP for the 6s to hit. Maybe I need to do it over on the.
On the scarabs.
It's better on the scarab. I think it's better on the scarabs.
Just the scarabs, I think, are a more important one for you to deal with.
But yeah. Okay. All right.
Okay. Cool. That's not great.
I was cocked.
Yep. Although there were no 6s, so it wouldn't have been. Wouldn't have.
Yeah, that's a good
anyway.
point.
So yeah.
5s. 2 wounds.
2 wounds, 4 up invulns. I pass 1, fail 1. I take 2. I'm down to
Yep.
10. Now, there's no more damage going to go into it, and I'm going to heal 2 wounds to my turn anyway, so I'm just not
Doesn't
going to mark
matter.
it up. Cool.
And then pile-ins, I can't really pile into. That's fine. Then we're going to go. We'll go over there with the Zephyrum.
Yep.
So they will. Do I want to?
So there's 14 wounds for you to chew through there with.
Yeah, it's
4
not going to
scarabs.
happen. But I've taken 2 damage off 1.
Yep, so 14 wounds rather than 16. Okay.
Nah, we're not going to do it.
Okay, cool. And there are all the 6s that would have made the difference every time.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yep, so 6 explodes because they cascade normally.
And 3s to wound.
3s to wound. Alrighty.
They've been used.
Yep. Okay.
Sorry, that was knocked. That was a wound.
It was, yeah. You're all good.
So you got.
Cool. AP a bunch.
Yep.
These are damage 1. So it kills 1, kills 2, kills 3, wipes the unit.
Wow.
Exactly.
By the wound.
Oh, that's annoying too. I would have, if one of them had stuck around. All right, that's pretty big. Cool. So that's a unit of scarabs dead.
Wow.
You got the Battle Sisters to fight the other
So then
Doomstalker.
I won't bother rolling that.
Fair enough. Cool. Because you'll do a maximum of 2 wounds to it anyway, which it'll heal. All right, so then I will choose to fight with the Cryptek.
And you're going to base this guy.
So the Cryptek here will come in here and base the Palatine. Yeah. So that the Palatine can't in turn base the Overlord.
So you'll be able to pile around and get to be able to fight.
So the Overlord can move and fight the sisters.
Yep.
So for 1 attack, it's going to hit you on a 3, which it misses.
Okay.
Okay. Palatine could kill the Cryptek and then hit the Overlord. So that's the way to do that. Which I assume you're going to fight.
There's. Can I kill? How many wounds does the Cryptek have?
4 wounds.
Why not? Well, it's...
couple cock die there. You can. Right, not like that. It can't.
No.
All right. Anything at all?
No.
All right. Cool. So then the Overlord will fight.
You're gonna do it? Yep. Cool.
It's got 4 wounds left. The Palatine's got 1. The Overlord will pile around this way so it can hit the warriors, the Battle Sisters, and then it'll throw all 4 attacks into the Battle Sisters, hitting you on 2s. And now it's strength 6 currently because it wasn't charged. Still strength 5. So 3s, 2s.
I definitely intended that.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good reason not to charge them.
2 wounds.
2 wounds.
AP.
These are at -2.
So 4 up saves.
Yep.
And I don't have miracle dice, and I need 2 to survive.
Yes. Yep.
So 4 up.
Yep.
4 up. So kills 1, which is okay. I'll take the 1 off the objective.
Yep. Fair enough. Cool. That's the Overlord there. The Doomstalkers, is it in combat with the Palatine? I don't think it is. Was it supposed to be? No. Yeah, okay. The Doomstalker can't fight there. The other Doomstalker will try and hit your Sacrosancts, because why not? Nope. And that's going to be about it.
All right.
So I get some miracle dice. You killed... sorry.
You killed.
I killed something with the Scarabs.
Yep.
So I get a miracle dice. So I get a 3.
Yep.
And I'm going to use that on the morale just to
pass the morale.
Just to get a point as well.
Because it contests that objective, so it stops me from scoring that point. So it stops me from scoring anything on primary, which is annoying, but so be it.
Okay, so what's your leap score?
So I got 1 point for leap.
Okay, and then defend.
I got defend for 3.
All right, cool.
Okay.
How about you, Dalton? How many objectives are you holding?
None.
Nothing. And then did you have ancient before?
I did not have ancient happening.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
1 fresh miracle dice for me is a 5.
Okay. Okay. So this turn needs to be about clearing the board for secondaries for the next 2 turns and making sure that I can score a 12 on primary my last turn.
Which I think you are likely to do.
Yep.
Because you're clearing out most of my stuff at this point.
So I need to clear this table quarter. Now, what have you got over here? Repentia and Battle Sisters?
Yeah, and a Dogmata in there.
And a Dogmata. So the Nightbringer going over that way at least ties... speaking of which, I better heal stuff. So I go back up to 7 wounds on this Catan.
3 CP. Yeah.
The Overlord regens up to 5.
Are you up to 2 CP?
I'm up to 2 CP.
Yep.
Yep.
Both Doomstalkers heal back up. The Nightbringer goes back up to 8. So I'll duck around there and do that one. So I haven't got a lot left, but what is left is pretty durable. So the Nightbringer is back up to 8. Now, all right, so the Doomstalker there is not in combat. The one with the Sacrosanct is. I can't fall back. So it's a bit of a moot point. I can't fall back and shoot. It's a bit of a moot point. I think what I need to happen...
You just jump on the objective, right?
I think I need to jump on the objective. Because I take it off the Zephyrim.
Yeah.
And I think the Catan wants to deal with them anyway. So this, in the command phase, My Will Be Done can't go on anything anyway. Technomancer can't heal anything. Yeah, so that's it. So it still moves its 10, so it gets well onto the objective over here. And it's just going to be all the way over here. There's no big play for it to do anything special other than... Actually, it'll tow on there on the off chance I want to bring some stuff across.
All right, all your movement.
Yep.
Dalton, so super chat from Charlie. Thanks,
Hey,
Charlie.
thank you, Charlie.
His super chat is a joke in the future on Sunday.
Sorry?
His super chat is a joke in the future. His joke is on a Sunday, not today.
All right.
This is private.
All right, cool. Thank you, Charlie.
Another super chat also from Scrib because he's just enjoying the game.
Hey, thank you, Scriv. Thanks, Dave. This Catan's going to move over here. So it should be able to charge, get within an inch and stay on the objective.
Yep.
Now you'll be able to kill the nearer ones to stop that from happening. I think that's fine. The Overlord's going to stay in combat with your Battle Sisters and Palatine because it's going to try and kill him.
So how many did I killed one unit.
You killed the Scarabs, one
That's
unit.
all, yeah.
Yep. So I need to kill 2 units to score grind them down. So the Nightbringer... Okay, what have you got over there? You've got Repentia, Battle Sisters...
Dogmata.
And Dogmata. So 24... Okay, I can get right close to that while still being within 24 inches. So I can try and take you off that one. What do I need? I need to kill a lot of things to stop you scoring Shrine at turn 5. Do you score Shrine at the end of the game as well?
No. You can take it down to 12.
If I kill everything on there this turn.
If you hold the objective.
Right.
Yeah.
So if I have to hold the objective...
At the end of the game, you'll get me down 3.
Okay, so if I hold the objective there, I need to kill all the Battle Sisters, so no obsec. Potentially shooting, I could deal with Repentia or try and force that down. The Catan needs to charge on and leave...
Because you're thinking next turn.
I'm thinking this turn and next turn.
Yeah.
But I could send the Nightbringer this way instead.
And go for them.
Go for them just to take you off that objective.
They're an easier target, obviously. There's less stuff there.
Exactly. So that they're easier to kill, and it still scores me the same amount of primary. The question, because over here it becomes a swing. Either I can clear you, stop you scoring points, or I don't, and I don't score primary either.
Yep.
That's I can probably clear them in 2 turns.
I'd say, I reckon it's possible, yeah. Okay. I think it's possible. I mean, if you put some shooting as well...
I've got a Doomstalker that's sitting
I think that will help you.
I think that's what I need to do.
Yeah.
Yep. Plus, it's more interesting. So I'm going to bring the Nightbringer 8 inches across here to get it to there. Boop. So it'll be like a 3-inch charge to Zephyr Battle Sisters, a 4-inch or 3-inch still to the Dogmata, to more Repentia.
Yep.
And it should still within 24 there, plenty of these Sacrosancts. So I'll be able to Skyfalling Stars them. Now this Crypt deck is in a very dangerous spot with this Palatine. It's going to fall back onto the objective over here. Just get out of there. It's not worth it. This Heavy Destroyer, its Doomstalker is staying still, and he'll actually make sure he's there, so within 9 of this one for next turn.
Yep.
And that'll pretty much do it. I haven't got a lot to move, but I've taken 2 objectives, and I've got bodies here to hopefully take this one. Time for some not psychic shenanigans. I'm going to start with Skyfalling Stars from the Nightbringer, which is going to hit the only 3 big units on the board.
Yep.
These Sacrosancts on a 1 to 5. Yep. Take D3 mortal wounds for 2. I assume you're going to kill the near one, so I can't charge them and stay on the objective. Yep. And then I'm going to throw the Battle Sisters here. There's 5 of them.
Correct.
So 1 to 4. Nope. And then the Repentia, how many of them are there?
8.
8, so 1 to 5. Yep. D3 for 2.
So 2 ignores.
Yep.
So it kills 2.
So there's 6 of them left.
Let's jump back here.
Okay. So I think what I want to do, looking at what the Doomstalker can see Battle Sisters quite easily. So I'm going to Gaze of Death the Repentia.
Who's doing that?
This
guy. Yep.
So the Gaze of Death the Nightbringer, the Repentia from the Nightbringer, 4 pluses, D3 mortal wounds.
That's so good.
Okay, just D3.
Just D3.
Still 6 of them there, and now there are 5 of them there. All right. Then the other Catan is going to use Antimatter Meteor on a 3 to 5. They take 3 mortal wounds. On a 6, it's D3 plus 3. Just 3 mortal wounds.
Who's this on to?
The Sacrosancts.
Okay.
Nearest visible unit. So there's 2 of them left. Cool. And then because it has the chance of just wiping the unit, and I don't need to charge, I'm just going to Transdimensional Thunderbolt them as well. So on a 2 plus, they take D3 mortal wounds. Yep, for D3, for 3. All right. So it wipes the unit of Sacrosancts with 3 Catan powers. That's very nice. And that's the splash one. If there were other units nearby, it would splash damage.
Very cool.
Okay. I can see why
we should have been keeping a kill count on the Catans.
Yeah. I mean, I just look at the dead pile and go, it was mostly Catan, I think.
Pretty much really is.
They're doing work. They really are. Into shooting, there's only one thing that can shoot, which is the Doomstalker, which can see Battle Sisters. Can it see Repentia? I don't think it can see Repentia. It can probably only see Battle Sisters. So it's going to put everything into the battle. It's going to put the 2 flare arrays into the Zephyr.
Okay.
That Repentia over there's looking at me.
Well, he's probably not bad keeping for grind on the last turn.
That's what I'm sort of, at this point, it's not going to do a lot of damage, so yeah. So I'm going to throw it into the Zephyrum.
Yep.
And then the big cannon into the Battle Sisters. So D6 in the Battle Sisters for 1, and there's fewer than 5 of them, yeah? Or fewer than 6 of them. Also misses. And then the 2 shots into the Zephyrum, both hit. 3 is to wound, 2 wounds. No, way AP 1, but nothing.
Now, am I going to be generating any miracle dice at the end of this turn?
Hopefully the Palatine and Dogmata.
Yeah. So how many did you put 1 wound on me?
1 wound on you.
I'm going
to
to
two wounds on you.
2 wounds. So I'm going to use 1 5 for a miracle dice.
Passes 1, fails 1.
Fails 1.
Okay. Very nice. So kills the Zephyrum. And is it the banner?
Leave the banner.
Yeah, take one of the other ones. Okay. All right. Then we go into charges, which will simply be the Nightbringer.
Yep.
He's going to charge, I think it has to be the Battle Sisters and the Dogmata.
Yep.
I can't charge the Repentia from there.
Yep.
So be it. So into the Battle Sisters and Dogmata, making it with a 6. So mission is a 3 into the Battle Sister, 4 into Dogmata. Makes it in. Cool. Cryptek fell back. Doomstalker does not want to get involved. So, or does it? Because you can fight last there. You're not going to put 5 wounds through on the Overlord. Yep. So we'll start with the Nightbringer. You've got 4 Battle Sisters left.
Yep.
So I'm going to put 5 attacks into the Battle Sisters, 1 into the Dogmata. Into the Battle Sisters, hitting on 2s, killing on 2s. Okay. And 2s. Okay, 2 of them. What's their leadership?
Leadership 8.
Does the Dogmata help that?
No.
Okay. Oh well. Into the Dogmata. Hits. 2s again. Yep. I assume you've got a 3-up save?
3-up armor.
Yep.
But
-4. So
6 up.
What's your wounds?
4 wounds.
4 wounds. Dies. Cool.
So that'll give me a miracle dice.
Yep. Unfortunately, it's not enough to take you off that unless you. Well, yeah, no, it's just not. That's okay. I'll take you off it next turn, I think, but I'm happy enough with that.
So I'm not going to fight the Overlord with this. I'll fight him with the Palatine. I'll make him fight last with the Palatine. Palatine will hit him.
Yep.
Palatine hits on 3. So 1 explode. Nothing.
Okay, cool. Then the Battle Sisters will fight anyway if you want to throw them in.
The Sergeant and the other girl.
Yep.
Yep, 2 wounds.
2 wounds. AP.
Nothing.
Threes,
AP 1. AP 1.
4s then. Take 1. So down to 4. Then it'll fight the Battle Sisters. Yep. 2s. Cool. And then it'll be 3s. Yep. Didn't charge. And you're going to be saving on 4s. I need to kill at least 1 of them here. I should have declared CP reroll.
No, I'm not on the objective. You've got the. I'm not holding the objective, right?
No, you're not.
So it doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, cool.
Okay. So kill 1.
Kill 1. All right.
It just means that me being alive stops ancient machinery in the last turn there.
Yeah. It means you're still going to score 8, but it's just 8.
Yeah.
Cool.
So I get a miracle dice for a character dying.
Yep.
So 4, which I'm going to use on a
leadership.
Leadership, and what leaderships matter?
Okay, so they're 8 and they lost 3. So
yeah, that's probably more
6,
important
5.
than that I can't fail there and they can't fail. So I'll use it here.
Yep.
So Lawrence, 2 more for Leap of Faith.
Cool.
All right, Dalton, did you purge?
The Palatine is still there, which I'm annoyed by.
But you get your deployment zone.
I do get my deployment zone for 1 point.
So 1 point.
Yeah.
Yes. All right.
No ancient machineries, and I do get grind them down.
Yes.
So to 4 CP.
Did you still have your 2 banners?
yes.
All right.
And
how
1
many-
fresh miracle dice for 2.
Okay.
How many primary are you holding?
8.
All right.
Okay.
How many leap do I have?
3 points. I gave you 3 points for that last
Sorry.
one.
And what's my total?
12 points already.
Okay, so I'm done there.
Cool.
Oh yes, you can do summary.
Yep.
Okay.
This one is a score at the
Okay.
end of the round 4.
It's looking pretty rough for me.
Yeah, so you reckon if you score your...
I don't know if I can beat you, but I can definitely jump it up.
That's with just primary
Okay.
already.
You'll get a big swing back.
Yeah.
But let's see what happens.
see how that goes.
Okay. All right, so I'm just going to try to score as many points. I can't stop the 12 backswing. That's not going to happen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fly these guys over to the corner,
try and
make them hard to kill, and also I'm going to do the action to put a bomb down.
Yep.
So put a second bomb.
Yep.
These guys will go into here to stop the action there.
Yep.
This guy's just going to fall back over here to stop the action there.
Yep.
I can't stop you potentially doing it there.
I can't do it on this one.
You can't do it there. Yep. So I've stopped you doing the machinery.
Just annoying, but it's what it is.
And I don't really think there's like much I can do to, like all I can try to do is, well, you're already going to get whole more. It's just, can I defend my shrine? So I'm just going to put him.
Which you do score currently, but if I kill them.
You'll get me down to.
I get you down.
So I'm just going to put the Repentia, fall back and just put the Repentia in front.
Yep.
Dalton, also, if you have a chance, you can detonate his bomb if you can reach it.
I'm not going to be able to defuse his... I'll have a look at it.
The one near the Repentia. The Repentia one was...
I might be able to get the Repentia one with the Doomstalker.
It was over there.
The Doomstalker can walk over and do that.
Yep.
The Crypt Deck can probably fly over and plant one to at least even it.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes.
Okay.
Cool.
So that's me. So I scored my shrine.
I'll fight with the Overlord. Or do you want to fall back to the Palatine?
I may as well just fall back.
Yeah.
There's no point.
Cool. I got up to 3. I'm going to spend a CP. No.
Let's cut back up there.
I want to try and cut it down because it's hilarious. On a 6, it takes a mortal wound and it dies.
Okay.
I'm not going to.
All right, and then
But I want to.
Dalton already?
Yep. Okay. So primary I'll score at the end.
Yeah, at the end.
There's
Shrine,
no...
I gave you 3 points for shrine.
Yep.
All
Okay.
right, and then over to you.
Fresh miracle dice.
Fresh miracle
How
dice.
about your ancient? Will
6.
you score also now your ancient?
I can't do that.
Okay, so
And I can't start it now either. I was...
Purge and grind.
Yeah. I was hoping to like have 1 going this turn because then I could get another 4.
Yeah.
But nope, so be it. So purge and grind are what I can do. I need to kill 1 thing for grind.
Did I kill anything?
No. Sorry? Yeah, but I can't start it in my turn because he's got something on each of the middle objectives. Because I don't have... no, end of the command phase. If one of my Catan uses their Catan powers to kill something at the end of the command phase...
Oh, does it work in the command phase?
End of the movement phase, and then something else starts the action at the end of the movement phase, do I get to choose priority of things that happen?
Yeah, you do, but is it at the end of the movement phase you start it?
Yes. Yeah. End of the movement phase.
Well...
Does that change anything that you want to do?
I'm happy with where I am.
Okay. So in that case, what it becomes is...
Well, you know what I think I might do in that case?
Yep. Do you want to leave the Zephyrum there
I'll
instead?
just string
so that you've got
onto it.
Yeah, more things that I need to kill in order for that to happen.
And the bomb I'll plant
over there.
Still there?
Yep. I'm only going to be able to get to 1 bomb anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Okay. So, antimatter meteor, and the bomb completes the end of your turn, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Actually, does it?
No, bomb is at the end of the battle.
Only if it's obsec. So the
Yeah.
so the Repentia bomb went down, but not that bomb.
That one hasn't happened
You need
yet.
to kill it.
Okay.
Well, maybe I do just hide it in that case then, right?
1 point is not worth as more as denying me 4.
Objective secure, yeah. Obsec, yes.
But it's 4.
Ancient Machineries is 4 points. The bomb
So
is...
is the bomb is 4.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, bomb is 4.
So it's a guaranteed 4 as opposed to stopping me scoring 4. Or you can have the Repentia and them both planning bombs.
No, I think you can only do it once.
Oh, okay.
How many times can 1 bomb per? So it's just the question whether this, like, are you going to safely?
So I've got 2 powers that I
who
can throw
can do
into
the
it.
ancient machinery action?
Yeah.
Who can do it?
Anybody. Sorry, no. Canoptic or core. Sorry, bombs is anybody. They're Canoptic. Not core though. I wish Doomstalkers were core. It'd be amazing.
So they can't do it.
They can
Oh,
because they're
it's
Canoptic.
all core. So he's going to be able to kill 3 things. So yeah, I'm just going to plant the bomb.
Plant the bomb back around there.
Far away.
Yep. Okay. Okay. This list has so much more play now. I've realised that I can trigger that for movement.
I mean, what I probably should have done.
Yeah.
It doesn't make a difference.
We'll talk it out now anyway to have the discussion about it because it's all right. So he can pop the Repentia so the Doomstalker can do the machinery
action.
Unless this Doomstalker can't get there, can it? No, that one can't get there.
Dalton, question.
Yes.
Is the Doomstalker a vehicle?
It's not a vehicle, it's Canoptek.
Oh, okay.
It's a monster.
That's why they are not core.
Well, the Silent King's core, and he's a vehicle and stupid, so.
He isn't a big keyword, right?
He's core though, so he could do this.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's, anyway, so what I need to do, this needs to kill that Repentia.
Which he will. Well,
Don't know, just my ability to roll ones on
Okay.
powers. And that Doomstalker can do the action.
then does the action.
Now, this Cryptek then wants to fly over here. Oh no, it can't because it's only walking, hasn't got the thing. So either I do the action here and
you
score
can't
points,
defuse that
or I
bomb.
take your bomb down. But it can probably walk over there and put one, deploy one.
You can deploy one, yeah.
So that'll deploy one. Now, then, if the Nightbringer can kill these two things here, I can then have my Overlord doing the action on that center objective.
Oh, you mean if you kill it?
With
Yes.
powers. Then
Well,
I
that
can,
might be worth doing better than trying to maybe get my shrine.
yeah, well, because I can move across and just do it, and then charge you anyway and try
Yeah.
and deal with them. And then the Doomstalker here can then shoot them anyway to try and do that.
It'll be hard to shoot the sisters, though.
It can move in and shoot them. Like at this point, getting the shots is more important than it being the high profile.
But look where they are. They're
Yep.
like obscured. It'd be very hard to
Yeah,
get line.
it might not be
line.
able to,
Yeah.
but I think there's no other
Yeah,
big thing
go
for it to do.
for it.
So the Nightbringer is simply going to move across, so it's within 9 inches.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't need to go far. Of
You can only do ancient machineries once
per what?
in your turn. You can
It-
only start at once.
Double check it. It says one or more units may start this action.
I don't think so.
No, one Necron's core or Necron's Canoptek can start to perform this action.
Do you? Okay. It's not one or more.
It's core or canoptic.
No, yeah, at the end. One Necron core. So one.
One Necron core or Canoptic.
Or
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So I can only have
Well,
one.
that makes it easy. You just
All right,
go
I
to
just-
do
I
it
just do that
here,
one, yeah.
and then you just keep this.
I
guy
ignore
hidden
that and
here.
I keep doing
Yep.
this. Yeah. Yep. Cool. All right. I thought I checked that earlier and read it as like one or more, but that's all right. So the Doomstalker wants to do that. I can't get anything else onto that objective. I'm just gonna.
And 1 unit per objective.
Yeah, only 1 unit per objective. That's always yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's no issue there. Okay. I think that's probably out of 10 there. Yeah. It can't move on to that objective, which is unfortunate. Okay.
You play a bomb with the
With the
Cryptek.
Cryptek, yeah. So the Cryptek's gonna walk across that way, through
Yep,
there, or
plants
whatever.
a bomb.
Plant a bomb, do its thing. It's obsec, so it doesn't matter. It'll tow into the objective there as well, so it's so if it matters. The Overlord will walk up here. It's going to duel that Palatine in the doorway because it's cool. This it depends.
May as well just jump on the objective to
Yeah.
guarantee you get it.
Yeah. It'll
you're
move
getting-
that way on the off chance it can get line of sight on the Zephyrin back there or something.
Okay.
I don't think it can, but it'll try.
No.
Nah, okay, cool. Because there's no way for it to get line of sight on anything over here, is there?
Maybe the Repentia.
Okay.
Awaken in the middle or on the side one?
It'll depend on what I kill with powers.
Can't do it
On the same,
one.
yeah, that you have awakened.
Ah, okay.
So they have to do it on the middle, right?
All right. I'll be trying to do it in the middle then. In which case, this thing is going to walk over here and try and defuse the bomb.
Yep.
So that's defusing a bomb. The Cryptek's going to plant a bomb.
Yep.
This is going to antimatter meteor the Palatine, needing a 3 to 5. Yep, 3 mortal wounds to the Palatine.
Dead.
Dead. Cool. And then it's going to transdimensional thunderbolt. Is the battle sister on the terrain or not?
Yes.
Yes. Transdimensional thunderbolt battle sister, needing a 2, getting it.
Yep.
Battle sister dies as well, taking 3 mortal wounds. Not that it matters. So that'll score me grind. That clears that objective for my Overlord to walk up into the middle of the doorway and confidently plant his banner and awaken the machineries. So he's going to do that. I've got a bomb happening, a bomb being diffused. Sorry, can that see the Repentia or not?
I'm
I'm happy to say no.
It'd have to move a bit further, but I don't know if it can.
It's got 10-inch move from here, so it would be it, but it's not a big deal.
You have a look and tell me, man. I don't.
No, it can't. It can't. The Catan, however, is going to try and do a bunch of things. Sky of Falling Stars is going to hit the Repentia, the Battle Sisters, and for shits and giggles, one of the other Battle Sisters. So there's 3 sisters there, 1 and 2. Yep, so D3 mortal wounds for 3. Okay. Yep. And how many Repentia are there?
There are 5.
1 to 4. Nope, it's a 5, it fails, which I'm going to double check. Less the number of models, yeah, so it fails. Then Gaze of Death, D3 mortal wounds for every 4+.
Yeah.
So 2 of them. Does 3 mortal wounds on the Repentia.
Kills 3.
Cool, so there's 2 of them left. The only thing that matters is the Catan charging them. Making it with an 8.
Yep, it's in because it's got a 40 mil base.
It'll come through there.
So just say it's in.
The 6 attacks, 2s and 2s. Okay. CP, obviously, CP rerolling fails for here because of stuff. So that was a fail. So 4 of them, -4, no invulns.
So kills.
D6 damage each. Yeah.
All right, man. Good game.
Yeah. So good game. We'll have to score that one up. I don't think I've caught you.
Everything. So you're holding more, Dalton.
Holding more. So 12 points on primary.
And then you were also able to plant a bomb.
I planted 1 bomb and diffused 1 of yours.
So I've still got 1.
Planted 1 more
Yep.
bomb, yeah?
Yes.
And then, so your lead is already maximized?
Yep,
Did you
and
take down the shrine?
shrine to 12.
And took down one of your banners because I hold it at the
so
end there.
1 end of game banner for me.
Yep.
Only 1.
Just
bonus.
1, yep.
All right. And then, did you purge? How about your purge?
Okay, so
Dalton?
I'm scoring 1, 2, 3 for purge.
3 for purge, okay.
So deployment zone and 2 quarters.
Defend.
And awakens another 4. Okay.
So the final score would be, give me a second.
All right, and it was grind them down for 4 turns out of 5. It's not bad.
Yeah, that's
I'm happy with
good.
that. All right. And what's going on behind the scenes?
I think it's just primary. I think secondaries you ended up getting similar to me.
Yeah. Alrighty. Hey, nicely done.
Good game, man.
Yeah, good game. 74 to 88 is respectable. I'd be happy with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, nice.
Yeah, it was very scrappy game.
Yeah.
And you, as expected, pulled it back a lot at the end.
Yeah. It's interesting. Necrons play a very scrappy game with just scoring those secondaries.
Yeah.
I'm fairly happy with how they did. I probably could have pushed on machineries more and tried to deny Shrine earlier. I'm not sure if I would or not, but
Yeah, I think it's hard. Like,
yeah,
I've played games where people have done that to me, and I know well enough now to have a solid kind of amount of stuff there.
I could have potentially dumped 2 Catan here,
If
knowing
you'd
that you're
run
probably
2
going for
Catans
that.
at me there this
and done
way, that would have been interesting.
But then you still would have had the same sort of threat coming across the board
Yeah,
here.
I probably would have swung the other way.
Yeah.
But yeah,
But yeah.
Some viewers want to see the summary.
The score summary. There we go. Okay.
let's have a look.
So yeah. Okay, so it drops 2 on Purge compared to banners.
Primary is really killing
Yeah,
it, I
the
think.
primary.
But then the
kill,
primaries,
because
yeah.
you can score on the 4th round.
Yeah, fair enough. Nicely done. Yeah. It's interesting. Yeah, so you played Leap of Faith really well. Scoring 12 on that, just making sure you're pacing out the miracle dice.
Like if you do it methodically, and I'm experienced at doing it, it wasn't. You could probably tell it didn't seem hard. It just kind of happened.
Yeah.
But if you don't think of it well and you don't judiciously use miracle dice,
Yep.
It won't work.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and I think Katherine, like the extra dice she gives, is really helps.
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
And it meant she was a target for me.
Yep.
Because I mean, it at least meant that you didn't have miracle dice you could just spend on frivolous things to help with
And
stuff.
she absorbed.
Yeah.
The thing about Katherine that I like is that it's similar to Val. Like people that play Val, it's similar. She's tough enough that you have to devote serious resources to deal with her, and then other things aren't dying instead of her.
Exactly.
Like
yeah.
you're killing her, not other things.
Yeah.
But obviously the Catans killed so much. They killed pretty much the whole army, right? Like
really carrying it for me in this matchup. Yeah.
Like what didn't the Catans kill?
30 kills a piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, like literally something like that.
Yeah. Anything with invulns, the Catan's like, cool, I'm just going to mortal wounds.
Because you didn't. These guys did some kills.
The Doomstalkers. I think the Doomstalkers more just made you think about stuff.
They probably killed like 10 models between them.
I think the biggest thing they did was knocking those 2 Zephyrim out, so you couldn't wipe this 20 warriors the first time around.
That literally was pretty clutch.
That, yeah.
That was very clutch.
Yeah. If those had gone down that turn, this would have been
It might have blown out a bit.
A blowout.
But to be fair, the next turn they died, like, just died to the next 10 Zephyrim.
That's true. That's true. They scored me a bunch of points though for primary, and they forced you to deal with them and not be dealing with Doomstalkers. So yeah. Yeah,
it was good fun.
Yeah,
that was
thank you, man.
A really cool game.
It was. It was good to have you on. It's good to play again. It's
awesome.
been quite a while, I think.
Awesome. And yeah, thanks to those that watched. I hope you enjoyed it.
Yep, thank you all for watching.
If you've got any questions, you can just hit us up at any time.
But yeah, thank you guys for watching. Do all the usual stuff. Yep, like and subscribe. Sponsors are down in the description below. We've got miniature scenery for all this amazing cathedral scenery here. Dice Arcade for any miniatures and other things that you need. And the Tray Tinker for all of our lovely dice trays. Very cool. So go check them out. Links are down below. Do the usual stuff, like, subscribe, comments and things are always handy. If you want to chat with us, chat with people, talk about this stuff, attend events, attend our club days, jump in our Discord. It's the best place to be for them. All of our events go up there a few days before they go out publicly. And we also organise a local club day down here in Melbourne where people come along, play games, have beers. It's a great time. So that's all down there. Become a patron if you like what we do, etc. You guys know the drill. Speaking of events, we do indeed have another one. At the end of October, 30th of October, we've got one. We're running an RTT down here in Melbourne over in Glen Waverley. So that's going to be pretty cool. We're trying out a new venue for that as well, sort of testing out a few different things. That should be really good. Discord members and patrons have the player pack for that one at the moment, and that'll be going out on Monday for all of you other legends.
Do you guys mind if I spruik my event that I'm running?
Yeah, please do, man. Absolutely.
So, guys, when is it? It's December, early December. I think it's the 10th and 11th of December. I'm running an event called the Masquerade, and it's a competitive event running the normal 2,000 point ITC missions, but there's also a cool narrative component to it that runs alongside the competitive. So if you don't want to engage so much in the narrative, you don't have to. You can check that out you can find it in the Mensa Gaming Facebook page. There is an event called Masquerade. I think it's Masquerade 6. So check it out. Find it on the Mensa Gaming page.
We'll try and have a link down in the description below.
If not, ask the Risky Roller guys. I'll make sure they've got a link.
Absolutely.
Thanks, folks.
Yeah, hit that up. It'll be great fun. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Next week, we've got Leagues of Votann versus Space Wolves, myself and Lockie. That'll be really cool. Keen to play them after the nerf, actually, because it'll be a bit more interesting. Yeah. So, thank you guys for watching. Catch you guys next week.
See you
then.